All stations, 1 minute countdown. 1 minute countdown has begun. Thirty seconds. All stations, 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon to all our listeners in Trinidad and Tobago and the listening region. We welcome you at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Toruba, Trinidad. For this important 50-over match, it's the opening match of the CG50 United, or CG United's 50 overs series between West Indies and Pakistan. My name is Adrian Barrett, and we'll be bringing you live coverage here from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We'll also have Ruskin Mack, who will be joining us. But as the anthems are being played at the moment, we will be looking forward to this important clash.
Invoking memories of David Michael Ruther there as we rally around the West Indies against Pakistan in this first one-day CG United one-day international out here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And of course, we welcome one and all to our coverage as we get ready for a very interesting battle. And Adrian, I suppose it's common, anybody who would have won the toss here would have opted to bowl first.
Yeah, definitely. The wicket, from what we're seeing here, it's went up. And we know there were a lot of rain yesterday here. The wicket would have been covered. So no doubt, and there's some rain around, but there's beautiful weather at the moment. It's a lovely sunshine here. It's good to see for the fans that are at the ground. And the Pakistan team has won the toss. They have chosen to bowl first, which is no surprise, especially with this wicket. And the West Indies team here would definitely be under the gun right away with this strong Pakistani bowling lineup, especially their fast bowlers.
Well, this is obviously where the whole interest lies right now, is how can the West Indies really take care of business here, put a score on the board that will threaten the Pakistani batting, that strong Pakistani batting lineup. But like the West Indies, as we've said over and over again, Pakistan, they're a little bit unpredictable, just like the West Indies, for whatever reason. So in a real way, this might be a perfect matchup for them.
Yeah, definitely. And the Pakistani bowling attack, we see Shaheen Afridi coming from the northern end, and as he's taken his mark. And a lot of these guys, some of those fast bowlers, they are coming off of injuries, so they have a point to prove, but they are not at their full best at the moment. But with a lot of cricket ahead of them, they have the Pakistan team have the Asia Cup next month. They will have a point to prove in getting into that team and actually making an impact in that tournament. So there's a lot of action here. that we will see at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here from this Pakistan team. And right away we see Evan Lewis, a local boy from Trinidad and Tobago, will be opening the baton, along with that's Brandon King. So, and King would be taking the strike. Evan Lewis would be at the non-strikers, and so doesn't look like it has too much of breeze here at the moment. A slight wind, we could see the trees moving in the distance.
The apple trees. Yeah, you're right. Brandon King is certainly one of the form batters coming out of recent outings for the Windies, but they will need him to not just get a good score, but really put something of substance on the board, as is this man. He was out of the T20 series because of a hand injury, but it's good to see him back in the fold here. And he too has played some blistering innings on this particular ground, of course in domestic competition mainly, but you know how lethal he could be if he was to get away. So we'll wait to see how they go. So Shaheen Shah Afridi it is, who is getting ready to send us on our way in this one. And what an occasion. This is by no means a sold-out crowd. We're probably not even half full at the moment, but that could change by this evening. School is still on vacation, so I think parents could really take the opportunity to bring the kids. In fact, already we are seeing a number of youngsters in the stands. So here goes Afridi with the first ball of the match, right on target. In fact, he was just bringing him onto the front foot and played beautifully by Brandon King.
Yeah, we already seen there that inward movement into the right-handed batsman by Shaheen Afridi. That is his strength, getting that ball to swing in, especially with that easterly wind. So he's bowling from the wind that would really assist him to get that swing. So right away, they actually, there's two slips, a third man, a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. And that's one.
Yep. The next delivery just
out.
pitches and leaves him outside the off stump. Good carry as well, as you can see in that one. Just pitching and climbing as it goes through. Now he's a tall man, so you expect that on a surface like this.
Yeah, and that's a really good variety there already, because he has Brandon thinking now. He already, the first one in swinger, then that one is an out swinger now. So he's already in his mind now wondering what's next as a batsman.
Yeah, just two slips. There is a third man and a fine leg. Those are the two men out. Another delivery that touches down just on or about off stump and leaves him going across him, going towards the slip cordon.
Yeah, well played there by Brandon King. He's definitely looking for that one coming back into him. So he has the bat hanging inside, because he knows at any point in time that in-swinger will definitely be looking to, he'll be looking to attack those stumps and his pads. So, and he knows that that ball coming back in is always a danger for him.
Yeah, shades of you-know-who. There's another delivery pitched up, clipped away nicely into the gap. That's going to get close, if not into the boundary, at forward square leg. And that's 4 good-looking runs. What a way to get off the mark by Brandon King.
Yeah, pitched up, as you mentioned there, on about midland leg stump, and played well. Brandon King a bit too straight for Afridi. Maybe would have wanted to get that delivery more on about off stump, just outside off stump. But 4 runs to Brandon King, so that will take some of the pressure off. The West Indies are off and going there now. 4 runs on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's and that, as a batsman, that always feels good when you could at least find the middle of the bat and get a boundary as well. Here's the next delivery. He's driving, he's out caught. Well. He just pushes it into the offside, and the man at cover just standing there, took a dolly of a catch. He didn't really have to move very much, and it's 1 for 4 now.
Yeah, that one there, we'll have to see if some pace was taken off it. If not, I think he went a bit harder at it. Yeah, I think it wasn't that full. It wasn't that full. So I think Brandon King there was outdone by the length. I think that is what happens sometime when you're looking for a certain length. Anytime it's a bit fuller, it seems like a half volley, but it wasn't that full.
So again, Court Babar Azam off the bowling of Freedy, and the West Indies are 4 for 1 at the moment. And Casey Carty is the new batsman.
Yeah, so just as we spoke about before we came on air, that whoever is the number 3 batsman and this West Indies team should be prepared, because we know that with the conditions here at the moment and the top class bowlers that the Pakistan team have, the number 3 batsman is practically an opening batsman in this game. So Casey Carty, he has some form at the moment. He's averaging around 49. So he's doing really well, and a lot will depend on him today to really stabilize the innings. As you know, this is not T20 cricket, it's 50 overs cricket. So there's a lot of time in this game. So the batsmen always need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's 300 deliveries to work with. And if you're an opening batsman or batting in the top order, that's what you're thinking. If I could bat 150 of those deliveries, you tell yourself you'll be close to 100, if not beyond 100 at that stage. And just a little delay there, but the sun is back with us now, Adrian, a good sign. And although there are some clouds, pockets of clouds about, but right now over the Brian Lara Academy, the sun is fighting to come out. But it really looks a picture perfect for cricket. The next delivery just outside, almost a similar type of delivery that got rid of Brandon King. Only this time Carty allows it to go, and that ends the first over. At the end of it, it's 4 for 1. So again, the West Indies going with Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Casey Carty, Shea Hope, Shafane Rutherford, Roston Chase, Romario Shepherd, Gudakesh Muti, Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals, and of course, young Blades, Jediah Blades, and Pakistan. They are going with, and Naseem Shah is going to take up the attack from the southern end.
So Naseem Shah, really kind of slingy action type bowler. And again, Evan Lewis taking the strike now from
2 slips in play.
the northern end. So
Very balanced field, you can see.
So here he comes now, as he comes racing in towards us, bowls on the legs, and Lewis is off the mark, just tucking it off his hips, square of the wicket on the onside, and is going to get a comfortable single. Talat forced into action there at short mid-wicket, and just the 1 run, so score pushes on to 5 now. And how important it is, you think, for the West Indies to really lay a good foundation here? Because I think we've reached a stage now where you have to understand how to kind of bat an innings, how to bat 50 overs. And first 10, of course, is kind of like there is a method. Some people tend to go hard. Some people tend to just preserve wickets and not lose too many in that. And we'll talk after this here. Shah again bowls, and that's a lifter. Carty does well to just get the glove out of the way, just off his chest, and it just seems through to be taken by the keeper.
yeah, as you mentioned, Ruskin, it's important. I'm pretty sure that the team, West Indies team, they would have targets. So in the first 10 overs, you know where you need to be with how many wickets lost by the end of 20, 30, 40. So it's an actual structure. So the both players, they would know what target are they looking for after 10 overs. So 1 wicket down, they know how many runs they need to be. But it's really to preserve wickets at this point of the game.
3 steps, they go down, and is again Shah right on target, generating a fair amount of pace. And of course, like we said, there are different schools of thought. Some people tend to go hard. They may sacrifice maybe 1, 2, possibly even 3 wickets in the first 10. But if they could get to 70, 80, at that stage, and others would prefer to get 50 or 60, but maybe lose 1 wicket and not have to try to.
I think
fight.
I believe with the latter.
And not have to fight, because when you lose wicket, you don't get it back.
No.
You can make up runs. Here he comes again, bowls, and again he's edging this one, but it went down, just going down, and luckily it didn't really go to hand. It was just angled down, and Babar Azam, who just took that catch to remove King, was almost in the money there again.
Yeah, that one there lift a bit on him. Nazim Shah, and that one taking the outside edge. So already signs of something happening here on this wicket.
Good bounce and good carry too. I'm surprised that one didn't go to hand, but I suppose he got on top of it, Carty, and although it hit the edge, he kind of helped it down. Lewis this time. He's turning one on the outside, and that too leaves the bat at a fairly awkward angle, and but it drops well short of Talat at mid-wicket, and they can't get a run.
Yeah, I think normally, like with the slip squadrons, they always, and the wicketkeeper always trying to get the distance right in terms of how far they need to be, because his pace was a bit changing a bit, because the first 2 deliveries was around 129 kilometers, and now it's up to like 135. So they need to get that correct distance, the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon.
Plus, they've done away with the extra slip for Evan Lewis. They had 3 for Carty, but they only have 2 for Lewis. 2 slips on a gully. They go down, and for this delivery, Lewis is on the front foot, pushing it, not really trying to strike it too hard, just pushes it into the offside, and that completes the over. 2 in the books, 6 for 1 at the end of it. So really and truly, when you think about it, here this is the ideal. This is the ideal start here. Carty 1, Lewis 1, King out for 4, and look at some of the spectators, no doubt very enthusiastic about these kind. I'm sure the players too would be happy to see. These West Indian supporters. They didn't get that kind of support in Fort Lauderdale, at Lauderhill. It was mostly Pakistani supporters there.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of persons. My sister actually lives 5 minutes from the ground there in Fort Lauderdale, Lauderhill Park, and she didn't even know it had a game. So, because the diaspora there is quite large, the West Indian diaspora, but for some reason, and Afridi bowls there and Carty hits that to the backward point boundary, and it's going to race pretty close, but the fieldsmen did really well there to stop it from going for 4, so they got 3 runs to Carty.
Yeah, that's a good delivery, and it's well played, because he didn't try to, again, he just opened the face of the bat. Didn't try to hit it too hard, but that's good fielding. Got his hand down quickly and kept it right. Saeed Ayub doing a good job feeling that point position just inches from the boundary to save a run, at least. I'm sure Shaheen Afridi would be happy with that. When you're a bowler, every run that is saved off your bowling is a big thing, and better yet, if you could take the catches that he provides, you'd be over the moon.
So Shaheen Afridi, they're getting a bit impatient with Evan Lewis getting his mark ready, but he's set now, and Afridi would be bowling his first delivery here to Evan Lewis, and he drives on the onside to mid-on, and he pushes quick for a quick single there, and they get it comfortably.
But again, it's another full toss that he didn't really put away, almost as he was trying to hit it a little too hard, and he struck it. And even that first boundary was a full pitch delivery on the pads. This one, Lewis again trying to maybe hit it past mid-on, almost as if the bat spun in his hand, and immediately you could see him asking for a new pair of gloves. So I don't know if that one is already a little bit moist in his hands.
It's really humid here, and Freddie bowls to Carty and outside off some, and he leaves that one, and it goes all the way to the keeper. So yeah, it's really humid. So that tends to play a factor too in the game. That humidity, it affects the swing, it affects everything. The way the ball goes through the air, and also the batsmen. They tend to have to change their gloves regularly. So
Because they're perspiring a lot.
that's right.
I'm always amazed. I see some players, but I don't know, they spray their hands, they put powder in their hands, they rub their hands in the dirt, and then put on the glove. I think that aids the sweating. That's another delivery that is pitched up, driven beautifully square. This one will get to the boundary. There's no pulling that back. And that's 4 more to Carty.
That's a lovely shot there by Carty. He is a really elegant batsman, especially those shot outside off stump. And we see Afridi there pitching that one up, looking for swing, but Carty just allowing the ball to come onto the bat, not even overhitting it. Beautiful square drive, and it goes all the way for 4.
Of course, remember there are fielding restrictions for the first 10 overs, so he can't just plug gaps now. The bowlers are the ones who's gonna have to tighten up as much as possible. There's a Freddie again. This one keeps a little bit lower. I don't think it touched the pad, but it seemed to die after it passed him.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of the T20 World Cup here last year. Remember how the bounce was very
It was
inconsistent.
different, but
so
it was a different wicket entirely.
Yeah.
That had plenty juice in it. I don't think limited overs cricketers really would have appreciated that wicket much at all, because it was so heavily in favor of the bowlers. That batsmen didn't have much of a chance, and they didn't care to either when they saw what the wicket was doing. This is different. Here's a Freddie now on the legs, turning this away. Is there a touch? There's a peeling, not out, says the umpire, unless it brushed the pad on the way through. But umpire Dayton Butler, and of course you're going to have to spare me with this one. Aladian Palika. That's the end of over number 3. It's 14 for 1. Because we have the benefit of a television replay here, we could see that the ball did brush the pad. Now, had they taken that upstairs, it would have been a wasted appeal. And I think they knew that it didn't touch the bat, but it did deflect off the pad, of the thigh pad, on the way through.
Did have a big deflection also. Yeah.
Nice take by Rizwan. Here is Shaheen on the pads again. This time they're peeling once again after striking Lewis on the pad. Probably just was falling over a little bit, Evan Lewis.
Yeah, definitely. You could see the intent that they are trying to attack the stumps of these West Indian batsmen. So, really important period of the game here for the West Indies. They would definitely need to consolidate. And one day cricket, you're always looking to get somewhere over 250 to even be in with a chance. So, for any chance of getting there, they would need to lay that foundation.
Here comes again, bowls. 3 slips this time. Again, he's on the body. They go for 1. They might be thinking of a second. They're going to have to hurry. Carty wants it. Lewis says no, and sends him back. And it looks like it would have been I'm not sure he'd have reached half pitch. Because it would have been very, very difficult indeed for him to make up that much ground. The throw was a good one, and that might have been curtains had he decided to go.
Yeah, I think Evan Lewis was not interested at all in that, and I think that was the right decision, because I think Carty would have been in trouble, even though he was interested.
Yeah.
But Evan Lewis made the right call. Now he's on strike to Nazim Shah. And he runs in here now. And Evan Lewis back drives that one. And they would be looking for 2 on the offside. And they come back comfortable.
Yeah, that's a good drive. Well, he was playing through the line. Again, not much movement, not much deviation off the wicket just yet. And so the batsmen are free to kind of go through the line, which is the custom with Evan Lewis. He's not afraid to go through the line, and then you see him just kind of standing up and playing it on the up, but he got on top of it and placed it nicely away from Babar Azam in the covers.
Shah bowls here, Lewis. And that one guides down to third man. It will just be 1 run. Total now 19 for 1.
Yeah, Ashraf coming off that third man boundary. There, they have a fine leg on a third man, so those are the 2 areas that they're protecting. And like I said, because they're attacking the stumps a lot, chances are it might hit the edge one way or the other. And those 2 fielders are probably going to come into play more often than not. Once the ball either hits the edge, whether it goes to hand or not, and there's a possibility it will go to either one of those 2 fielders like that. Sham, try again. Again, he's coming in, and this time the man at fine leg was sent squarer to sort of a backward square, and the ball was played fine where he was a short while ago, and well, a gift really. Because I can't believe you have a bowler bowling at that speed and you don't have an orthodox fine leg for him.
Yeah, definitely. So 4 runs. Kati, he would be happy with that. He moves on now to 13. So 3 fours in the innings so far. So the West Indies going along really well. 23 for 1. So Shah to Kati. That's plays a defensive shot there, and that's the end of the over. And it's 23 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, so 23 for 1 after the 4th over. It represents good steady progress by the West Indies, and just under 6 and over. So they no doubt know exactly where they want to be. 76% humidity, winds at about 11 kilometers per hour. And 32 degrees.
It feels hotter than that,
Yeah.
according to the field.
Because there's a bit of breeze here.
Yeah,
And,
it's actually,
so
yeah.
especially coming over from that Princestown region there, it probably helps a lot. Afridi will try. He has 2 slips now for Lewis, and he's striking him on the pad, and there's a loud appeal from the bowler in particular. Too much height there. I don't think he was supported in the field by his teammates.
Yeah, so definitely again we see they are really attacking the pads of Evan Lewis. They know he's very strong outside off stump, and they are not planning to give him any room whatsoever. So good plan here by the Pakistani team, but the West Indies team here are really holding on. Trying not to lose any more wickets, but still getting the odd boundary here and there.
Yeah, and there are gaps in the field, so there are ways you can manipulate the ball into those gaps. Lewis again almost losing his foot in there, and trying to turn it on the onside. He did turn it, but you could see he lost his footing, and still scratching away at that crease.
Really good sunshine here at the Branlara Cricket Academy, so doesn't look like we'll have any more interruptions as of now, but that could change really quickly.
Yeah, well, once you say cricket, you just have to put the 3 stumps in the ground, and rain somehow finds a way. Here's a short ball pulled away nicely. That's gone all the way by Evan Lewis. Over deep square leg for 6 runs, the first maximum of the game.
Typical Evan Lewis shot. Helps it over the square leg boundary. Afridi, you could say it's first short delivery And Evan Lewis right away latches on for 6 runs and helps it all the way to that boundary. Hits it against the breeze, but the breeze didn't have a chance with that 6.
Yeah, that's a shot, and he intentionally got under it. Yeah, he never tried to get over it to try to keep it down, and he just went up and over. And when I say up over the man at square leg, and a couple of meters behind him as well. So it was very well played, and as I said, the boundaries are in a little bit here. They're not the biggest boundaries. Afridi will try again, Lewis, this time. Respects a good delivery. Just plays it back along the wicket, and the bowler in his follow-through does the fielding.
So the West Indies now moves on to 29 for 1 and 4.4 overs. So going really well here, and they would expect this partnership here now to keep building. We're in the first power play, so 2 fielders alone are allowed outside. So yes, you need to consolidate, but at the same time, you need to get the scoring rate going.
Yeah, let's see what Afridi has now. Still 2 slips. As he pitches it outside the off stump, and again, he takes a second bounce before it gets straight over his one. So it's a kind of a 2-pace wicket. I'm not sure how you could read that, because I think Lewis played one that kept very low. He left one, or Carty rather, left one in the previous over that bounced about twice before it got to the keeper. This one bounced a second time before getting through to the keeper, but those were like off the stumps, so far. So maybe that's where the variation of bounces as opposed to being on the wicket. Because if it starts to do that on the wicket, that's another problem for the batsman. Here's another one right on target. And Lewis again hitting the outer portion of the bat and squeezes it out square on the offside. The end of the over, and at the end of it, it's 29 for 1 now after 5.
So Evan Lewis on 11, Carty's on 13. So at the end of 5 overs, 29 for 1. So the West Indies moving along really nicely. And Nazim Shah continues from the southern end. He has 3 slips. And a 50 overs game, we don't see that much. But he bowls now to Carty. And he plays that one, and he gets a tick outside edge, and it goes down to third man for 1 run, and it brings Evan Lewis on strike.
Well, again, he was kind of reaching for that delivery, which is a little bit unusual because he's playing a little bit away from his body and really searching for the delivery outside the off stump. And again, it's a delivery that he could easily leave because it's not going to hit the stumps. And but he's so committed to playing the ball through the offside, and with the additional slip fielder there, they're hoping that he plays that shot, and he almost gave them the chance they were looking for.
So Shah bowls to Lewis, and he sort of traps him there on the pad, but clearly outside the off stump. So no run added to the total.
So again, Lewis playing slightly across the line. Maybe that one deviated a little bit off the wicket, but he just kind of played across it, a little around it slightly, and missed it, got struck in the pad, but didn't really go up in a big appeal. Now they only have just a 1 slip, so they're persistent with the fine leg and the third man, but they have a nice little ring and a short mid-wicket as well.
Evan Lewis leaves that one outside off stump. So interesting field placing. As for Carty, they have 3 slips, and for Lewis they have 1 slip. So, and he pushes that one outside the off stump. So they know Evan Lewis, he loves that pull shot, and he's also a good player on the offside too. So Really trying to play with the mind. They have a square leg and mid wicket, a mid one. And he bowls now, Shah to Lewis again. And defensive shot, no runs.
He thought about a quick single there and then realized that it was traveling much too quickly for them to even attempt a run there. That would have been a little bit of a suicide that they're going for that quick run. You look at some of the players, their shirts are just kind of rustling. So there's a little bit of breeze about for them. But like I said, it's nice and cool. These are excellent cricketing conditions, especially for bowlers, where the sun isn't sapping energy out of you. Shaw again bowls on the legs, where again Lewis likes to walk across his stumps and play towards leg. And he did it well enough, but I'm sure the Pakistanis will be hoping that he misses one.
So the current run rate, after 5.5, the West Indies are going at 5.37. It's a 50 over game, so not bad for the loss of one wicket. 30 runs, so
Yeah, it was 4 for 1 when they lost that first wicket.
Shah bowls to Lewis here and plays it defensively on the offside. Carty there looking for the quick single, but Evan Lewis not interested. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 30 for 1.
Actually, I think they have another.
Oh, wait.
They should have another ball.
Okay. It's a no ball.
Yep.
Yep.
And a free hit.
So a bit of excitement here. The crowd actually is cheering the free hit, which a really big no ball. As we see the replay, and this free hit really injects a bit of excitement into these games, because sometimes a 50 overs game sometimes could just be going through the motion, and all of a sudden there's a free hit and the whole momentum of the game changed. So a free hit here, listeners. Evan Lewis on strike. Nazim Shah is bowling from the southern end. He bowls here to Evan Lewis. And Evan goes, but it goes up into the air. It will just be 1 run. So the free hit, he hits it straight up into the air, but it will be 1 run. A spectator's catch.
So that ends the over eventually at 32 for 1 now after 6. So at 32 for 1, the West Indies. I remember the man out is Brandon King. He went for 4. Caught by Babar Azam. Off the bowling of Shahid Afridi for Shaheen Afridi for just 4. One lovely flick off his legs that got him a boundary, but then he got out shortly after that. And these two have since been soldering around 28 runs added so far for this second wicket. And Adrian, as you said, to try to preserve wickets at this stage and not allow them the opportunity. Here's another one. That's not a bad delivery at all. Just touching down outside the off stump. Evan Lewis got close to it, but then elected not to play.
Yeah, definitely. Evan Lewis is one of those guys, if you allow him to get set, I believe Evan is one of those guys that when he scores big. He goes into the big 50s, big 100s. So the Pakistan team will know that Evan Lewis is a very, very dangerous batsman. You don't want him to get set, because if Evan is set, you're in for some trouble when those spinners come in. So he bowls to Lewis, a quick single there, and they will get it at the end. But really good batting there from the West Indies, getting those singles. We know that singles and rotating the strike has always been a problem for the West Indies team, and we see the intention here.
Well, they've been, I suppose it's been drummed into their heads time and time again that, you cannot hit every ball for a 6 or 4. There's a thing called a single or 2. And those are important as well. As what we used to say in school all the time, little, one by one you could fill the basket, and so this is kind of like, it's almost like they have to reintroduce that to some of the West Indian batsmen, just to get them to understand what they can do without that. On the pads again, that is fine. That is going to go very fine. They might get a second one, but they decide against it this time. But it's good to see them at least taking the opportunity to get the quick singles.
Definitely. So, as we were looking at the rankings, the ODI rankings, the Pakistan team is currently ranked at number 4 in the world in ODI cricket, and the West Indies is at number 10. So, definitely something to play for in this series here, because the West Indies would definitely be looking to get up into the rankings. The Pakistani team would be trying not to lose against the West Indies. It will definitely affect their standing in that number. Yep. And that overall will affect your World Cup qualification, the 50 overs World Cup. So a lot to play here for these two teams.
Really bowls a short ball, and you could see that ball pitch and move. Wasn't well directed, but it's called a wide now, so it took a little while, and because it just kept going, and but he really banged that one in. Probably just trying to see what he can get out of the wicket. Sometimes, some of the bowlers are so cunning. The two things he's doing there, he's testing the umpire to see if he would call it or not. And he's also testing the wicket to see how it will respond to short balls in the future. So now that he has a clear idea that the umpires will call the short balls or the wides, and the wicket still has some juice in it, that's a great shot. Hit straight over the bowler's head, but he doesn't time it all that well. And they're going to have to hurry for the second run. He does get there, but you could see he hit it straight over the bowler's head. And normally you would think he would get, full value for a shot like that, but he didn't time it all that well. And he got 2 runs in the end.
Yeah, we see the little bit of inconsistency in the wicket there, where that one looked like it held up a bit, because it wasn't a slow ball, and it just sort of hit awkwardly on the bat, but straight safely. That's the good thing about hitting straight. There's nobody over the bowler's head or behind the bowler, so safely it falls and he gets 2 runs.
Yeah, it's almost, I felt the bat kind of turned in Lewis's hand as well as he was trying to go through the line again.
Ooh.
And that's a quicker delivery right on target, and get your toes out the way, Evan. The Yorker delivery right up in the block hole.
Yeah, really good delivery there by Shaheen Afridi. The perfect one-day delivery in the block hole, but well defended there by Evan Lewis. He did well to get the bat down. But the Pakistan players I saw in their training session, and when the bowlers were doing their bowling drills, they were actually bowling to that Yorker length. They had a target at the Yorker length. So we would see a lot of those Yorkers as the game go along.
Yeah, and that's a delivery that you have to practice as well. Here is a free. He bowls again, pitches up, turns on the onside. He's going to get 1. He might get a second run if he hurry. He has to hurry, and he will get there too. That's very good running. And the man coming in from deep backward square never really had a chance of denying him that second run. So Lewis goes quickly on to 17, 15 to Carty. And as over number 7 comes to an end, it's 39 for 1. So that's the end of the over. And Saim Ayub is into the attack almost immediately.
He bowls to Carty there, and that one drifts away from the right-hander. So off spinner, but he gets it to drift slightly away from Carty. So Guess with a slight breeze. Oh, it's actually a leg break.
Yep, he's a leg spinner. Yeah, he will create some problems. But Carty's a decent player of spin bowling. But I'm sure this is something that the West Indies would have spoken about.
He actually runs in like a off-break bowler. And then at the last moment, he bowls both, exactly.
He just has the one slip. And he's again bowled short, handled into the cover, but nicely fielded there. And for a moment there, he looked like he was going to get it through, but Babar Azam looks very sprightly in that extra cover region there. And if you look at that field, there's a short third man, a backward point, a cover, square, and an extra cover. 4 players in close proximity there. Again, driven into the offside, but he can't get a run.
Yeah, tight offside field here, and we actually seen spin already, which is an interesting sign. The first day of this ODI series, and we're already seeing some spin. So, good signs for the spinners also.
And here he is again trying to get that one through, and that's the combination we were talking about. The 2 fielders within, very close to each other, Shaisha Afridi, and also covering there was Talat. So they're trying to plug the gaps. They almost ran into each other. That could have been so serious.
Yes. So really tight over here so far. 5 dot balls from it. So he's approaching a maiden. And that's a maiden over here. The 8 over. And at the end of 8 overs, it's 39 for 1. Carty's on 15. Evan Lewis on 17. The current run rate is 4.8. So West Indies going along well. They're not losing any wickets, which is important. We have gotten used to seeing that over the years with wickets falling early. But it's good to see this partnership building here between them. They have a long way to go. As we know, it's a 50 overs game. And with 50 overs, there's a lot of middle overs between the 10th and the 40th over. You have 30 overs that basically the game, you could basically just bat and bat and bat during that period of time. With 4 fielders.
Set up the game, set up the game nicely there. Well,
That's
not too
right.
surprisingly, Naeem Shah has been brought from the top end as Afridi gets a breather. And so we'll see how he manages at this top end. Well, the crowd continues to grow steadily, not by the thousands, but people are still trickling in here as they come to see some international cricket at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, that's the good thing about the day-night game, is that you have enough time to make your way down here even after work. So you could even come down here after work.
He is now pitching up, driven
And
brilliantly.
that's 4 runs.
That's 4 runs. From the moment it left the bat, you could just see Evan Lewis picking it up and just one sweet swing of the bat. And it just sped past the man at mid-off. There was a man fielding at mid-off, and that ball didn't pass more than about 2 or 3 meters to his left. But he never really had a chance at it.
Yeah, when Evan Lewis hits it, it stays hit. That's one thing. He's a powerful man. He's short in stature, but when he hits it, it stays hit.
43 for 1 now. Shah probably doesn't like it for bowling from this top end. Hold on, this time Lewis covers up and he gets a nice cheer from the crowd.
Better line and length there from Shah. The first one there was a bit full. Definitely right in the arc for Evan Lewis to drive straight down the ground. 43 for 1. So sun now coming out a bit. You could actually see. Have to put on my shades. So it's really getting bright here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, which is good.
Well, let's see what he goes now. He runs away from us now, boys, and Lewis again is in behind it. Thought for a moment about a single, and then at the last minute decided against it. Once again, Babar Azam comes flying in from mid-wicket. That might have just changed their minds just that little bit. He looks very sprightly in the field, in the outfield. And there's so many, so many of these guys were captains. They lost the captaincy, they got it again, and they lost it again. For sometimes not even cricketing reasons. It's for all kind of different reasons, but they're there fighting, and you're seeing the leadership in him out in the field right now. Lewis again. This time he's going to go for the quick single. He takes on the arm of Shah Afridi, and he times it beautifully because it's almost like he picked the right fielder because he's not the quickest of movers. Plus, he's a tall man, and he had to go a long way down to get to that ball. Immediately on playing it, you see he was on the move.
Yeah, and that's it, the good thing about being a powerful batsman like Evan Lewis, because the fielders normally tend to hang back a bit on the 30-yard circle. So anytime Evan kills the ball on the pitch, he knows it's an easy single.
So he goes on by 1-22 now. Carthy, who's on 15, comes on strike. It's 44 for 1, going over number 9. And he's with him now. Short ball. Carty's trying to get on top of it and just try to help it along. And he's kind of punching like his ribs or something. I don't know if it hit the rib and the glove, but he seems okay. One more to the score, to 45.
So the run rate now 5.9. So no big worry yet with that run rate. So just a missed time there as he played that pull shot there, Carty, but it gets him a single. So it's good to see the West Indies team getting those singles. It's really, especially when you have a left-right combination, it really helps to throw off the captain. And that one there, it's clipped down the fine leg, and that's 4 runs to Evan Lewis.
Yeah, that's a gift outside of his legs, and he just had to turn it. Again, the man at fine leg is more square leg than he is fine leg, and he never had a chance of getting to that one. And 4 good-looking runs, in fact, 4 easy runs for Lewis. The second boundary of the over, and Shah is not happy. 49 for 1 now after 9.
Yeah, and that's the good thing about Evan Lewis. When you're a strong player on both sides of the pitch, the bowler, you don't know if the bowl wide, you do not know if the bowl straight. And you see Nazim there getting 2 straight. And an easy 4 runs for Evan Lewis. They had to tickle it down to the boundary there. So Ayub now continues from the southern end. And he bowls for Carty. Very tight offside field, as he's predominantly a leg spinner. And he mixes it up. And he bowls for Carty. And guides that one beautifully. A late cut. And that's one running away. And no, it's stopped. Really close, and they're coming back for the third. I think the umpires will have to check that there. I think he saved it, but the umpires will take a check at that.
So they got 3, and that will bring up the 50 for the West Indies. 52 now. Very delicate little chop on the part of Carty, but he did well to stop it and avoid crashing into the boundary boards before releasing the ball. And so they'll get the 3 runs. So that will take the West Indies to 52 for 1 now. Carty is up to 19. Lewis is 26 as we start over number 10.
So the last over in the first batting power play. So Lewis now on strike, who's really getting his touches here. And back-footed that one there, but straight to the fielder. Looks like Baba Azam.
He was trying to force that through the offside there. Didn't really find a gap. Probably didn't hit it as well as he wanted to. Had he hit it a fraction either to the left or to the right, he might have had some more runs. In fact, might have had a boundary.
Evan Lewis pulls, and he pulls well, but well fielded there. On the deep mid-wicket boundary, they will be coming back for a second.
Talat again doing good work out in the deep. And cut off a certain 4 there.
Yeah, long hop there by Yahoo. And he got away there with that delivery. But in some cases, it's better not to hit it too good, Because sometimes when you
Yes.
hit it too good, it goes straight down the throat of the fielder. So well controlled by Evan. Sweeps
again-
there and 4 runs.
You're flirting with danger when you attack his pads, and he will feast on that, and the crowd loving it here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy as Lewis and Carty put on a 50-run partnership, and they just continue to soldier on here now.
Yeah, and that's a really good shot there. It's always good to play that sweep shot to the spinners because it always it really throws off the spinner in terms of his length. And Evan Lewis is a really good sweeper. Evan Lewis is actually batting in his backyard here at the Branlar Cricket Academy. He plays that one down to long off, back drives, a single. He moves it to the 3 now. Score is now 59 for 1.
Again, you can see him standing up tall and trying to, play it off the back foot through the offside. Again, didn't play it as well as he would like. Kind of hit the toe of the bat, and as a result, he didn't get any power into it, and some of the direction was lost as well.
You bowl Sakati drives and misfield, but good recovery there from the supporting fieldsman. And
Talat again doing
Yeah.
well, coming around there. That ends the over, and so that's the end of the power play. 10 overs completed. The likes of Dr. Tim Gopi Singh watching on the cricket action here as well. 59 for 1 after 10. 33 to Lewis and 19 to Carty.
it's really fans here in Trinidad and Tobago would be really happy after watching the Australia series. We didn't have any games for those series, but getting some cricket here in Trinidad and Tobago. It was really nice for the West Indian fans in Trinidad and Tobago to get some cricket in just before the CPL, which starts in a few days, maybe a week's time. So that's not sure if that is the drinks break, but Evan Lewis there getting some treatment at the moment. So good start for the West Indies. After 10 overs, 59 for 1. And joining us here, Dylan would be sharing the mic with us, myself and Ruskin, and we'd love to hear from him this afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Hope this finds you well. Great start for the West Indies after that early wicket, as you would have alluded to. 59 for 1 after the power play, so going at a pretty good run rate. Lewis and Casey Carty would be a key partnership here. Casey Carty, as you would have seen just a bit earlier, when you were looking through some stats, would have been the second highest run scorer since the last World Cup. Great average as well. Had a series against Ireland earlier this year where he would have scored 2 mammoth centuries. Of course, West Indies would have come out that series with just 1 win. Only win in this format for the year. And as we would have looked at the rankings earlier as well, need to move up that rankings to stand a chance of automatic qualification for the World Cup. So key series for West Indies from that perspective, and Pakistan as well, winning just 1 game this year against South Africa at home. Also be looking for a bit more rhythm in this format. Sufyan Mukim now entering into the attack from the northern end into his 4th one-day international game.
Yeah, so another bowling change here, and no surprise because the rate that Evan Lewis is going at the moment, the Pakistan team need to be very, very careful, because if this man gets away here at this Brian Lara Cricket Academy, he normally goes for a really big score. He's one of those players. Once he gets sets, he could score big, and when I mean big, he could score a big 100 here. So Mukim bowls to Lewis, and he works this one into the leg side there to the deep back in front of square for 1 run.
Nicely worked away there from Lewis, just trying to get back into the rhythm of things after that short break. Bit of running repairs for him. Brings Carty on strike now. He's on 19 from 23. Pretty well spread field now coming out of the power play.
Mukim bowls Sakati and just plays that one defensively, and another quick single there. So good running here by the West Indies team. It's really good to see the running between the wickets, because in between those boundaries, the West Indies team do not have a problem hitting boundaries. The problem that West Indies batsmen have is rotating the strike. So once they fill that void, it's very easy to get big scores in one day cricket. And he bowls again to Lewis, and he pulls down to the square leg boundary there. So another run to Lewis.
Yeah, the run in between the wickets has been quite intense throughout this inning so far. I think at times throughout the T20 series wasn't quite on par, and it has been a consistent criticism of West Indies players. Always want to keep that momentum going after the power play. Mukima again, and dab down to that fielder there at that short third man. Another
run.
single.
So Mukim, really quick type back of the hand bowler, left hand back of the hand. It really rushes on. He in that T20 series he bowled really tight, back of a length but skiddy. So it's really tricky sometimes when a bowler is bowling back of a length, but it's skidding one also. It could really surprise you. So he bowls there to Lewis. Lewis pulls, and Lewis pulls big, and it goes to 6. Big 6 there over mid-wicket for Evan Lewis.
Well, we've already seen him unleash that shot a few times today, and it's one of his favorites over the leg side, pulling it in any region really. And he does that yet again against the breeze, not knowing which direction the ball may have gone. Sufyan in his first over, but so nicely timed, 75 meters, and requiring a bit of recovery for that ball, and has been recovered now, and just taps that one to short extra cover. Dot ball to end the over. It's 69 for 1 after 11. Carty on 21 and Lewis on 41.
Yeah. So West Indies going well, 69 for 1 after 11 overs. We see the atmosphere here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy is really alive. Some fans here is really coming in. We expect the crowd to build up as the day goes along, as it's a day-nighter. So this game started 2 o'clock, but it will go all the way into the night. And the fans here are really, really happy for what they are seeing so far.
Change of the bowler again. Salman Aga coming into the attack. So another sort of part-time option. Him and Ayub would probably make up just over 10 overs. Starts with a wide. Wide down the leg side against Carty.
So some turn here already from Aga. Goes down the leg side.
And this time, quicker delivery towards Casey Carty. Wasn't able to get bat on that. Just rushed him, it seemed.
Yeah, really quick delivery there by Aga, sorry.
And again this time, just that extension of the defense from Carty. Guided towards cover for one more. Score moves to 71 for 1. Brings Lewis on strike now.
So I think they would be really hoping that Aga here could maybe try to hold things back here with Evan Lewis as the off spinner here to Evan. So Evan now having to hit against the spin if he has to do anything.
Yeah, this time again, Lewis just trying to turn it to backward square, but was nicely on it. Dot again. And it does seem like the plan, bringing the off spinner into the attack, a targeted plan to Evan Lewis. This time turned away. This time beats the fielder, so adds one more to the total for Evan Lewis.
Yeah.
Carty back on strike now.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Evan Lewis now. He's already set, so he's done most of his work, which would have been in the first power play, and now he could just relax through the innings now, through in this middle phase.
Carty plays this one straight back at him, and he sneaks a quick single. Fielder does a good job coming around from mid-off there. Looks like Fahim Ashraf.
So really not bad running here by the West Indies team so far. So 4 runs off the over. Still 1 delivery in it. So no boundaries off the over, but those singles are really important.
Final delivery of the over. And just delicately playing it down, Evan Lewis. Got to finish, 73 for 1. Lewis on 42, and Casey Carty is on 23. Now 12 overs having been completed. Casey Carty would probably feel quite confident about the foundation that he would have in this innings as well. A few times throughout that previous series against England, you feel like he might have come in a bit too early. Didn't get the right sort of platform like he would have gotten against Ireland. So, seems right in his wheelhouse, the game situation. Mukim will continue. 2 fielders deep in the leg side. And defended from Carty. Wanted to sneak a quick single, but quick to that fielder at cover.
So Carty there playing this really good supporting role with Evan Lewis. Because Evan Lewis is going really well. So Carty's really trying to anchor this innings here for the West Indies.
Mukim again. Casey Carty plays that one to the fielder at point, but no run.
So this anchor role is very important. And in 50 overs cricket, someone has to bat through the innings.
And again, a pretty full delivery this time from Mukim. Played straight to mid-on. Just having a bit of a chat with Mukim there is Babar Azam at sort of between mid-on and mid-wicket. Again, another dot delivery, so 4 dots on the trot. Same thing we were discussing just a few overs ago. You were running well to him, and now Mukim has sort of hit back with some better lengths. More pressure. This time wide and quick, and too quick for Casey Carty. Went straight to Mohammad Rizwan. Look for certain that it was a quicker delivery he was attempting there, and it came out quite well. This time again wide-ish and cut through point. Is it going to race towards the boundary? Well, the fielder runs around and cleans that up quite well. They've one fielder in the deep on the offside sweeping. So 13 overs now. It's 75 for 1. Carty on 25 and Lewis on 42.
Yeah, so a good over there from Mukim. Only 2 runs off of it. So the spinners here trying to pull the game back a bit. That is the thing with when you have spinners on the attack, they tend to get the overs through quick. Before you know it, 10 overs. Before you know it, 20 overs when these spinners, because they really get the overs through quick. So it's just something that the West Indies batsmen have to keep in the back of their mind. Don't allow these spinners to just keep coming at you. Sometimes you need to break it up, come down and talk to each other. Don't let those overs go through too quickly.
So Salman Aga again round the wicket, and Lewis plays it straight back to him. No run.
Yeah.
So
really, this could be a tricky part of the game here. And Lewis hits
Lewis
that
again.
one for 1.
So 1 more added to the total. Lewis played that one out to cover region for one. So 4 fielders in the deep sweeping cover and 3 on the leg side, equally spaced. And this time it's come off the outside edge of Casey Carty. It's run to the boundary. Did he pull it in time? We'll have to take a closer look at that. They're still running rampant. We'll just have to have another look at that again. Looked like it was Hussein Talat with an effort on the boundary. Left his cap across the boundary line as well.
Yeah, so Carty going for a big drive through the offside there, but picking up the edge and 4 runs. So 4 runs to Casey Carty, and he would have to go back on strike now.
It was a really difficult one there for fielder Talat. He was the only one who was chasing after it. Just didn't get there in time. Carty certainly gave it everything.
So Casey Carty, the only international player from St. Martin for the West Indies cricket team. So really big achievement for him, and now being in the West Indies setup, batting at number 3.
And they certainly earmarked him as a number 3 that they want to stick with for a while. Started off his career a bit lower down the order and made his way up, showed his real discipline batting in that position. Looking to just turn the strike over, plays that one towards a short mid wicket. Babar Azam. This time a bit squarer, able to pierce the gap through the leg side and then bring one more run to Casey Carty. 81 for 1 the score.
Evan Lewis 7 runs away from another half century, but he wouldn't be thinking about only a half century here. He would be thinking big, because he has a big stake to claim again in this West Indies setup.
And this time, final delivery of the over. Pitched on a good length, off spinner's favourite sort of length, and defended by Evan Lewis, 81 for 1. The score remains at the end of 14. Casey Carty on 30, and Evan Lewis is on 43. So
6 runs off that last over, so better going here from the West Indies. They realize that they are not going to allow these spinners to just suffocate them or suffocate the scoring. They know they have to get the scoring going. They have to rotate the strike, bring the left and right hand combination into play.
Mukim again. Very full delivery. Almost yoked Casey Carty as he tried to drive at that. Certainly bowls at a good pace. There's Mukim, that one at 87. Just at that pace that's quite troublesome. And this time it's a full toss, a low full toss, goes up in the air and it's taken the catch. His slipper's taken the catch. Casey Carty, what have you done?
And that's the end of Casey Carty there. Really poor shot from him. And, it was just a full, quick delivery. I think it was sort of looked like premeditated a bit, not sure, but just looks a bit lazy. But pays the price at the end, and that's 2 wickets down for the West Indies. Now it's 81 for 2. Very unnecessary wicket there. He looks very, very, very disappointed. He goes for 30, and it brings in now Shea Hope, the captain, and that's the drinks break here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So 81 for 2. Evan Lewis will be joined by Shea Hope after this drinks break. So we'll also take a short break and be back with you for more action. Just completed the first drinks break in the first innings of this first one-day international between West Indies and Pakistan. West Indies losing their second wicket just before that drinks break. Their score stands at 81 for 2. Evan Lewis on 43 at a runner ball, joined by captain Shea Hope, who now strides to the crease. Shaheen Afridi and Sufyan Mukim with the 2 wickets so far. Shaheen 1 for 25 from 4 overs. Naseem Shah on for 23 from his 4 overs. Saeem Ayub 2 overs, no wicket, 10 runs. Sufyan Mukim within his 3rd over that he's about to continue, 1 for 12, and Salman Aga none for 10. So really just one frontline spin option from Pakistan in Mukim. Aga and Ayub mostly part-time options, but work very hard on their bowling, and they have taken wickets consistently. Is certainly a feature of Pakistan cricket. You think back to Mohammad Hafiz, Shoaib Malik. You always have those part-timers who and certainly give you more than what you ask of them. So Mukim continues. Shea Hope off the mark right away as he plays that one to the cover sweeper.
So really good to see Shea Hope here. I'm sure the crowd would be excited to see him here to get a good score and take this West Indies baton, because a lot would depend on him. He has the support here of Evan Lewis, or he would be supporting Evan Lewis in this situation, because Evan is the set batsman. So he's usually the role of Evan Lewis at the moment, but now he's actually playing the supporting role to Evan Lewis.
Came to Lewis now and defended towards short extra cover. Babar Azam with a intensive throw, but weren't thinking of taking that run. Yeah, and you think of these two, they bat so well together. They used to open the innings in this format and had quite a bit of success. This time played towards mid-on. Quick single, and Shaheen Afridi direct hit, but was well home, was Evan Lewis. And you think as well that Hope would have moved down the order to try to get a bit more aggressive. Was always a slow starter in the opening position, and certainly grown into this role at number 4.
So Hope averages 49 in this format. Really good. He's almost like a one-day international bully at this format. So
again, quick single from him. Good running by these two. Well, there may have been a chance of a run out there, but this time was not direct hit from Shaheen Afridi. He's been in the action there at mid-on a few times this over. 15 overs now. It's 84 for 2. Shea Hope on 2 and Evan Lewis on 44.
Good quick single there by the West Indies. And again, having that left-hand, right-hand combination would only do better for the West Indies team. It wouldn't do as good for the Pakistan team because of that constant having to adjust the bowlers, the captain. It even tires out the fieldsmen too, because they always have to keep changing every minute, every second. So good insertion to have Evan Lewis there to break up that left hand, right hand, and break up the opposing team's tactics with that combination.
Yeah, it's always troublesome to have that left hand, right hand partnership. I think it's one of the reasons I might not have gone into cricket. The fielding, having to constantly switch over and keep track of those positions. Aga again, and nicely clipped from Shea Hope past a diving fielder there. That's Mohammed Harris off the substitute list, so someone is off the field at this moment.
Yeah, so Shea Hope is another good player of spin, as well as Evan Lewis. So it's always good to have batsmen in this middle phase, especially playing against a team like Pakistan to play spin well.
Aga again and came forward and defended that, killed that down right in front of him. Evan Lewis, we don't see that too often from him. But he certainly looked very adjusting to the scenario in this inning so far. Again, a good ball from Salman Aga. Good length, just a bit of turn away and played towards short extra cover. So halfway through this 16th over, Salman Aga none for 11, keeping things quite tight. Evan Lewis waits again. And again, a hat trick of defenses from Evan Lewis. Not wanting to give anything up, knows there's still quite a lot of time remaining in the innings, especially with the good start that they have. And well, seems as someone is walking across the side screen there in blue. It's a security guard just trying to rush through just as Salman Aga does through his over. Evan Lewis was having none of it. Many times would that have happened to you in your career?
Yeah,
Again, this time a bit streaky from Lewis.
yeah,
Came out the inside edge.
yeah, it's really distracting, as you mentioned, when someone is walking across the side screen. I remember Shrivnar in Chandapur, he was very miserable when it comes to that. Like, sometimes if someone is even moving outside of the area, he would get
And this
upset.
time cut powerfully but straight to the fielder at point. Dot to Evan Lewis. He stays on 44. Shea Hope is on 3 and the total score is 85 for 2 after 16.
So good partnership here that could develop for the West Indies team. Shea Hope, number 11 ODI batsman in the world. To me, I think he's better than that, but the ranking says, what it says.
Of course, the ranking also relies on the total amount of cricket being played. So,
Yeah,
of course, that same argument could be applied to the World Test Championship. Always have a better
Exactly.
chance of getting more runs or more centuries when you play more.
that's right.
Of course, Joe would go into number 2 in the Test match runs list. How possible would it be for anyone to pass him now unless you're from one of those big 3 nations? Change a bowler from the northern end. It's Fahim Ashraf into the attack. And starts off on a back of a length. Just reaching his hands out, Shea Hope. No run.
So at the end of 16.1, seeing there that from our replay that a bit of a wobble seam or cross seam. So what tends to happen is that the ball grips into the pitch a bit and it affects the bounce.
Again, similar sort of length, but more competently played by Shea Hope down to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Apart from that deep fielder in the offside, there's also a deep point, deep third man sort of fielder, also sweeping in that region. Onside, pretty much a mirror image in the deep. I think Fahim Ashraf would be very effective on this sort of wicket. Has quite a bit of change-ups. Also does hit the seam quite well once he gets it right.
Yeah, I think it's perfect conditions for a bowler like that. Being able to mix it up. It already has a bit of unpredictability, the pitch. Oh,
And well, Evan Lewis, 3rd time he's done it today. Shorter this time from Fahim Ashraf. And Evan Lewis gets to his 50 in style. 50 off of just 50. Deliveries for Evan Lewis. And to the crease. 150 for 4. Hope onto the 2 and chase on 8.
That's because he's playing the ball. He's standing up straight and playing the ball. So the ball is, once it jumps, he's really not in a position to cover it as well. He's just playing with his arms. And invariably he's going. There's a great man, Brian Lara, at the venue here today. And of course, part of that emergency meeting for West Indies cricket with some of the other greats, including Clive Lloyd.
Salman Aga again. She Hope just plays that one down to long on. 1 run.
Yeah, those are the gaps. Those are the areas where you would, you have to milk the bowling, especially if you can't get on top of them. Then you try to figure out where you could put the ball to get a single, at least almost every delivery. And once Roston Chase understands that, he too could start just hitting the ball into those gaps and keep the scoreboard ticking over until he could uncork another reverse sweep or 2.
Few changes to the field actually. He's sent out that backward point and brought the long off up to mid off. So he wants him to try to go up and over that offside there. Chase decides to sweep though. And it's a quick single. Not too sure if he got any bat on it. Did not.
Got a pad in the way, and but if the bowler is going to bowl there, then sure, go ahead and that's an orthodox sweep, not the reverse sweep that we showed earlier. Just go ahead and sweep because there's no deep backward square. In fact, he's forward of square.
And this time just tucked into the leg side. Wanted our run, was almost off for the run, but good effort in the field. They at backward point.
Babar Azam showing that he's still as sprightly as ever.
We're basically seeing Babar Azam and Shaheen Afridi doing the majority of the fielding.
This time, they
This
go
time
for
they
a single. And that's good running because I thought there was a single the ball before when Azam had to run to his right, dive, stop the ball just behind square. But that's part of the field. It's difficult for batsmen to judge the single, especially if you're standing at the non-striker's end.
Defended back to Salman Aga from Roston Chase. We saw that 150 come up just a while ago. First 250s would have taken 56 balls and third would have taken 62. So we just seen a bit of slowdown as well. Tuned into the leg side by Roston Chase. One more to his total. 30 overs now have been completed. Score 154 for 4. Shayup on 34. Roston Chase on 9. And Salman Aga finishing his quota of 10. 1 for 44. He'd certainly take that. Saim Ayub 1 for 34. 2 overs in his quota remaining. And with that, we'll have a change of voices here. It's none other than Adrian Barrett.
So as Adrian makes his way back here with us, got a bit of a breather. And so we're looking at Pakistan, though, trying their best here to keep things as tight as possible and to make sure that the West Indies don't run away with things here. 154 for 4, 30 overs. And Adrian, so far so good for the Windies. They haven't gone helter-skelter and they haven't lost their wickets, although we've had 1 or 2 soft dismissals. The first ball of a new over is just pushed back along the wicket to the bowler.
Yeah, I think they are going pretty well at the moment here. Once they don't continue losing wickets from this point.
Let's see what happens. And this one is turned away. He got into position quickly, kind of swept it, just kind of lifted it, exposed his leg stump. The bowler fell for it, and he just helped himself to a boundary. Just swept it kind of half-cocked. Didn't really give it the full swing, but placed it well for 4 runs. Roston Chase.
Yeah, well controlled shot by him behind square on the onside. Just helped it, and it gives him 4 needed runs to the West Indies.
So let's see what Ayub can do again. He's driving again, going through the line on this occasion, and not able to make contact.
Yeah, a bit of spin here on the wicket. You see the leg spin there, some big spin on this wicket here in the Brian Lara Academy.
Again on the back foot goes Chase, punches this one down to long off for a comfortable single. And that's more like it, not taking any risk. Don't give the bowlers a chance. 159 for 4 now.
Ayub here in his 9th over, so looks like he would be bowling out. 5 runs off this over, 5.18 the current rate.
And he's doing well. He's not costing his captain too many runs. He's been fairly consistent. You look at the flags fluttering in the breeze, almost fully stretched out. So there is a little bit of breeze around. Might give him a little bit of drift as well. And again, this one played down to long on. Once it passes the field at that straightish mid wicket, there it's another easy single to be had. And one more to the score. Takes it on now to 160 for 4 after 31.
So what total you think would be a good total here, Ruskin? It's not what you think West Indies could get, but what you think is a good total to defend on this.
Well, with 31 overs gone, you're probably looking. West Indies must be thinking 300 runs here now. You've seen what the wicket can do. There is some spin there, and the quicker bowlers are going to have to come back at some point. So you kind of licking your chops here to probably, go full assault at them. And but the spinners have done a good job for Pakistan. But I think the West Indies must be thinking 300, if not 320, when it's all said and done.
Yeah, definitely so. And Mukim replaces Agha now from the southern end, and he bowls to Hope.
And yeah, this one is placed again on the pads, just pushing it on the onside, and that's good batting by Shea Hope. There's a big gap on the onside. There's a fine leg, there's a square leg, forward of square, and there's a mid wicket. That's all the fielders, well, on a long on. So there are big gaps for him to find those areas there with the bowler coming left arm over. Again, this one should be a wide. It is. Signals a wide, but that was whipped in there quickly.
Yeah, Mukim is he's back of the hand, but he bowls really skiddy type bowler.
He tries again and bowls, and again he's trying on it. There might be some pad involved in that as well, as he was just trying to paddle it on the onside. The umpire says both bat and pad involved in that. So one more to Chase. Rustin Chase not afraid to play those little lap shots. He had a reverse sweep that came out of nowhere, got a boundary for it. Here's Chase now, or rather Hope, just turning this one square on the onside for a comfortable single. So these two have batted well together for a long time. They've known each other over the years, both from Barbados, so very familiar with each other's styles and running, although I still think there's some miscommunication with the running between the wickets. And this one, he backing away again, giving the bowler a chance there, and almost missed it completely.
Yeah, it's really awkward sometimes for a batsman batting a back of the hand bowler and bowling at that speed. It's not easy. So, because you don't know when he back pitches the ball if to go on the back foot, but he gets it to skid on. So it's a really awkward length, especially for a tall man like Chase.
Yeah. And he bats, he's sort of languid when he bats. He stands up. He's almost standing up straight. When I really think he should stay crouched, and that way he probably is closer to the ball. Here he's again standing up and turning it on the onside to get an easy single once more. And keep to do now at this stage of the innings. Probably thinking if these two could bat maybe close to 40 overs, it means they would have used up a good 10, 12 overs together. And, you know, if they should stay there, then the West Indies could be closer, could be well past 200. At that stage, the next delivery is just pushed up on the offside, no run. And the end of the over for Mokim, 1 for 20 from his four. It's 165 for 4 now after 32.
Yeah, so a bit of a partnership here developing. As you mentioned, both of them play for Barbados. They'll be playing list A cricket, first class cricket. And they will have sort of a understanding of each other. They should have. They play a lot of cricket together. So both of them, the way how our Caribbean cricket is made up from different islands, but within the team, we'll have players from the same islands who play together and stuff. So good opportunity here for Chase too to prove himself after the T20 series. So have Shepherd in next, then Moti.
So you have two captains out there, so they know what is required. You have your test captain, you have your red ball captain, and a white ball captain. So they know. In fact, they should be sort of processing the situation probably along the same lines. What is required, what the bowlers are trying to do, how you could counter it. And that's one way you could counter it. He goes right across the stumps again, swings towards the leg, gets it very fine this time. So Ruston Chase, a little bit risky, but he's getting away with it so far, playing across the line on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, it's always a good option to have that sweep shot, especially on a wicket that is spinning, because running down the track to try to hit the ball or get to the pitch sometimes could be risky.
Let's see what he does.
Drive
again
beautifully
over the top. Yep. And that's more like it. The 6 goes inside out and hits it well just past the man at long off. Again, Shaheen Charafridi trying his best over there, but to no avail this time.
Yeah, great shot here by Chase, hitting that one with the spin over cover and goes all the way for 76 meters, that one. And Shaheen Afridi trying to cut it off, but no chance.
So again, once you get the boundary, you could go back to taking the singles and keep the scoreboard ticking over. Or if you get something loose, well, then you try to punish that. The next delivery is pushed back on the offside. Chase goes to 24 with that 6. 37 to Hope. 173 for 4. There's a delivery on his legs, turned away, but again didn't take full advantage of it. And just whipped it through the onside. A quicker delivery. But there's just one man in front of the wicket on the onside there, and he couldn't get it past him, Babar Azam. And this time also can't get it past. So that one pushes up on the offside to end the over. 173 for 4. 32 to Hope, 24 to Chase. 33 overs gone.
So crucial part of the game here now for both teams. We in the 33 overs completed. So West Indies moving along nicely at 173 for 4. As you mentioned before, he said 300 runs, I believe. 300 runs on especially with Pakistan batting second, because at this ground batting second, especially in the night, it's a lot easier when you look at history to score runs, because the ball don't spin much. It comes onto the bat. The ball travels through the air much quicker also. So not sure if they could get it, but it's something they should be looking at.
This time, again, turning the ball just behind square, and you could see the indecision there in terms of the running as the ball was turned just slightly behind square. Neither batsman seemed committed to the run. although Ruston Chase looked like he wanted to come through, but Hope was uh, not too keen on it, so they stayed in their respective creases. Again, pushing up on the onside, back to the bowler it goes, no run. So good bowling this so far. Right on target, no Mukim.
Mukim still have 5 overs left after this.
He is again bowled, and this time hitting hard down to mid-off. Almost Talif there almost comes off his chest, Talat, but it keeps it in front of him, and there's no run. You could see like Shea Hope wants to break loose here, but he's just not getting anything to work with. The bowlers are very, very tight at the moment. Here he is again, and it's going to take a single. Just pushes this on the offside for 1, and can't get more than that. And just pushes it to the offside for another single. So the scoreboard just dot one, a wide 1. So no boundaries to write home about, other than that 6 we had in the last over. But they've been keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Let's see what he does here. This time he again striking him low down, but might have been starting just outside that leg stump. Quicker delivery once more. And he was as square as ever there, Ruston Chase.
Yeah, that quicker delivery there really outdone Chase. So have to get used to this guy. It's 2 more games after this. So he's after 5 overs, he's 21 runs, 1 wicket, Mukim, and at the end of the 34 overs, it's 174 for 4.
Yes, 174 for 4, and the players will get some refreshment. So we'll take a break, and we come back with more in a short while. With 34 overs completed, 174 for 4. Hope is on 39. And that is the latest here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So to welcome you back here to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where the West Indies are going along reasonably well. In fact, they're nicely placed at 174 for 4 after 34 overs. And that represents a pretty good score, punctuated by a gutsy innings of 60 from Evan Lewis. And skipper Ruston Chase is also eyeing a half century at this stage. We've seen some good bowling, Adrian. We've seen some good catching as well. But then we saw one or two really soft dismissals when you consider both, well, not Evan Lewis so much, but Casey Carty and also Shafin Rutherford.
Yeah, definitely. The Pakistan fielding coach and bowling coach at the moment would be really happy, especially there were a lot of chases to the boundary that they cut off, so they saved a lot of boundaries.
Yeah, looking at Ashraf is coming back into the attack, and his first over cost him 11 runs, so I think they're going to probably want to target him as much as possible and see if they can milk him for a bit. You know, when you get on top of a bowler, you don't want to bludgeon him out of the attack. You want them to keep him on for a while, and so just the accumulation of runs might work in your favor.
Yeah, definitely. They would be looking to target their bowlers that they would believe. Maybe Ashraf, this spell, they would see what they could generate from him in terms of scoring.
Yeah, that's the next delivery is a good delivery, quicker and bouncing a little bit higher as well, coming right up on top of him, forcing Chase to have to defend it. But Chase has to look now in terms of how quickly he can probably get at this bowling. He's up to 24 now from 30, so he's going at a good clip. Shea Hope is 39 from 52. But I think he would want Chase to probably take some of the pressure off by keeping the scoreboard ticking over at the other end. And there he is, again, not timing it very well, just pushing it into the offside, and came off the bottom of the bat, and they were able to amble a comfortable single as the ball rolled to the cover fielder.
Yeah, so Shea Hope on strike, he's 39 from 52 deliveries, so he's set here at the moment. So West Indies captain Darren Sammy will be happy with the captain at the moment in terms of his being set in this position of the game. No better person.
Yeah, Ashraf pitching up again to Shea Hope, who turns it on the onside for a comfortable single to mid-on, and so he's doing his part. He's trying to ensure that they don't lose too many wickets in this middle passage here, and so I think he's really throwing the gauntlet down to Chase now to see if Chase can't just free his arms a little bit here and give the innings a little push here now. This is all they need at this point in time. If they go at 9 and over, they could probably get to 3 something. And nice drive this time from Chase, and just pushing it down to the man at long mid-off, who does well. Again, Babar Azam coming tumbling to his left to make the save to keep it to just 1.
Yeah, so if they continue scoring at, let's say, around 7 runs on over for like the next 5 overs, and maybe try to go at 10 over in the last 10, because
so that would help.
yeah, that would help them
There's
to get
Ashraf.
close to that 300.
Yeah, Ashraf again on target this time, pushing it on the onside, but can't get it through. It's the end of a pretty good over, just 4 coming from it, and he has none for 15 from his 2. It's 35 in the books, 178 for 4.
Yeah, and a wonderful crowd, a wonderful size crowd here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. As you mentioned earlier, Ruskin, it's a beautiful day for cricket here, especially from what we would have saw yesterday. There was a lot of rain, but we are truly blessed to have great weather here at the West Indies this facility here, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So we encourage your fans to come down the academy if you have the time. It looks like a good game of cricket here today.
Yes, it is. And Pakistan, they're doing their part. Their bowlers are not allowing the West Indies to get away just yet. The West Indies are going to have to earn it. And this again is a little bit of miscommunication. Shea Hope didn't seem too interested in that one, but that was very well placed. Again, Shafiq had to run a long way to his right at short fine leg, and you can see Ruston Chase basically pleading with Shea Hope to take the single, which was well and truly on, and they eventually got it to push the scoreboard on by 1 to 179 now for 4. 40 to Hope, who's on strike. Chase is 27. Watches as Hope is driving into the cover. Nice tumbling save there, and but the batsman won't get a run.
Yeah, good fielding there in cover. So Hope 40 or 55 deliveries.
Yeah, he's been batting well. Here he comes again, bowls to Hope, and he's again not able to score. Nokim doing a very good job of mixing up his deliveries, but most importantly, he's attacking the stump, so he's keeping it right in front of the batsman. Hope is at the point now, and he's probably just going to try something big here. Has to be careful. And there he goes, trying to crash this one, but he plays it down to third man. There is a chance for a second, and they will get that too. And but again, you could see him throwing the bat at it, coming off the bottom edge of the bat, the toe end. And luckily for him, it went into the gap for 2. He's into the 40s now, 42.
Yeah, after two that deliveries there, you could see, the pressure is building now on the West Indies.
Let's see what he does with this one now. And again, he's trying to I thought he was trying to play through the offside, and then almost like if it turned and it came back at him. So he tried to make an adjustment and ended up playing a real nothing shot here. Keith was going across him, and he missed it. He missed it completely. So the timing was a bit off there. Luckily for him, it missed the stump as well. This delivery quicker, pulled away, down behind square. This one was in the air for a long while. He wasn't in control of it. And again, the running is not of the best, because that ball went all the way to deep square leg. The fielder had to come to his right, and they just seemed to jog a single and settled for 1. So 182 for 4 now at the end of 36.
Yeah, I think that they're running between the wickets, between Chase and Hope. It hasn't been the greatest so far. Hopefully they could get that communication going.
Which is surprising, given the fact they played so much cricket together at youth level in Barbados, at the national level for Barbados, domestic cricket, franchise cricket, playing with the West Indies across all formats. You would think you would understand what your partner likes to do, how he runs, how to get things going. But we'll see what happens. Let's see what happens with Ashraf now. He's back onto the attack as he goes racing away from us now, bowls, and Hope is coming in at him. Really started to move down the wicket to him, but turns it off his legs for an easy single. And the bowler probably saw him coming and just kind of dug it in a little bit shorter and limited his options to score. So one more to the total, 183 for 4 now.
And the Pakistan team really keeping it tight. The West Indies team just about 5 runs and over. They would be happy with that, with 4 wickets down. So West Indies, you could definitely see the urgency now. They know that the overs are starting to run down. And
there's a stifled appeal for a catch at the wicket. And because, again, he was trying to turn the ball on the onside and trying to scoop it. And but he missed it completely. He was way outside the off stump. And Rizwan is probably asking him, did you play it? Did you play it? And the batsman is probably telling him, take the review now, take the review. So they're having a big laugh about it. But he was way outside the off stump. Look at the ball, passed a mile away from the bat. But a typical bowler, he probably feels that it might have touched something on the way through. Well, let's see what he does now. Ashraf starts again, goes away from us now, bowls wide outside, well, short but high to the batsman who chops it down, had to jump and on his tippy toes really to kind of chop that one down to third man for an easy single. So he's mixing up his deliveries quite nicely. Pushing the score now to 184 for 4.
Partnership 48 runs from 68 deliveries. So continuing to get that partnership going, but they would have to up the ante now.
At some point, Ashraf though will try to do otherwise. Let's see what he does here, Bowles, and again, Hope can't get it away. Plays it on the onside, straight to the fielder at short mid wicket, and there's no run.
So Pakistan team, they would be quite comfortable if the West Indies score anywhere around 250, 275. They would think that is a gettable total here on this ground. So West Indies really need to get those extra runs because the Pakistan fielding has been superb. I believe they would have saved about 20 runs already.
Yeah,
since this game started.
Yeah. Ashraf now on his way, goes away from us. Down the wicket he comes once more, but he cannot get it past the bowler. You can see Shea Hope just being frustrated here by some good, accurate bowling. And they worked out their plans and they really put in pressure on him to invent run scoring at the moment.
Yeah. And that catch that Shine Afridi took to Evan Lewis, that really changed the game. Because if Evan was batting here still, we would have already been talking 3-something.
Yep, if Evan was around in the 30-something over, that would have been, sure, he alone would have been about 120, 130 by now. This one is pitched up and driven beautifully down to deep cover, but just a single. So the West Indies not able to really get at the bowling. Ashraf finishes his third, not for 18. It's 185 for 4 now.
So Mukim continues from that southern end. He has really caused some difficulty for the West Indies batsman. As mentioned, is really quick and skiddy. He bowls somewhere around 97 kilometers, and normally a spinner he bowls between 80 to 90 somewhere there. So as a batsman, seeing a bowler bowling from that short distance, it's not easy.
Hope is on 45. He waits, and here he is backing away, and that one pitched and left him. And you could see him. He had the hammer cocked, waiting to hit it, but it just bounced and turned away from him, and didn't give him any option to reach it. And Afridi thinking when he was probably going to come back. This time, Shea Hope goes, it's high in the air. The fielder is trying to get there, but I don't think he will. And it just bounces in front of him as running back from cover. And the batsmen are able to get the 2 runs. But that's the frustration part of it showing there for Shea Hope. Really just threw the bat at that one. And again, it pitched and left him. Luckily for him, he got enough bat in it to take it away from the fielder.
Yeah,
so 51 partnership, 73 balls. Shea Hope is on his way now. What can he do here now? Turns this one square the wicket on the onside, but he can't get it through. He remains on 47. So he's eyeing another 50. 3 runs away. Chases on 28. He's at the non-striker's end. He waits and looks and sees the next delivery, and Shea Hope is slapping this one down to mid-off, but again he can't get it through, and I think he wants a change of bat. Something is wrong with this one. I can't hit a boundary with this bat.
Yeah. It's one of those wickets that could have you thinking, you're not timing the ball properly because of the inconsistency in the bounce. So maybe he thinks is the bat, but sometimes it's just that awkward pace, change of pace, it's not coming on the way it's supposed to come. So a bit of a break here because of the change of bat.
Yeah, Hope isn't prepared to face another ball with that bat. You could see him. He looks at it, and it might have broken it, and so he's decided, look, I'm not even going to attempt another shot with that one. And then the 12th man runs on with about 2 new bats in cases. But you can see those are bats that he used already because they're taped up and everything already. So
Yeah. You normally have your number 1, your game bat, and then you have your next bat. You start grooming,
Yep.
and then you have one after that. So
Well, I saw a feature one time with Steve Smith, and he had like 20 something bats, and he could tell which bat is which. But he had well, of course, there's method to the madness.
Yeah.
And he had like a 6 hitting bat or set of bats. So those are like in the 16 to 24 range. Those are the 6 hitting bats that he had. And then he had the ones where he could hit boundaries. So that would be like 12 to 16. And he had his own methodology worked out. Here we get a resumption. And this bat is working because he gets an easy single as he pushes this one through to the offside, just backing away and helping himself to a comfortable single. One more to the score. He goes to 48 now. 188 for 4. The West Indies, now they dip under 5 runs and over. So this is really the critical part here now. They were going at about 5 over 5. In fact, it was up to 5-9 early on. And can they keep it going? And Ruston Chase, he too backing away, looking to punch it through the offside. Can't get it through. The end of the over 38 completed is 188 for 4.
So the run rate now just slips under 5 now to 4.9, which the Pakistan team would be really happy with that run rate. We know the conditions, the pitch hasn't been the best for batting. So sometimes you could just add 30 runs onto that total because of the pitch. But we know that batting here at the Branlar Cricket Academy in the night time could really be a bit easier. So we yet to see how that part of the innings would go. So we have a change of bowling. Shiner Freedy, he would be taking the attack from the northern end, and he has 6 overs left in him, and his figure so far is 1 wicket for 25 runs. He got the wicket of Brandon King, I believe was in the first over.
Yeah, caught Azam ball Afridi. It was 4 for 1 at that stage. He had just been struck for a boundary and he came back and got his man. He's from around the wicket this time, runs away from us, and again a delivery that didn't come up all that high, and Chase, or rather Hope, was jumping, so to speak, and just couldn't really attack the ball, just pushed it in the offside and no run.
Yeah, look like he changed the pace on that one a bit. And at this stage of the game, you would start to see the 2020 skills coming out. So it's interesting to see how each format of each game could actually complement each other. Yep.
This time again, he's right on target, just about middle and leg stump to Hope. And he was trying to just back away slightly and push it through the offside, but he couldn't get it through. And another dot ball. Okay, you could see the very experienced bowler. He's still a young man, but very experienced. And it's really serving him well here as he starts his run up again, goes past the umpire now and bowls. And again, Hope is trying to hit it through the onside. Thought of a single. And initially, the shot, he was trying to play it through the offside. It followed him. He played it on the onside. And he couldn't get a single. He thought about it, but then had to go back.
Yeah. So good bowling here so far by Afridi. He'll be looking to finish the Pakistan innings. He could bowl right out. if he bowls well enough, and he bowls now to Hope.
Yeah, he's on his way once more. Bowles pitch. This one is on the legs. It's just ballooning. They will get a single now as the ball pitched and just sort of spun away. But again, a kind of innocuous shot from Hope. It hit the pad though. I don't think it hit. He hit it, bowled it from the back of the hand, and it struck the pad as he was swinging away towards leg. Missed it, struck the pad, and then ballooned to the man at short square leg. That looked like Shah. And he just kind of eluded his grasp as it pitched and spun away from him. Here's Afridi again from around the wicket, bowl. And nicely played. That's that Joe Root shot that he plays, just runs it down to third man. I think Joe Root and plays it very well. And the New Zealand captain also, Kane Williamson, does it very, very well. Just allows the ball to come on and then just hit the face of the bat, runs it down to third man. And I think David Warner used to play that. That was a very productive shot for him, especially against faster bowlers, where you don't have much time to swing, so you just have to deflect the ball almost. And that's a good shot. Hits it down to long on. There is a man here though, and they will only get the one run. Ashraf comes across, and that does the fielding to limit it to just the one run. So 39 overs completed. It's 191 now for 4.
So the lights are starting to come on here at the Branla Cricket Academy. So I guess if you put the lights on now, it will be in full flow for the twilight period. So it's another interesting period of the game to bat when it's going into that twilight period. Would you think we're going to get into that period, or the innings should stop before that?
Yeah, I think it's early enough and we have enough sunlight here to take us through to the end of this particular innings. We still have
11 overs again.
We still have 11 overs to complete. And now Shea Hope I think he wants a different bat now. He said this is the 4 hitting bat. I want the 6 hitting bat. And so and the thing is the sponsors, they provide the players with so much material now. They have they get a large array of bats, so they have more than enough that they can go through and do their bit, see what's happening. It's just the Sun City Steel Orchestra, part of the action down here at the Banlara Cricket Academy. In the meantime, Naseem is back into the attack. 191 for 4, and Hope is on 49. And make that 50, but that was a shot in the dark there, coming in, rushing onto him, and coming off the inside edge. But 50 to Shea Hope. So 50 runs there to Shea Hope. 29 ODI half centuries for Shea Hope. 1700s, so a good conversion rate also. So I would not be shocked if Shea Hope gets close to 100 or even 100 in this innings based on that conversion rate. Yeah, they're going to need him to keep going though, and he just looks as if he's probably a little bit fatigued as well, but he keep going. Meanwhile, Shane bowls, and this one is crashed away down behind point. There's a long chase out there. They go for one, they're coming back for the second, and they're going to get it too. And Talat trying his best out there to rope it in, but can't stop them, can't prevent them from getting that second run.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Shea Hope there feeling the fatigue. I remember some years ago when Virat came to the Caribbean for the first time, Virat Kohli, and he was playing in the Oval, and he scored 100 in the Oval. It was an ODI series against West Indies, and he was complaining about the heat, and he's from India, and I could tell you India is really hot.
Yep.
So Trinidad is not far away.
Yes, again, it goes driving past the bowler, but it's nicely fielded at the man at just at the edge of the circle at mid-off, and they can't get the single. So Pakistan, they've done very well. They've been accused over the years of not being a good fielding team. They've dropped a lot of catches, But here today, they look very sprightly in the field, and Babar Azam is leading the charge here, one of the elder statesmen, and not afraid to sacrifice his body. He watches now as Nasim is on his way to bowl to Roston Chase, and again Chase is finding difficulty getting him away. There's one coming into him and just cramping him a little bit. He was trying to swing it through the onside, and you can see him rehearsing the shot, playing more like a golf swing there now. Predictor score 279, which might not be enough on this surface. 4.89 the current run rate. I think they would love to get that up to maybe up to 8 or 9 and over the rest of the way, and that way they could get close to 300. So now Shaheen Afridi comes into the circle at third man. Nasim is on his way. And this one is swung away nicely into the gap, but there's a fielder running around there. They want to, no. They decide to stay because he got to the ball quickly, and more importantly, he released it quickly. And that limited them to just the 1 run. 195 now for 4.
So 1 run, 1 delivery, remaining in the 40th over. And another change of bat here again. So this is interesting because I was thinking about that changing of bats, and you mentioning about the 6 hitting bats. It will be interesting to see how that rule one day, or maybe there will be some rule in terms of time wasting, because if that becomes a thing,
everybody.
Because remember in 50 overs game, there's like the how to say based on the time of the innings, you need different things.
Yep. And it's a much longer version than the T20 format.
That's right.
Again, he's backing away and giving himself a little bit of room here. Shea Hope pushes it down to mid-off, but just a single from it to 196 for 4 after 40.
So 10 overs remaining in the West Indies innings. So they're quite well poised here. They have 6 wickets remaining. They have Shepherd still to come. Moti. So Shepherd will have a very important role to play in this back end of the innings. So he gets paid all over the world for this. And the second power play here has started. So 5 fielders now are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. So the bowler now gets a bit of an advantage. Normally when you think about power play, you think about the batsman getting the advantage.
There's a bowling power play now.
A bowling power play. So when I played, the power play could have been, you could have taken it whenever. You could have actually took a power play 10 overs, but now it's actually set.
So here goes Afridi now as he starts from the top end again, bowled, and that one is cracked away down behind square for 4. A short ball, not that short, but short enough, and that brings up the West Indies 200 as Shea Hope swings it to leg and picks up 4 runs. Another back of the hand delivery from Shaheen Afridi.
Yeah, so Shea Hope here, we can see clearly his intention is to go, and no doubt that would be the message for the entire team here now. Maybe Shea Hope would decide for himself, I will be the one to press on here.
It's important that he keeps going. And he goes again, take outside edge, and he's gone. Caught at the wicket for 55. And Rizwan made no mistake here. So Afridi has his man. It's 200 for 5. Shea Hope goes for 55.
Yeah. Really important wicket here now for the Pakistan team. Shea Hope has set 55 runs and definitely will put a damper in the scoring unless Shepherd comes now and continue the same momentum.
Well, they've tried to up the ante, and certainly they needed something of note, and they're going to try to get it there with Romario Shepherd. as he comes to the crease now to try to blaze his way forward.
Mario Shepherd now. Shine a freely with his second wicket of the innings. 2 for 31 his figures. Has improved his dead bowling skills as of late. Initially when he burst onto the scene was more of an upfront swing bowler, especially with that in-swinger to the right-handers. He's always great at bowling the Yorker though. Likes to display those in the T20 format right up front. And he certainly come back second over into this spell at the death and gotten that valuable wicket of Captain Shea Hope. Would have really been hoping to push a log in his innings. Not the greatest strike rate, 55 from 77 he eventually fell for. Here's Shaheen again. And Shepherd just defends that first delivery. See that.
Critical time here for the West Indies now. They cannot afford to just lose. Okay, this is court song specialists of Laventille who are providing the musical accompaniment there. Some of us have no bands. This youngster has 2. So having a good time. Some of the youths here. Pretty good crowd. Not a sold out crowd. As Afridi runs away from us once more. Bowls. And the Shepherd is in behind it. But he can't score. He just pushes it up on the offside for no run.
See a few times at this end when they've done a bit more on the ball. When Shine bowled that back of the hand delivery. As well as earlier when we saw those get a bit high on Russell and Chase. See a bit of variation from this end as far as the bounce. Not much from this southern end.
Yeah, we saw the steel band in perfection, but now we have a Tassa group making its way into the ground. So music, wall-to-wall music here as Afridi starts his run again. Runs away from us. The ball and a short ball. Shepherd is trying to pull it. Misses. Got struck, but he's a big, beefy man, so I don't think he's going to feel that too much. In fact, he's one of them gutsy players that wouldn't rub, even if it's hurting.
Like a Ben Stokes bowling through so much pain in that previous series. Pretty much knocked himself out by that last match. So
Yeah,
3 dots in the beginning of Shepherd's innings. So he's also another man who's worked a lot on his batting as of recent times. Some swashbuckling innings in the IPL. It's a whole different format here.
1 ball to go in the 41st over. And Shepherd, they want a single, a bit of indecision. If he hits, he could be out. He misses. Again, yes, no. Both men almost stopped in the middle of the pitch, eyeballed each other, and then decided, hey, let's just go. And Shepherd luckily made it home because the fielder missed at the non-striker's end. So he's off the mark fortuitously, one would say. And it's 201 for the loss of 5.
It almost looked as if that entire run happened in slow motion. Almost looked as if we were looking at a replay live on the field. Mario Shepherd was pretty much tiptoeing half the way, but such a big man that those tiptoes are pretty much regular steps for a smaller player. Chase as well, a big man.
But the West Indies, when you look at it, other than Brandon King at the top, everybody else got a little bit of a start there, and 2 of them went on to get half centuries. They need somebody else now to put the finishing touches. And there's 201 for 5 after 41 overs. And Mukrim is coming in now to start his 8th. Shepherd, though, let's see how he will react to him. And for the first delivery, he's cutting, and it's going to get a single. Gets it into the deep cover region where there is a fielder out there, but one was always on the cards. Now it's up to him now to really take this innings home. But as you've seen a lot of time, sometimes the last 5 overs can make the world of difference. But the West Indies, to get to that, they need these overs, the next 3 or 4 overs. They probably need to really keep the scoreboard ticking over. A boundary or 2 would do quite nicely. And here is Roston Chase. Again, swinging to leg, misses. But they got a wide.
And the run rate now drops to 4.9, which was up to 5.9 at the end of the first power play. Exact 59 runs coming in that period. So within 31 overs, it's dropped by an entire run. Here's Ruston Chase.
And again, he can't seem to. He's not ready. The fielder, Rizwan is just trying to get his fielders, get their attention. Let's see what he does with this one now. Chase drives nicely down to long on for an easy single. Can't do more, can't get more than that. And the Pakistani fielding has been spot on. And, very alert and backing up their bowlers.
This is also the danger as well of letting those overs from Ayub and Aga go quite cheaply. They were able to hold Mukim back 3 overs here in this debt phase. So it's going to be more difficult to get a hold of than the Pacers, who are certainly quite highly skilled in their own regard as well.
Let's see what Shepherd does with this one. And he's again punching this one into the offside. He's going to get one. He might want a second, but they decide against it. They were so late in starting because they had to wait to see if the ball go past the man at cover. And by the time it did go down the hill, the lion at long off was well and truly on his way towards the ball, attacking it nicely. So good again from the Pakistani fielders.
Second time we've seen a bit of indecision with the running between these two.
The next delivery swinging, and it's going to drop safely down to the man at fine leg more than anything else, and they're going to get just a single. Shafiq is down there, and they have to settle for 1. 206 for 5. Shepherd is up to 3 from 6. Chase is on 34 from 43. He watches as Shepherd waits, crouches, and for this delivery, he's beaten outside the off-stumper. Beauty. And just pushing at it, groping.
So well in control of his variations, Mukim. This time, the one that goes across the right-hander, but also slower as well. He has that one that he pitches quickly across them.
Another one goes right through him, and the bails are removed, but he had that back foot firmly planted. And they can't get a run. It's the end of the over. 42 going now. It's 206 for 5. Dylan, I think your car is parked somewhere out there. I'm not sure which one. I don't know which Mercedes-Benz is yours, but it's somewhere in the crowd there. And I'm sure the fans at home are probably enjoying the atmosphere at the Oval. They get the sweet sounds of steel of the court song specialist of Laventil, former Panorama medium band and back-to-back champions, I might add. And of course, a perennial finalist in our domestic competitions, Panorama competitions. And but Pakistan now, which Afridi looking to put a different spin on things here as they put themselves in a good position. He waits right up in the block hole. Not much Chase could do with that.
That delivery favors so much at the back end of the innings. Shaheen Afridi, that Yorker, loves to put it on display at any point throughout the innings, and even more so at this stage, around the wicket, just trying to get it to feed in a bit.
Yeah, this is when the batsmen are trying to get after him, and but he's not giving them opportunities to do that. 206 for 5 in over number 43. Afridi bowls this one, that's gone. That's 6 runs. Roston Chase picks it up nicely and deposits it over the up in cow corner really, and gets a 6.
Well, it was asking for it, was Shaheen. That was just on a full length pace on into his strike zone, Roston Chase, and all he had to do was really just extend his bat in its natural swing.
Yeah, that's well played. That is going to kind of ease the nerves in the dressing room a little bit and push them up to 212 now for 5. In the 43rd over, Shepherd is 3 at the non-strikers, and Chase is up to 40 now from 45. Pakistan don't want to undo all the good work that they've done so far in this innings. And Afrini will try once more as he's from around the wicket to chase, driving into the covers. But there's a man at deep point for a comfortable single.
And Peace on that delivery, but better length at that time. Austin Cheese moves to 41. Shepherd is on 3. And they're going to have to decide which one of them is going to go a bit harder at the batting. Austin Cheese is probably going to be the anchor role at this point.
Which is surprising, because Shepherd is normally the one you think would just come and, bash the ball around. But he has been very, very quiet. 3 from 8, but he's on strike now, and he waits, and he gets a delivery that all he can do is defend it, pushes it down to long on for a comfortable single.
Yeah, we've seen that from both, Shepherd, Chase, and Rutherford early in their innings, not quite getting into the full swing of things, so it does take some time to get in on the surface. Of course, days leading up to this match, yesterday namely, is pretty much rain all day. Weather is in prime position today. So the skies cleared around 2 p.m. just to get this match started in time.
Afridi starts again. He's on his way. Goes past the umpire. Bowls a slow delivery. They're going to go for a quick single. Chase has to hurry. And he does. He gets home quite nicely in the end.
So at least looking to turn the strike over when they're not able to get those boundary options throughout the over. That ball a bit slower from Shaheen that time. Down to 123.
So mixing up his deliveries quite nicely here as he tries to manage this part of the innings for his team. We don't want the West Indies to get too many big overs. That's critical at this stage. West Indies want the very opposite. Let's see what he does. Shepherd is going. This is in the air. It could be out caught. There's a man tracking it down. Takes a comfortable catch in the end. And it's 2:15 for 6 now. Shepherd goes for 4.
Well, just at the end of that over, Shine able to eke out a wicket here. Mario Shepherd not able to get going. Had a few close calls. That over, Shine bowled really well to both batsmen. And this time, was really just trying to go hard. This one just went away from him a bit. But it was full, it was there, asking to be hit, but didn't quite time it. Mario Shepherd has to go for 4 from his 10 deliveries. Score 2:15 for 6.
Yeah, so again, another blow to the West Indies' chances here. As Shafiq took that catch running around at cover and completing the catch to put even more pressure on the West Indies now. Muti is the new batsman at the crease, and he has been scoring very well with the bat lately. They're going to need something from him here as well.
Just what they need as far as his stats show. Average of just around 27. Strike rate over 100. Exactly what they would need. Extra strikes at this point of the innings, and also the left-handed option, so a bit more thought for Pakistan, their field placements.
And they're going to have to adjust to him, because he does have a tendency to put bat to ball to good effect, even if it's like cameo innings for short periods. But West Indies need it, and they need it badly now. So Mukim is going to continue here. 1 for 33 from his 8. As he waits now, he's been bowling very well. To Chase. And Chase is going with a big hit again, and he's going to get 4 runs. Swings it to mid-wicket for 4.
It's a quick one there from Mukim. Chase saw it coming, knew it wasn't going to turn too much, and just deposited that with full power through mid-wicket.
Again, just going down on one knee and just helping himself. And this is the period, where, as you say, this is happy hour for the West Indies. This is where a lot of these cricketers made their names. But they have to be careful. They've lost 6 wickets. They don't want to lose another one just yet. And then you expose 9-10 jack, as they say. Here he comes, Bowles, and Chase is driving back along the wicket. And the bowler threw the ball back at the batsman, and Chase threw the bat at it for a second time. And I suppose it was all in fun.
That's always the sort of fun you want to see in cricket matches. It's those smaller moments that you always remember more.
He waits now. And a short ball down the leg side it goes. That will be a wide. But he missed out on that occasion. In fact, that's how he must be thinking. Missed out on that chance.
That delivery, 101.9 kph.
So another quick one. Let's see how he goes now. Can he get another boundary? Driven nicely into the gap. But there is a man down there. And he does complete the fielding down that deep extra cover. And the batsmen are able to complete 2.
That's Babar Azam this time, doing some work in the deep. It's been close in throughout most of the innings, but this time, crunch time, he's out on the boundary, keeping things safe.
2 for 6 now as he is on his way again. Mukim bowls, driven down to long off. He goes to his right this time, Azam, and they will only get a single, as he was quickly onto that one.
Again, another quick delivery. Chase on 49. Muti now to face up his first delivery of the innings.
Yeah, so the left-handed Muti is there. The fans are anxious to see what he could produce here. He's bailed out the West Indies on a couple of occasions, whether it's Test match, whether it's T20s, and one days, so they're expecting something from him.
You think back to that Pakistan Test match win earlier this year. It was namely due to some of his batting exploits.
Okay, he's trying to flick this one and trying to scoop it. Misses. It might have brushed the pad. That's why he didn't get the wide. And he's trying to just scoop it, looking around, trying to see where the gaps are in the field. He waits now. Can he get something on bat onto ball here? Turns it on the onside. They've gone for 1. There's a man running in from mid-wicket. And they'll be happy with just that one because he attacked the ball quite nicely to end another over. And 1 for 42 from 9 for Mukim, as the West Indies really have somewhat stalled. They haven't really been able to push on. It's 224 for 6 from 44.
Really has slowed up at this point for West Indies. Ruston Chase trying his best. His strike rate is quite respectable at this stage, 49 from 51. He does have that delicate balancing act to try to pick the right time for attacking and just turning the strike over. And it's also 1,000 and ODI runs for Ruston Chase, just getting past that in that previous over. 1,002 now.
Which is an achievement, a landmark for him. Probably not as quickly as some people might have thought, because we know he could bat, and he just hasn't been able to really push on as well as he would like. 224 for 6 now as Muti waits on Naseem. Playing and missing outside the off them, trying to chop it down to third man maybe, and goes through to be taken by the keeper.
It'll be interesting to see whether they continue with Mukim. Just 1 over remaining, but pretty sure the pace might be more threatening to Gudakesh Muti. Whereas on the flip side, Ruston Chase has certainly looked more threatened by the spin. When you think of Ruston Chase as well, hasn't always had the right role clarity within this format. Seems always get back to that.
Naseem Bowles pushes up on the offside, and Muti sets off almost immediately on playing it, and gets a single, so he's double his score now. He's up to 2. Chase, who's on 49, is on strike. 225 for 6.
Interesting thing about Ruston Chase within shorter formats is that they never seem to select him as either a spinner or a batsman. It's earlier on in his limited over his career. He was coming up the order and not bowling quite as much. And now it's more of a bowling role that he's given with the lower order. So he's had that adjustment period in and out of the side.
Gets a delivery on his pads, flicks it away, down to fine leg it goes, and that's 4 runs. So, Roston Chase will actually take him off the pad, so I think it's going to be 4 leg byes. Yes, it did strike him on the pad, but the West Indies will take that all the same because that advances the score by 4 more to 229 now for 6.
Well, he knew it right away. Had absolutely no celebration going. Knew that was off his pad.
So he waits as Naseem starts his approach once more. Goes past the umpire now, bowls on his legs, turns away, and this time he's getting it into the gap, and it goes for 4. Well, there were 2 fielders there. Neither one of them actually made up their mind who was going to face it, but Chase doesn't mind. 53 from 53 with 4 4s and 2 6s.
A brilliant knock here from Ruston Chase. Still not done yet. Just over 5 overs to go. Want to push on as much as he can. It's already going quite well, but target still not at the stage that West Indies would like to defend it at.
Yeah, I'm sure they're thinking they're probably about 20 runs behind where they want to be. 233 for 6. Here is Chase driving this one again. He could be out caught straight down the throat of Babar Azam down there at long on, and he has to go for a well-played 53.
Naseem Shah just changed up the pace that occasion. Lot slower. Was bowling high 130s earlier in the over. This delivery, 119. And Ruston Chase saw it in the slot. Wanted to hit it over Babar Azam's head at long on, but it fell right into his palms. Ruston Chase disappointed. He has to go 233 for 7. Ruston Chase 53 from 54. 4 4s and 2 6s.
Yeah, it was a good innings, but again, the West Indies probably needed a little bit more from him, especially when you still have, 5 overs or so plus to go. And, every ball could make a big difference in a game like this. And you want some of your key batsmen, especially a set batsman, you want him out there for as long as possible. But it means now that one of the stars of West Indies cricket is out there in the middle, and this is Shamar Joseph.
We all know what he can do with the bat. He'd certainly want to put that out on display. Only a best of 3 so far in his ODI career, a very limited ODI career. Looking to build upon that and his recent success in the test format. Is Naseem Shah. He'd know a thing or two about Shamar Joseph's style of bowling, and maybe even batting.
He has 1 for 33. He's on his way to Joseph and beating him outside the off stump with a beauty. Just touching down on that off stump and just climbing past the outside edge. So that ends the over, and at the end of it, 45 completed now, 233 for 7.
So Shamar Joseph just facing that one delivery, not yet off the mark, and Moti, who's going to take up the strike for this 46th over we're about to enter. He's on 2. Scores Brandon King 4 from 5, Evan Lewis 60 from 62, Kisi Kati 30 from 39, Shea Hope 55 from 77, Shufian Rutherford 10 from 19, Ruston Chase 53 from 54, Mario Shepherd, most recent wicket 4 from 10. Moti and Shamar Joseph, the current 2 batsmen, and Jaden Seals and Jediah Blades to follow. So Mukim will bowl out from the southern end.
Yeah, 1 for 42 so far. As he gets ready to start the bowl to Gudakesh Muti. And Muti is pushing this one back up the wicket. And can't get a run. So he remains on. He waits now as the field is nicely spread. And for this delivery, swing in, and that's gone. That's a very good hit again from Gudakesh Muti. 4 runs down behind square as he was sweeping. And he goes to 6 now, to 37 for 7, and the crowd erupts.
Well, this is what the crowd has come to know and love from Gudakesh Muti. Down the order, always feel like you're still in with a chance with him at the crease. And he certainly is backing himself. Shot reminiscent of what we saw from Evan Lewis earlier.
Yeah, that ball went very close to the boundary board, and just one bounce in. Here's the next delivery. He's on the back foot, but he can't get a run. Pushes it up on the offside, and no run resulting.
Again, quicker that time from Mukim. Interesting to see whether he does pick up a second wicket in this over. Do think the spin might just still be a bit simpler for these two low-order batsmen.
1 for 46. That one, I don't know, he cuffed that. That is into the gap, and that's 4 more. Just past the man at long off. He was coming across his left, but he couldn't get there. He didn't hit it as hard and as cleanly as he wanted to, but he still had enough on it to beat him into the boundary.
Well, that's one of the advantages of going straight, trying to attack as straight as you can, even though it may not be where he intended.
241 now for 7.
Again, that was a quicker delivery. I think he's just using it a bit too much at this stage here. You know you're not going to get as much turn from it, so batsman just setting up and going full power at it.
So we're in the 46th over now. The West Indies 241 for 7. 528 at the current rate. He waits, and for this delivery, he's again guiding it square the wicket on the offside. We'll only get 1, and so that's 1 more to the score. 242 for 7, and Muti is on 11. It brings Shamar Joseph on strike now. Can he get going? He's off the mark. He's not yet off the mark, I should say. He's just faced the 1 ball. As he waits now on Mokrim. 1 for 51 now. He just has 1 delivery left. And Joseph turns it on the onside. It's going to get an easy single, so he's off the mark as well. And takes the score to 243 for 7 after 46. So 10 runs coming from that over. And the West Indies will be happy with that. And even though they lost the wicket of Roston Chase for 53, they will be happy that you need big overs, and 10 is a good return at this stage of the game, although you probably would want a 20 over, 15 over, something in that region. So it's going to be, now this is interesting. Shah is going to continue here now as he tries to put the West Indies back even further. But let's see how Shamar Joseph shapes up. And pushes it, and immediately they set off a quick single. Just block and run, and that's good cricket.
Exactly what you would want when you're not able to find the boundary. Just squeezing out whatever runs you can.
So we've had 3 half centuries in the innings. 60 from Lewis, 55 from Hope, and 53 from Roston Chase. 244 for 7, and the West Indies might still think they're about 20 or 30 runs short. Sure. And this one is cracked away. That's gone for 6 runs. Smashes it over cover, and that's an amazing shot indeed from Gudakesh Muti. He goes to 17, and the 250 is on the board.
Well, might argue that this is the most entertaining innings that we've seen so far for the day. Full range on display. That lofted cover drive is often so beautiful to watch. It's always a shot that could always play with either aggression or in a quite elegant way. This way from Muti was by no means elegant, but powerful and looked good in the end regardless.
Well, 250 is on the board, so the West Indies, how much more can they get given the number of overs left? They're in the 47th over. Shah is on his way once more to bowl to Muti, and for this delivery, a bouncer, and the signal is a wide. And it just kind of looped. It's almost like a tennis ball bounce. It just bounced over his head. Muti thought about it and then realized, look, it doesn't make sense. Like, all I could do is just hit this straight up in the air.
Very good change up from Naseem Shah. He'd like to target the tail ender with those bouncers, always within the fast bowler's DNA, but this time just going a bit slower, knowing that he wouldn't have expected it to bounce like that, but wide in the end, so not proving as effective as he might have liked Naseem.
It's on his way once more. Pitches up, and that one is hit in the air, and the catch is taken. Or did it? Oh, well, it seemed like he just trapped it, because there's no celebration, and yes, he's signaling it just bounced in front of him. And the umpire is, well, I don't think they really appealed to him. And you look at it again, he was very, very close to it. Tramping forward.
Well, I'm not convinced that it wasn't a catch as yet.
And here he is again, Muti just backing away. If he gets in there, just get in there, Shamar Joseph. He had a shy at the stumps there, Naseem Shah, but he missed. And Joseph was able to somehow just slide in.
I know generally if the fielder didn't take it, he would say that, and that's pretty much accepted by the umpire, but you do have the third umpire system, and you don't have to use a review just to check a catch.
It was a confusion that they never even bothered to go to look to see. So maybe they were just convinced that it was a, and it wasn't a no ball, it was a wide. So it was a legitimate delivery that he was bowling. 252 for 7. Here is Joseph now. And again, he's swinging and missing outside the off stump, having a big hee-ho, as they say, but not able to connect. And the crowd goes, ooh. And probably wants him to get Muti back on strike. If he's not going to hit the ball out the ground, then get Muti back on strike. But with Shamar Joseph, there are no half measures with him. He's going to go full ball. 47th over now. Just one delivery left in the 47th over. And there's another short ball, and he's swinging, and that's a wide signal by the umpire. So they'll do that again. Again, another delivery over the bowler's head. And both umpires signaling wide. 253 for 7.
Well, it's been quite a long over. 7 deliveries so far. Going up to 8.
Yeah, 10 runs from it already, including the wides.
Of course, there was that time with 8 ball overs.
Yep, Australia. Can you imagine if you had 8 ball overs, you had wides and no balls in there, and free hits?
Of course, I'm just going off a hearsay. I wasn't around back then.
Cricket scores would have been vastly different. Here he is now, bowls on his legs, trying to turn it on the onside. Struck him on the pad. There's a stifled appeal. Shah once on a review, it looks like. Naseem Shah is trying to convince his captain, and I don't think he has convinced him just yet that this is it. And I think he's saying maybe pitched outside leg, let's not waste every over. Well, he's saying yes, so he convinced him enough.
I think he would have just muttered lastly at him, we still have 2 reviews left, so let's just have a go at one. That might have been the final convincing statement.
The original decision is not out. The batsman did run through for what would be a leg by, but we'll see what the decision is from the third umpire. The West Indies would be hoping that, and the ball pitches outside the leg stump. So I don't think from the time the third umpire sees that, I think from when ball tracking picks that up, I think they realize that it's really a moot case after that. It might have struck him in line with the leg stump, but I think that ball pitched outside the leg and moved in towards the leg stump.
I think it might have been worth it in the end regardless, given the stage of the innings and given how close it was.
Yeah, it pitched way outside the leg stump. And I think that's what Rizwan was worried about. He really wasn't convinced.
Well, as a keeper, he should know.
He didn't look like he was close, but he did get the leg by in the end. So 2-5-3 for 7.
The reason I say it might have just been worth it is because at this stage of the innings as well, things happen so fast and you might not be fully eyeing the ball where it goes as a bowler. Sometimes it might just be closer than you might have been picturing in your imagination.
Afridi comes on balls, and this one is hammered by Shamar Joseph out of the ground, and it's a no ball. Well. It's probably a no ball for height. And swung away over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Plus you have a free hit coming.
Things falling apart here at the end from the Pakistan death bowling core. Never want to be giving away those no balls at this stage. And to go, it's also a full toss. I think it might have been a no ball for height.
Yep, it's a no ball for height. So we now have a free hit here now. And Shaheen Afridi will try to tidy up. He has 3 for 48. Wide outside the off stump, and that is a wide. So the free hit still in existence.
Well, this kind of reminds me a bit of that second T20 against West Indies. For the most part, Pakistan looked like they were in that game, but things started falling apart quite quickly at the death, and West Indies were able to chase that down in the end.
Yeah, that's it. The thing, like the West Indies, Pakistan has this tendency to just go from good to bad sometimes. And again, another back of the hand, slower one, change of pace.
Oh, we finally had one ball.
Yep. So I'm sure he'll be a relieved man.
Of course, as you touch on the fact that Pakistan are quite a unpredictable team, does make for good viewing when they play West Indies. They don't play West Indies enough.
You're never quite sure what you're gonna get.
Last time they would have played would have been a series in 2021 across in Pakistan.
There he is again, pitches up and bowls him right up in the block hole. And that Yorker is a lethal weapon, especially at the death. And when you bowl into a tail ender, it's probably one of the best options. And Afridi found that out. 4 for 49 now. Joseph goes for 8, bowled neck and crop.
I don't know why he was overcomplicating things so much. He knows that's one of his strengths, that Yorker. Getting it to swing both ways when he's bowling the Yorker, depending on the angle. Maybe should have started off there. Trying to go a bit shorter, a bit of aggression tactics to Shamar Joseph, but that Yorker accounting for him in the end. 8 from 8. Decent contribution with that 6, but still a bit behind where they would want to be, especially considering Pakistan would bat under lights. We might just see that due come into effect later as well.
Yeah, that could be an issue. So Jaden Seals makes his way out into the middle. Crowd favorite here.
Now, initially I was a bit confused as to why West Indies only went in with the 2 main spin options, Moti and Chase, but it would get difficult for them to grip the ball later on in the innings. So I think both teams might have accounted for that due. Of course, Pakistan having the services of Hussein Talat with some pace as well.
Yeah, they went with two finger spinners more. Well, one is a multi-spinner because he bowled a lot of front arm off breaks as well. But let's see what Seals does here.
Still had two in the shed.
Yep, he's able to clip this one through mid-wicket. He might get a second if they hurry. Muti says no. I'll have a dip here at Afridi. And stops him at 263 for 4 now. Or for 8, I should say.
They would have loved 263 for 4.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You know, that would have meant Evan Lewis probably would have had 100. She Hope probably would have had 100.
Well, it probably would have been more than 264.
And it would have been sitting pretty, might have been closer to 364. Up in the block hole again, and you can see the ball seaming. A little bit of reverse swing there. And just coming out, might have just gotten a little bit of bat onto it at the end.
Well, Shaheen has certainly given it his absolute all today. 4 wickets as well as that stunning catch we saw earlier. And he's not done yet.
Yep. Jaden Seals is probably thinking, how do I get my toes out of the way of this one? Because so far he looks like he's getting everything up in the block hole when he's not bowling the short ball. So let's see what he bowls to Seals. He's with him now and he's looking to crack it, and this ball goes right in the crease, right where he was standing. The ball stops right there, and Jaden Seals was trying to squeeze a single and then had to go back. Muti sent him back. It's a good decision too, because I don't think Muti would have made it down to the striker's end.
I think Seals was just looking for an area on the pitch where he wanted Shaheen to pitch the ball. He was just willing the ball to pitch their next ball.
And the ball stopped right where he was batting. And it struck him on the pad. He was having a big hee-ho at the ball right up to him. So he's 19 to Muti. 264 for 8, the Windies. We're in over number 48. And again, he's pitching it right up at him. Now, what did that hit? That seemed to hit something close to the stump. And it goes for 4 byes because Rizwan put his hands up almost as if he expected it to hit the wicket.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen a ball hit the stumps and
Actually
Beals
hit
not get the sludge.
That's what it hit. It hit the piece of turf behind the stumps. And it just took off. After that, Rizwan, he thought it probably hit the wicket or something. Watch out how close this was to the off stump. And it just removed that little matting behind the stumps. And it just jumped past the wicketkeeper.
Now, had that disturbed the matting and then the matting disturbed the stumps, what would have been the situation there?
I would imagine he would have been out. 268 for 8 at the end of the over.
Maybe that matting is the origination of umpire's call.
But it just looked unusual when the way the ball hit and just kind of took off. And but hey, it's cricket, so stranger things have happened. I think West Indies right now are about 268 is about the pass score on this ground in terms of a chasing total. So they need to see if they could pad this lead as much as possible. Here is the next delivery, and he's cracking this one away through mid-wicket, through the forward square leg. That could go for 4, and it does. Well, he certainly made a meal of it, cutting across there. Nawaz, he seemed to have it covered, and then all of a sudden, he just fumbled it, and then he crashed into the boards as well.
Pressure just showing on the Pakistanis here. Kudakesh Muti continuing to play his shots. And he would have been quite disappointed he wasn't on strike for that previous over. Would have wanted to take full advantage of it. Naseem Shah not having the greatest time at the death.
So now he's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Muti. Struck him for 4 through forward square. And you think Nawaz would have stopped that. He had about 3 bites of the cherry trying to pull it back, and he missed every time. He found it Every time. Here he is now from around the wicket right up to him. And that pass between his legs and it missed the leg stump. Now it can't be a wide because it passed through the batsman. But he seemed to lose his idea of where he was. He never played a shot. The ball just passed right through his legs like he was jumping out of the way. And luckily for him, it missed the leg stump as well.
It may just be a bit of impacts of that evening period, twilight period. Lights fully on now, but natural light hasn't quite left us yet.
He probably didn't see it. Well, he was happy to see that his stumps weren't disturbed.
It was a quick delivery as well, too, just about 141.
So from around the wicket now, change of direction. And this time, Muti has decided he's going to go over the outfield, and he goes for 6. Over the head of cover point. A delivery pitched up and then dispatched by Muti in his own inimitable style.
Cannot look away when this man is batting. Gudakesh Muti may not have been where he intended it, or it may have been,
Yeah, I think
regardless
it's
of it.
exactly, yeah, because he opened the face, got under it, and lofted it.
It's again a full delivery there from Nasim, aiming for that Yorker but missing his length. Muti just easily carving that. And for 6 as well.
Yeah, 278 now for 8 to the West Indies with an over and 3 deliveries, 9 balls left. Waiting now. Here is the next delivery, and he's flicking this one away. Now that's gone past the short fine leg. It's going towards the boundary. Won't get there though, but they will come back for 2. And the crowd is lapping this up. 280 on the board.
Gudakesh Muti speeding along to 31 now.
Watch how close this thing passed. It hit the stump.
We were too concerned about that delivery the previous over that we missed this one.
It actually grazed the stump, but the Bears never moved.
Of course, not the previous delivery, but the one a few deliveries ago when Muti would have missed it.
That's the one that went through his legs. Here is Shah again, and he's bowled him this time. He tried to scoop a delivery that was a Yorker length, and he got right around it and loses his stump. He goes for 31, an entertaining 31 from 18. It's 280 for 9 now.
Keeping it simple again. Nasim learning from Shaheen in that previous over. Just go for the stumps. Gudakesh Muti trying to get a bit too funky. Doesn't quite look his best when he plays these more experimental shots, but when he's just looking to go full power through the leg side or over covers, that's when he looks more comfortable. Goes for 31 from 18. 3 4s, 2 6s. And the score is 280 for 9. Last man, Jediah Blades, now strides out to join Jaden Seals. Nasim Shah 1 ball to go in his 8 over. He's on 2 for 55 now, his figures. The current run rate has just risen back up a bit to 5.7, so he's getting it back to at least a run a ball sort of area. So 1 ball to go in this over from Nasim Shah. Jediah Blades to face.
Well, the West Indies, this is the 49th over, and can the West Indies bat out their full 50? It means you'll have to either defend this somehow, some way, and try and see if they could blaze away over the last 6 balls. So 1 to go in over number 49, but the West Indies are down to their last pair. And here goes Shah from over the wicket. Pitches up and right up in the black hole, and he disturbs the stumps. Bowls him neck and crop. So Blaze out first ball, and the West Indies innings falls at 280 after 49 overs.
Well, 2 and 2 ends it quickly, Nasim Shah. Jediah Blades not too experienced within this format as yet. Nasim Shah would no doubt know that and continued to just target the stumps after that reward previously. Again, brilliant. Definitely got a bit of reverse on that as well from the seam position that he utilized. So we did see that ball just reversing a bit from both of these bowlers at the end. West Indies would be difficult for them to replicate that with the likely due that we would have later. So 49 overs. They do not bat out their 50 overs. Final score 280. A target of 281 for Pakistan when they come out to bat.
Yeah, and it certainly was a. The West Indies there are some positive. You got 3 half centuries in the innings, 60 from Evan Lewis at the top of the innings. Then, of course, the skipper, Shea Hope, chipping in with 55, and then 53 from Ruston Chase, and then that entertaining 31 from Gudukesh Muti. Those were the principal scorers, and the West Indies, I'm sure, will be hoping now that their bowlers can learn from what the Pakistani bowlers would have done, especially the spinners and the change of pace that the quicker bowlers were able to implement. But 280, a goodish total, probably not. I still think, Dylan, that they're about 20 to 25 runs short of where they would have liked to have been batting first.
Yeah, I think you would have at least wanted 300 on the surface, given that you were batting first, given that you would expect the due later on. And of course, with the West Indies bowling as well, only those 2 spinners to try to tighten it throughout the middle. So it is going to be key how they start off their bowling innings, the West Indies.
Yes, so 4 for 51 to Shaheen, and Naseem had 3 for 55. Ayub 1 for 48, Mokim 1 for 52, and Aga 1 for 44. So
top scores from the West Indies would have been 60 from Evan Lewis, 55 from Shea Hope, and 53 from Ruston Chase. So that would be where we leave things here at the innings break juncture. Pakistan need 281 runs to win this game, and West Indies will need to take 10 wickets. So do join us back in about 25 minutes or so to get things underway for the second innings of this first ODI.
Shinwa has 20.
Oh, Jediah bleeds now. Abdullah Shafiq just guides it down to deep third man. Now Shamar Joseph has taken up that spot. So it brings Baba on strike right away. That stat that you just referred to really does show the consistency of Babar Azam and how where he does lie within the Pakistan players, the greats past and present.
And should he get it? I think he has 4 innings. He will also get there ahead of Virat Kohli because Kohli is also on 20. And but he took 100 and I think it's 33 innings. Babar Azam is only on 128. So this is like his 129th inning.
I think at one point when you would have been comparing Babar Azam and Virat Kohli throughout their career, you would have think maybe Babar Azam could end up the better player, but not the greatest form for him in recent times. This time he gets a full delivery driven straight to Evan Lewis at cover.
Well, that was brilliant from Evan Lewis because he had to reach for it. It was just gathering pace to go past him, and he put his big right hand out there and stopped it. Brilliant work.
Giving it his all in front of his home crowd. Wouldn't want to catch any stick from them.
Yeah, they know where you live, you know.
Again, wide from Jediah Blades. So wide down the leg side.
But that's what you want in the field. You want the fielders to, back up the bowlers, support the bowlers, and boost them up as much as possible, just to keep them going. And this is what we were looking at. Look at Joe Root there. And highest averages, Babar Azam, 717 runs at 79.7. 500s already against the West Indies.
Yeah, I think 3 of those hundreds would have come in his debut series against West Indies back in 2017, before cricket even returned to Pakistan. He bleeds again, this time pretty much a Yorker length delivery to Babar Azam. He's really just sprayed it around, but some quite troubling deliveries in between those weaker deliveries.
And that could be disconcerting for a batsman because you don't know which one is going to be the one that could probably get you out.
Sort of like a Sean Tate.
Yep. Because he could spray it, but he's so quick that you're not quite sure when he gets it right what the ball is going to do.
Babar Azam faces up again, and this time quite straight but nicely guided into the leg side. Just for 1.
Yeah, good feeling again from Jaden Seals, attacking the ball, getting and releasing it quickly. So limiting the batsman to just the 1 run. And I think once the West Indian players continue to do that, just squeeze Pakistan as much as possible. Who knows? As you say, pressure burst pipe, So as experienced as they are, they're human, so they will make mistakes as well.
Bleeds into Shafiq, and this time driven through the offside. Lewis chases after it, and he's gonna get back. Allow them for just 2. Looking at target that cover region that time from Abdullah Shafiq. Does like a drive, especially with the full deliveries he's received so far. He's looking to run hard that first run. He's definitely intent on getting 2 as soon as he saw where it went.
Yeah, that's what I like. That's the part of the modern game that I like, the running between the wickets. You see how hard teams work at it now. They don't touch and wait to see. They just dip and they're going back. Here's a good delivery again. They just dip and they go. They don't dwell on it. Of course, sometimes they turn blindly and then end up in trouble. Yeah, but the main thing is that I think generally we see more teams and more batsmen putting a lot of emphasis on the running between the wickets and getting that part of it right.
We've already had 7 extras in this bowling reply. 21 for 1 this score. 4 overs have gone. Shafiq and Babar at the crease now.
If you do a quick comparison, they were 23 for 1, the West Indies. from at 4 was the same stage in their innings.
So yes, so that early wicket on both sides. West Indies would have to keep that at the back of their mind. Just keep the pressure on, keep the foot on the accelerator. Don't want to just let the innings drift. Here's Babar Azam. They'd certainly want to target both of these batsmen. Babar being one of the top batsmen on the Pakistan team, as well as not having the greatest form leading up to this series. And similarly for Shafiq, also someone who hasn't enjoyed the greatest of times as of late.
Yeah, but Babar Azam is such a quality batsman that you have to keep pressure on him, because you can't leave him or take your eyes off him at all and allow him the luxury of just sticking around for any extended period of time, because sooner or later he's going to find his timing, or he's going to find ways to make runs, even if he's not, hitting his straps.
So here he comes again, the Jaden Seals. Again, quite wide. Bauer easily leaving that. And of course, we would have seen that average against West Indies as well. You don't want to just look at that and think it's a foregone conclusion. You want to bring that average down.
Yes, 79 or some ungodly figure that he has. He's at the top of the world batsmen in terms of averages against the West Indies. I think he's 79, then Joe Root comes next.
And Seals fastest delivery so far, 138.1. Trying to keep the pieces up. He's been quite disciplined in his areas. This time closer to the stumps. Good length, but Babar just defending it. 3 dots so far in the over. We did see that pressure early on West Indies were batting from the dot balls. Pakistan, of course, know the target they're going after. They know this stage would be a key stage to try not to lose too many wickets. Of course, we talked about earlier, the spinners throughout the middle may have that due to deal with. So here's Jaden Seals again. Babar Azam waits. And it's wide again, trying to slash at it and not making any contact.
He saw food out there and he said, boy, 4 runs. And he went fishing. Luckily for him, he didn't get an edge. That was so wide, he almost couldn't reach it. And it passed just over the blade of the bat.
So that's 4 dots in succession now. Babar still on just 1 from 7.
I think the crowd is just waiting to erupt here. If Jaden Seals could remove Babar Azam. In fact, if any West Indian bowler could get rid of him cheaply, this place will go nuts.
5th delivery, and again not able to get any runs from it. Just played it towards Shamar Joseph at extra cover. Wonder how soon it is until Shamar Joseph comes into the attack. Haven't seen the greatest a start from Blades.
It might be sooner than you think, because I wouldn't be surprised if he is given the ball next at this top end.
Well, I think this end would suit him as well. Generally sort of nips it into the batsman. When he does get it to move away, it's so dangerous. Final delivery, and it's going to be a maiden over from Jaden Seals. Babar Azam is not able to squeeze out any runs from that. And a brilliant over from Jaden Seals, applauded by Shamar Joseph as well. Babar Azam still on 1, and Abdullah Shafiq on 8, both having faced 9 deliveries. Score remains 21 for 1.
A pretty good over, in fact a very good over from Jaden Seals. Babar Azam left the first couple just outside the off stump, and then he chased the wide after that. Again, because he figured he saw the pace of the first 2 that went outside the off stump, he saw one out and his eyes probably lit up. He threw the bat at it. Luckily, he didn't get it. Blades will continue. This is good confidence being shown here in the youngster. Hopefully, he could take advantage of it.
Yeah, he did bowl some great deliveries in that previous over, and this time driven sharply by Abdullah Shafiq. Runs away to the boundary. 4 runs to Abdullah Shafiq. First boundary of the innings.
Right in his wagon wheel there, and he just caressed it into the gap, squared the wicket on the offside, and it raced away for 4 runs. Left the bat uppishly, but it was in the gap, and it went speeding away. There's nobody on the point boundary sweeping, so just a fine leg, and the third man, they're the only 2 men out.
And he was shaping up to play that shot ever since the previous over. He's gotten it now. This time a much better length from Blades, just dropped it back a bit, angling it across. And Shafiq defends for no run.
You know, it's good to see Jediah Blades being given this opportunity here because, for the last 2 years we watched him in the regional championships, really bending his back, bowling long spells, and taking wickets. So he's growing, and this will only help him.
Yeah, they do need to continue pushing on with him. 2 delivery and a Yorker, but pushed nicely by Abdullah Shafiq to mid-off. 1 run. Yeah, they do understand that they need that left arm option in their piece bowling lineup. Earlier on they would have tried Dominic Drakes, and now Jediah Blades now getting that chance.
Yeah, there's opportunities, and because while you think of the present, you also have to think of the future of the sport.
He certainly earned his spot with the sort of form that we've seen previously, and it's a quick run there. Chance of a run up, but no hitting the target in the end. Was pretty comfortable after all things considered. Brings Abdullah Shafiq back on strike.
Two good quick singles that they were able to muster there, and certainly challenge Godakesh Muti at mid-off. On both occasions he couldn't effect the run out.
Blades again. Abdullah Shafiq just stands up, lets that one come to him, and plays it down right in front of him.
This is a much better over from Blades, even though he conceded the boundary first ball, but since that he's only conceded 2 runs from the next 4. Now it's up to him now to try and see if he could finish off this over without.
Of course, now he's just bowling to the 2 right-handers, so it doesn't have to make that adjustment with Ayub at the crease anymore.
And Issa Mohammed among the crowd, yeah.
And again, Abdullah Shafiq turning this into the leg side. Fielder at mid-wicket can't get it, and it's going to be Shafi and Rutherford having to chase it into the deep. They settle on 2, and score goes up to 29 for 1. Abdullah Shafiq on 15 and Babar Azam on 2.
Yeah, again, just a badly lined delivery to end the over. Up until that time, he was right where he needed to be. And he just, again, straining that length, straining that line. He was full and he was on the pads. And that's kind of bread and butter stuff for batsmen of this caliber. And luckily he didn't go for a boundary. But he still got picked off for 2 more. So I'm sure he'll look at it. 3 overs cost him 18 runs so far, 29 for 1, 6 overs completed. And but the West Indies, I think and that's the pressure. When you build the pressure at both ends, even though Jaden Seals is bowling well, Blades cannot spoil it at the other end.
And Jaden Seals this time is played over the slip cordon by Babar Azam. Went hard at that. Never really a chance for those slips. Jaden Seals is not pleased with that shot. So 4 added to Babar Azam's total.
Gave him width. That was the shot he was trying to play earlier, but he was a lot closer to it this time. So he got more of the bat on, he got bat onto it. The one before he didn't get any bat onto it. This time he was able to get the bat onto it, and more importantly, get it over the slip cordon. Didn't try to keep it down at all.
Well, he's certainly gotten his fish now.
Yeah, well, if I was Jaden, I wouldn't go away from it totally. I would probably go closer to the stump and then come back to that wide delivery.
So this time he responds with the perfect delivery Any seamer would love to see that. Jaden Seals on a length, just getting it to nip away from Babar Azam, and 139 Ks that came out at as well.
Bounce and carry, which it had passed the edge of the bat before he could even get the bat in position properly. And that would have been a thick edge. had he pushed
Street
it
seam
in.
position too.
Yep.
Gun barrel straight, reminiscent of Mohammed Shami.
And this is what he has to do now. If he can do this again, and just keep him honest, and then go back to that wide delivery and see if he chases after it.
So here he comes again. This time a bit shorter, rising on Babar Azam. Wanted to pull, but couldn't.
They rushed onto him there. Who's that fellow? Oh, that was Adrian Barrett. Looking out over, surveying all in front of him.
There's our co-commentator getting some TV time as well. You're just driving home listening to us. You could get to see him when you turn on the TV. Halfway through the 7th over, 33 for 1. Jaden Seals, Babar Azam just drives that to long mid-on. Not able to gain any run from it.
Kudukesh Muti thought he had lost it, but it didn't go very far from him. And they couldn't even attempt the single at that time. But that left the bat, nice and sweet. He just on-drove it. And again, not trying to hit it too hard, Babar Azam. Just kind of get bat to ball.
Babar Azam waits. Jaden Seals steaming in, and this time it's a bit wider, just nipping away a bit as well. Babar Azam drives to the cover fielder, but no run.
Seals 1 for 11. This is his 4th over. He has 1 ball to go in his 4th over. This is the 7th of the innings.
The final delivery of the 7th just coming up.
Shamar Joseph might be called into action shortly.
And here's Jaden Seals. Wide delivery. Babar Azam leaves it alone again. He's played most leaves I've seen in this entire match so far. 33 for 1 after 7. Babar Azam on 6 from 16. Abdullah Shafiq 15 from 14. Jaden Seals 1 for 11 in his 4. And it is going to be Shamar Joseph from the northern end. Just getting a few last words from Shea Hope as far as the game plan.
Yeah, he has to start quickly here. There's very little margin for error when you have a world-class batsman like these two at the crease. So he cannot take an over or two to get the radar going. You want to try and see if you could get them in line, get them at a good length, early o'clock. No, he normally bowls a full length, and but he cannot give away half volleys, while he try to get rhythm. If anything, he needs to be very tight on the stumps.
Most certainly he is, and that's not where you would want to start. Wide down the leg side. Abdullah Shafiq has to wait for his first delivery from Shamar Joseph again. Has to readjust that radar quickly.
I'll tell you what though, if he gets an early wicket here, this crowd will go berserk because they love him to death, as they say. And it's good that he's bowling from distance, so he's closer to them. So they will be just waiting for him to do something special.
Comes in again. This time much better. Finding his length. Abdullah Shafiq only able to defend that towards Ruston Chase. 140 on the speed gun though. Not taking too long to work up to his full pace.
I remember he has this simple but repeatable action. And so once he gets his body positioning right, it will more often than not come out the same way.
So here's Shamar Joseph again. Abdullah Shafiq just plays that down quite softly into the leg side for no run. Shamar Joseph continuing to work into the spell.
Yeah, you could see he's still striving there to get his whole rhythm right. He's still not up to full throttle just yet. Ravi Rampal, who, like a Shamar Joseph, has a penchant to take in wickets early. Ravi was master of that, and I suppose he's trying to pass that on to these young bowlers now.
How many wickets would he have taken right here for the TKR? Here's Shamar Joseph again. And again, on a hard length, forcing Abdullah onto the back foot. And there's no run in the offing. So good pressure being applied after that wide to start the over. Just trying to hold things up for Pakistan. Abdullah Shafiq has been quite free-flowing in his innings. Babar Azam, on the other hand, looking to be a bit more patient. There's not too much going on off the seam. It's just about staying disciplined. And this time, Abdullah Shafiq again, just clipping it into the leg side, but straight towards the mid-wicket fielder.
So again, he has brought his line closer to the stumps now. So the batsmen have to play. The first delivery was the wide down the leg side. But after that, he's been he's been a little bit on the short side, but he's been getting it to climb up into the hip region. So they haven't been able to really get him away just yet. But he's close to the stumps.
Yeah, and again, on another wide down the leg side.
The commentator's curse.
Well, just as you were saying earlier as well, you don't want him to go too full, so at least he's erring on that shorter side.
Yeah, but he's done well so far. The first delivery was the wide down the leg side. The last delivery was another similar type of delivery wide down the leg side. But the 4 deliveries between those two, they couldn't score off of them. So he probably needs to revisit that now.
Fifth delivery of the over, and looks as if that one was just a bit fuller. Abdullah Shafiq trying to present the full face of the bat, which he does, but again straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I thought he ran in a lot quicker for that one. That's probably the best approach he's had for this over so far. The previous deliveries, he was a little bit further back behind the stumps. He was jumping from a lot further back. That time he went closer to the crease to deliver the ball.
Final delivery of the 8th over, and a wider, fuller delivery. Shafiq trying to catch a fish as Babar was earlier, but unable to make any contact. 35 for 1 after 8. Babar is on 6 and Shafiq on 15.
Just 2 runs coming from the over, and the 2 runs were the 2 wides that went down the leg side. The first ball, and the 5th ball of the over, that he strayed down that leg side. But other than that, they couldn't get a run off the 6 legitimate deliveries. They couldn't score off of those 6 balls. So pretty good going, a pretty good first over from him, and I'm sure he will hope to get better as they go along.
Jaden Seals no doubt continues from the southern end into his 5th over. Babar Azam pulls that wonderfully through the onside, goes all the way for 6. And what a response, his first boundary.
No fuss. Simple. Just get into position and let the bat do the rest. Nice swing of the bat. Stayed on top of it. Didn't try to keep it down. Lifted it and picked up a maximum, square the wicket on the onside.
Really came out of nowhere, but a bit too short from Jaden Seals and easily dispatched by Babar Azam. Sort of an in-between length. Not as if he was going for a bouncer or trying to get it on a length.
Yeah, but like we keep saying that there's very little margin for error against a batsman of this quality. You have to work out your plans and you have to execute those plans as best as you possibly can. It's not impossible to recover, but you have to work out where you're going with the ball.
So Jaden Seals comes in again. Babar Azam defending. And a loud shout of no.
And
Nobody
again,
is.
I think there are a lot of people who obviously would want the West Indies to win. But if Babar Azam plays one of his gems, I don't think the crowd will be too disappointed if he gets another 100 or something. I don't think they'll be very disappointed.
Well, I won't be, because I think in his full form, his full flow, he is so good to watch as a batsman. I think in modern day, I'd rank his cover drive higher than Virat Kohli's. And that's played through the covers. Not quite the drive, just a bit more delicate push on the back foot, and he's going to ring it inside the circle. So just 3. Good work there from Shufi and Rutherford. It was almost a check drive sort of shot.
But
Very close to the boundary, but
Yep.
good work in the end.
The good thing about it too is that he got way outside the off stump, so he could get into position to play the shot, and then he executed it beautifully. Like I said, he didn't try to overhit it; he just caressed it through the offside. Almost got 4 runs, except for the brilliance of Rutherford.
Yeah, so just coming to that sort of end period of his spell, Jaden Seals, and me just be telling on him a bit. This time, right where you would want it. Abdullah Shafiq, full face defense, but played straight towards extra cover. Yeah, a bit of a meeting in the middle for both batsmen. Understand that they would want to start pushing at this a bit more.
But they're going at a good clip. I don't think they need to try to force the issue just yet. And see off Jaden Seals, and and then
That's defended nicely from Shafiq. Well, I didn't mean they should be pushing it more. I think maybe they were just discussing that given the start we had to the over. Partnership going well so far, 28 off 38.
9 off this over already.
One delivery to go in this 9th over. Abdullah Shafiq to face. Jaden Seals 1 for 20. About to complete his 5th over. Probably his last for this spell. And here he is. And there's gone up for an appeal. Abdullah Shafiq. Well, Jaden Seals is having discussions there with Captain Hope, and he's gone up quite quickly.
Yeah, it hit him low down on the pad. I don't think the height is a problem here. The question is, was it doing too much going towards the leg stump? But it was a quick delivery coming into him, and he was trying to play it probably on the onside instead of playing it straight, and missed it. Got struck on the pad. So the question now is, was it doing too much?
It did look quite close. And again on second watch, did pass decently close to the batter as well.
Is it going to miss leg?
Yeah, it is the bat.
It hit the edge. Yep.
So no wicket at the end of that spell for Jaden Seals. Would have had his hopes up,
Yep.
but
It was a good
no
delivery.
reward.
Yep. So that ends his 5th over, 1 for 20, and it's 44 for 1.
So Babar Azam on 15, as well as Abdullah Shafiq. Jaden Seals ends his spell 1 for 20. Shamar Joseph to continue from the northern end. We'll probably see Mario Shepard replacing
Seals.
Jaden Seals. Or we might just see a change of ends for Blades. Many times they tend to prefer holding Shepard back towards the death.
Do you wait to bring Gudakesh Muti on?
I think given what we saw in that first innings, you should try to introduce his spin early, especially with the dew not going to get any better.
If he could get the ball to spin a little bit, who knows? He might create a few problems.
I remember watching a piece of analysis recently as well. Roston Chase mightn't be the worst option either, because Babar Azam has been struggling as of late to the off spinner. Shamar Joseph in again to Babar Azam, and right where he wants it to be, pretty much on a fourth stump line, as perfect as it gets, defended for no run.
Yeah, but he's presenting the full face of the bat. You know, Babar Azam, and that's the quality of the man.
And that's the thing that's so baffling about his recent run of not the greatest form. He always looks as if he's in control of what he's doing.
Well, from a West Indian standpoint, I wouldn't mind if he don't find form here.
Joseph again, and again that full face of the bat. Not quite up to his full pace, Shamar Joseph, 137. Still early into his spell.
This is, I mean, if you're a young cricketer and you're watching cricket, you're now learning about the game. This is somebody that you want to learn from. Just let's look at his mannerisms, just the calm at the crease and his methods.
Interface again, and this time cut powerfully through the offside. That went by so quickly, no fielder had a chance. 4 runs to Babar Azam. He moves on to 19 now. Score moves on to 48 for 1.
Yeah, he's into position early. Look at it, minimal movement. He's right there on top of it. And, the only thing moving then was the bat. His legs were already in position, and he was on top of it and just guided it just behind point for 4 runs. Class.
Just really embodying that lime green theme that Pakistan has, apart from his shoes, but his gloves and bat has a tinge of green on it.
Does he have is it 50 on his shoe?
Oh, maybe it might be 56, his team number.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to make it out properly here, but it's 5. I know it's a 5. I don't know if it's a 5 and a 0 or 5 and a 6.
And that fourth delivery of the over defended back to Shamar Joseph. No run.
But he really looks like he's in the mood here to probably get a big score, or certainly try to get as many as possible, but he's not rushing things.
Well, he certainly does like this format more than any other, and hasn't gotten the chance to play in the 50 over format for quite some time. Fifth delivery of the over, and again 4 times we've seen that forward defense from Babar Azam, and it never gets boring to watch.
And not only that, and this is what I'm saying, when you get an opportunity to see a batsman of his caliber performing, you look for little things, like I was mentioning. You look at his foot movement, you look at his head positioning, but you then look at how easy he makes it look. He doesn't fight with the bat in his hands. He doesn't try to overhit the ball too much. He just plays on merit.
Final delivery of the over. Shamar Joseph steaming in, and wouldn't you know it, it's another defense. So just that singular 4 in the over from Babar Azam. He's on 19. Abdullah Shafiq on 15, and the score is 48 for 1 after 10 overs and after the first power play.
So the first power play is in the books now, and the West Indies, after their first power play, they were 59 for 1, and Pakistan 48 for 1. So they're not too far off. But that was a period when Evan Lewis started to take control of proceedings, and they were building that good second wicket partnership.
We are seeing Gudakesh Moti entering into the attack early. I'm a bit surprised to see him coming in from that southern end. Usually left arm spinners tend to prefer the northern end at this ground. Of course, with two right-handers on strike,
Well, you probably go
slightly
with the breeze.
bigger
Yeah,
side
probably try
is
to
towards that leg side.
yeah, probably let him use the breeze, see if he get a little drift. Not that he's going to throw it up in the air for them to get under it.
I think it's really due to the fact that these two right-handers are at the crease. And he does get a bit of A on that one. A good start. Right on that good length that you'd want to operate at. Abdullah Shafiq to face again. And this time he's deposited that so big. Where has that come from?
Well, he was just waiting to unload there. He just jumped down the wicket, and with one full swing, the ball just went skywards. And he's up to 21 now.
Does tend to do this. He loves playing against spinners, Abdullah Shafiq. I remember multiple times throughout test innings that he's played that every time a spinner gets into the attack, within the first 2-3 overs,
His eyes
he
light
looks
up.
to hit that same shot. Exactly over long on. He went so far into the crowd, well, into the stands, no crowd there. This time, too short from Gudakesh Moti. Overcorrection and pulled into the onside. Evan Lewis is there, though. So it restricts them to 2.
And again, this is the examination here now, because you have Babar Azam, who is basically digging in at the other end, and his bat looks like a door. And now you have Shafiq starting to feel he could cut loose here.
And he's right back into that defense now.
Yeah, so this is the challenge for the West Indies here now. They have to hold their nerves here and make sure their plans are clear.
Again, easily defending that delivery from Gudakesh Moti. A bit fuller, a bit more flighted. One thing about Abdullah Shafiq is he does have a very mature mindset. Doesn't let those dot deliveries get to him. Just clipped nicely into the onside. 1 run he'll be set on taking and keeping the strike. 57 for 1 now after 11.
Yeah, again, just simple. The approach is so simple. Both batsmen are just very confident in their own abilities at the moment. And the West Indian bowlers are not really threatening them so much. We saw that first over. I don't think any of the deliveries spun to any great deal. The short one that he pulled through probably turned a little bit because he probably dug it in the wicket. But outside of that, there is an appreciable turn for Muti. The dew might be a problem, might have a say in that. But based on what we saw earlier, there was appreciable turn. I think one was 3.9 degrees for one, and the other one was 2.8. And I think the one who turned the most was actually close to 4, if not just over 4. So they had their 3 spinners were able to generate turn. It's up to Gudakesh Moti, and as you say, Roston Chase, when he comes on, to see if he could find some purchase in the wicket.
And it's the venue here that we know takes spin usually. Shamar Joseph back. And that's played down to fielder coming around that deep backward square. So just 1 run for Abdullah Shafiq brings Babar Azam back on strike. As it stands, the wind predictor can't make up his mind.
Even Stevens.
That wind predictor was made to look like a joke during the recent England-India series.
Because you never knew who was going to get the upper hand when.
So Babar Azam readies himself again. And he gets back into his same rhythm.
Yeah.
Looking to show full respect to those good deliveries.
Yeah, this could be very worrying for the West Indies. Because if he continues to just, play everything with the full face of the bat like that, even though he's not scoring at a hectic pace right now. The fact remains that he is getting, more and more relaxed, and as a bowler, if you can't go past the edge of the bat, you start to get worried. What you're gonna do next?
So here he is again, this time just a bit wider, allowing Barbara to open the face of the bat and play it delicately down to third man. Partnership moves up to 43 now. These two batting really well together. And they do enjoy batting together.
Yes, well, they should. They're two quality players, and Babar Azam has been in and out. And like I say, Pakistan somehow they find ways to kind of like upset their own best plans sometimes.
Shamar Joseph again, this time a bit too straight, and that's punished by Abdullah Shafiq. Just driving that, a lovely on drive from Abdullah Shafiq. No one was in that region. Striving for that extra pace, Shamar Joseph. That one was up to 144, and he fell over as he was bowling it as well, but was not well directed.
Yeah, beautifully played. Just look at the pure class. Just stroked it in between the mid one and the mid-wicket fielders. Almost equidistant between the two of them. Neither one had a chance.
I think as long as these two are batting together, they're going to try to outdo each other as far as their shots. And which one of them is going to play it in a more beautiful way. It's so good to look at. Here's Shamar Joseph again. And this time, just played towards Roston Chase at backward point. No run.
Yeah, Chase is looking more and more like a real key cog here for the Windies, and it's going to be incumbent upon him to come and try and stem at the time, even if it's just to break a partnership or something. But somebody has to put his hand up here now and say, look, let me go and do this for the Windies, because these two are digging in right now.
They do need to get him in for Babar Azam. I'm calling it right away. Here's Shamar Joseph and Abdullah Shafiq. Well, that's not given out. Shamar Joseph wants to review it himself, but he needs Shea Hope's approval. Even Adrian Barrett here at the back of our box is surprised.
Decision, because he only has one more. So does he take it now? And Shea Hope, he doesn't want to, but they've convinced him that they will take it. And you live with the consequences. That's pretty much what it is. Now, the original decision is not out. So this is it. Now, the batsman did play, missed the ball, hit him on the back leg.
He was quite far back in his crease, but it did look like it may have just been bouncing a bit too much.
Well, don't try and convince Shamar Joseph of that. It's a good delivery. And just, okay, again, it hits in the inside of the pad. Eh? Now, the leg stump comes into play here. Does it beat the leg stump, or does it clip the leg stump?
I think it's well in line. The height is really just
There's the issue now. Yep.
And it's as marginal as it gets, because it's right at the top of the knee roll.
Yeah, it could be umpire score, which I don't mind, because to lose your two reviews in the space of 2 overs, it's going to be very, very difficult for the Windies. Oh, that's out.
Well, they were able to overturn it. No umpire's call coming into play. Top of middle and leg. A bit unorthodox, not top of off, but Shamar Joseph hits the stumps via LBW, and Abdullah Shafiq is going to have to head back now. It's 63 for 2 after 12. Shamar Joseph 1 for 12 from his 3 overs. Babar Azam still out there on 20 from 27.
So So 63 for 2, and of course the West Indies' favorite son picks up a pepper here, and Shamar Joseph could do no wrong as he has broken through for the Windies. Mohammed Rizwan, you got rid of one world-class player, and then Mohammed Rizwan strolls to the wicket. As I welcome back to Adrian Barrett.
Yeah, nice to be back, Ruskin, and it's a happy time here for the West Indies fans around the region and at the Brian Cricket Academy, and Shamar Joseph and Shea Hope they are winning that review, and it has nothing to do with umpire score, so it was a straightforward overturn and very good review right away. It's the first time I saw a captain smiling when calling for a review because it was that plumb. So well done to the West Indies team.
Yeah, the only thing there would have been the height as it started to, the distances had to travel from the impact to the stumps. And as you saw there, it was just clipping the top of the stumps.
Yeah. And I think you as a fast bowler, you would know that you would want those things to go your way.
Yep.
You know, you're putting in the effort, you're running in hard, and sometimes you want those little things to go your way as a fast bowler.
Yeah, and the thing about it, when I played, we didn't have like reviews or anything like that. So I would imagine there are a number of wickets that I got that I should not have gotten. And on the flip side, there are some that I should have gotten that I never got. And but I can't hold it against the umpires.
So Shepherd bowls to Baba Azam.
So that's his first delivery of a new spell.
And no run there. Plays lovely defense. While I was listening to the commentary, I heard about the defense of Baba Azam maybe about 10 times in the commentary, and it's really something to. It's like a combination of Inzamam, Ulhaq, Yunus Khan, all those guys, Rahul Dravid.
It's solid. That's what it is. It's good. And I'll tell you what, after this delivery, as we look at Shepherd again bowling, playing on the onside, think back to Javed Miandad. Now, Javed Miandad was just as competent with the defense. But what I liked about Javed Miandad was he had this uncanny ability to manufacture runs. So he would bring the full face of the bat, and then all of a sudden, the very last minute, he would just turn the wrist.
Break the wrist, yeah.
So while he could play it back to the bowler, he would be playing that to cover and squeeze in a quick single, or turn it on the onside, and by the umpire, and get a comfortable single.
Yeah. I think that's just like as we were speaking during the lunch break, Joe Root. Yep. He has that ability to break the wrist even down to that third man region.
Kane Williamson, they
have that ability.
They do it with, even Virat Kohli as well has that ability to just kind of maneuver the ball into the gaps and get runs. Here's Shepherd on his way once more from the southern end bowls, driven nicely but well fielded. A little bit of a block there, just stopped it, didn't stop it cleanly, but he took enough pace off of it and prevented it from going past him. Is that Gudakesh Muti in the covers there?
It looks like Chase.
Ruston Chase.
Yeah, Ruston Chase there in covers.
Didn't get a run because he took all the sting out of it. We have a Tassa group ringing off in our air here. And another good delivery from Romario Shepherd, right on target. Treated with respect as well. And you could see Rizwan and Baba Azam just chatting. What these two chat, what they talk about? They probably talk about things that you and I do ever even want to mention while we're on the cricket field, because they've probably batted together so many times. They've had these conversations so many times. So they probably just look at each other and they know exactly what each other's thinking. Here's Shepherd once more, bowl, trying to guide it. This time he gets it to the left, and this is even better. And good
King,
cricket again. It's Brandon King out there who was able to knock it down to his left this time and denied him a single once again.
Yeah, brilliant feeling and diving to his left. So a great effort there by Brandon King, and that is very important, saving every single run, because as the game progresses, those ones and twos are going to come into play.
Next delivery is bang on target again, and once again he's in behind it. Like I say, we always say Carl Hooper had so much time, and well, Rizwan has plenty time right now. 63 for 2 at the end of over number 13.
So Jaden Seals, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. Jediah Blades, 3 overs, 18 runs, no wickets. Shamar Joseph, 3 overs, 12 runs, 1 wicket. Gutakesh Moti, 1 over, no wickets for 9 runs. And Shepherd, in his last over,
A maiden.
a maiden.
Yep.
So, good over here by Romario Shepherd. And Shamar Joseph will be continuing. The Guyanese fast bowler, who has really set the world on fire with his bowling from since that spell in Australia. And everybody could remember that match-winning bowling spell at the Gabba. And he's continuing to really show his talent here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Well, he's starting a new over, his 4th, and he's on his way. 1 for 12 so far. And he bowls another peach of a delivery, but Rizwan is quickly in behind it. He had to hurry, but he did it well enough in the end. And then he goes for a little walk.
Yeah, both of these batsmen have very similar stats. I think the only difference I could see is the brand of bat they're using. One is using Grenicles and one is using CA. So it's really like a pair of batsmen that almost is very, very similar.
Yeah, they certainly know what they're doing. Here's another good delivery that cuts him in half. In fact, it might have clipped the bails or clipped the bat. They're peeling for a catch, and they're going to take their review. Well, that one cut him in half. It went right through him, and Shea Hope took the catch, and he has taken the review himself. He doesn't need the encouragement of the bowler.
Yeah, and really good delivery there. Cut the batsman in half, so we're yet to see if the ball would have picked up any bat on the way through. So the Pakistan team here under pressure. The captain is under the gun here with a review. So we have to wait on the TV umpire to go through the steps. So
okay, you look at it again. The ball pitch came right back inside. Now it touched something. Did it touch the pad or did it touch the bat on the way through? It might have been the pad on the way through, and that's probably what Shea Hope saw. And so it went past the bat and it hit the pad. So it was the top of the pad that he saw. And the sad thing about that's the second review for the Windies gone. And but he can't even get an LBW decision because it was just climbing over the bail on the way through. So a tough decision there, but a brilliant delivery from Shamar Joseph. And I would imagine Rizwan would have had his hand in his mouth there, wondering if he would survive.
yeah. So it's missing the stumps also. So it's not hitting the bat, and it's not
Hitting the stumps.
and it's not a LBW either.
Yeah.
So West Indies lose a review.
They lose it too. They've lost the 2 reviews now. And everybody is just in agony. But let's see what they can do here now. As he's on his way once more. Goes past the umpire, bowls another peach of a delivery. Bang on target now. He's ready. He's revved it up now. And he's firing on all cylinders, Shamar Joseph. Looking for a wicket, another wicket here.
Yeah, solid defense there by Rizwan. Full face of the bat. So this bowling attack, the West Indies will really be looking to see if they could get this breakthrough here, because I believe this could be the partnership here that the Pakistan team would be dependent on.
He's with him now, and it's guiding this one back behind point. Chase is there, there's no run. And so again, you're right, this is the partnership that could be the difference between a win or a defeat for the Windies.
Yeah, the West Indies team here is playing with a 12-man the crowd, because with that wicket previously and then this close call, the crowd has really gotten involved. So it's a period of the game here that the West Indies team really need to capitalize on. If they get another wicket here, it would really put the pressure on the Pakistan team.
Another good delivery again from Shamar Joseph, pushing Rizwan back purely in defense. No aggression from him. In fact, he's looking to just survive this period here. And that is the experience of these two. Without probably saying too much or stating the obvious between them, they might just have their own little, how should I say, their own little conversation, but they'll probably just say baton, or just keep playing straight or something to that effect, just because they know what is at stake here now. Joseph, again, and again Rizwan is trying to force it, and once again, he can't get it through. Another maiden over, a brilliant over from Shamar Joseph. It's 63 for 2 now, back-to-back maidens for the Windies, and as Baba Azam remains 20. Rizwan is yet to score. 14 overs completed. We'll take a break as the players will take a refreshment break as well. The Brian Lara Cricket Academy, where we're in the middle of an amazing period of this game. Pakistan trying to get to 281 in their 50 overs, a 63 for 2 now after 14. And the required rate at the moment is 6.06 as they try desperately here to get something going. These two of their premier batsmen, Babar Azam and Mohammad Rizwan, at the wicket right now. And as you would have heard from Adrian a short while ago, this is the partnership right here. The game probably could hinge on how well these two go, or how long they stick around for Pakistan. But like I say, cricket is a strange game, Adrian, and who knows? So the West Indies could prize out both of them, and then somebody else comes and does the business. But as a team, you prefer that because you don't want these two to beat you, because they have all the pedigree to do just that, and you're trying to deny them that opportunity here.
Well, they Baba, Azam and Rizwan, they actually get paid for these kind of situations. This is actually their job. They're fully aware of what their role is, because they have been in these situations many, many, many times. Probably over 100 times. So Shepherd now continues from the southern end, and it's played defensively. That's pushed to the mid one, so no runs to the total. So after that water break there, it's always a bit of a period now where the batsmen have to sort of recalibrate again, they would have decided exactly what their new targets would have been, based on whatever they would have set throughout the first power play, and now they're in the middle phase of the game.
And they've lost 2 wickets already, so that they'll have to factor that in as the next delivery is pushed up on the outside. No run. Shepherd is yet to concede a run. He's in the second over, and he's 8 deliveries, and it's yet to concede a run.
Yeah, and it's really good from the West Indies team, because we have seen some really incredible fielding so far. We see the coaching staff has really put in the work. The players have put in the work, and it's paying dividends tonight.
Shepherd again. That one is cut away nicely. There's a man down there, third man. He does well. And Shifrin Rutherford scampers around to deny them the boundary, but they'll get 2. And it's that man, Babar Azam, again, just staying on top of a delivery and guiding it.
Yeah, and good stop there by Shifrin Rutherford. Since the T20 series, the ball seemed to be following him a lot. That's how it goes sometimes. So
he is again Shepherd bowls on the legs, and turned away nicely through forward square leg for a comfortable single. And remember, Shepherd is bowling from the southern end, or the Brian Lara Cricket Academy end. We're at the commentary box end, or the main pavilion end. And Lara is here at the ground. In fact, he's in front of the court song specialist of Love Until, wherever they are performing from. And he's enjoying himself, having a whale of a time, as they say.
I wonder if he paid to come in. What do you think? you think Brian paid to come in here?
I think we should be blessed that he comes in here. Here is the next delivery on the onside, turned away nicely through forward square leg. In fact, through mid wicket, and that's going to get to the boundary. Not racing to the boundary, but it has enough legs on it, and that's for a good looking run. Rizwan is doing his bit as well.
Yeah, just over pitched and into the pads of Rizwan. Those caliber players would not miss out on that. So good shot, but bit of a poor delivery there on the pads, especially with the field placing. I'm sure that wouldn't have been the plan there to bowl that line.
Yep, here he is again bowling a better delivery, coming back in at him, starting just on the off stump, coming back into the right-hander. Rizwan, remember, was already deceived by one from Shamar Joseph at the other end, and got cut in half, and just hitting the pad. Was taken behind, but no no run from it. So that's the end of that over. And Pakistan still need 211 more runs from 35 overs. It's 70 for 2 from 15.
Yeah, just again we see Brian Lara there spending some time with the fans. It's really nice to see when celebrities, a local celebrity like Brian Lara, going around and meeting the people. It really makes people feel really special, and kudos to him for doing that.
Well, remember, he's a triple world record holder. So here is Shamar Joseph bowls again. Just turned away into the offside, just down behind. Well, they're going for the second run. He's going to have to hurry, and he just gets there. He didn't catch the ball. He didn't collect it. Shea Hope, not a bad throw. It was a bit low from Evan Lewis out in the deep. But Babar Azam was flying back for the second run. Look at it again. He was committed to it.
Yeah, really good runner between the wickets, Babar Azam. And because of that, he was able. But a better throw, he would have been in trouble.
Yep. And Shea Hope never really collected it. And the batsman, by the time the ball hit the glove, the bat was kind of sliding into the crease to complete the second run. So here goes Joseph again. And for this delivery, he's turning it on the onside, but he can't get a run.
Good length there by Shamar Joseph. Better length and line. So these batsmen love room, especially through the offside. So Shamar Joseph really keeping things tight here so far. And more on the shorter side on this pitch. You really see here asking the batsman to actually hit him. He hasn't really given any much half volleys.
This one is flicked away nicely. That's going to go close to the boundary as well. And they'll get two. And another comfortable couple there.
Yeah, not bad from the West Indies team. Not giving away too much boundaries. You wouldn't mind that. Of course, you wouldn't want these two batsmen, Babazan and Rizwan, to bat out maybe 20 overs. You wouldn't want them to bat the next 20 overs. But at least they are not given too much boundaries. Shea Hope would know that this period of the game here is that period where they will be looking to run a lot of ones and twos. But if West Indies could pick up a wicket here, 74 for 2 after 15.3 overs, chasing 281.
Yes, Joseph once more bowls, and he's turning it again on the legs. And there's a field out there at square leg, so they're going to get one. Jaden Seals getting a workout. And one more to Babar Azam. He goes to 28 from 41. 75 for 2 now. Rizwan, who's on 4, is back on strike.
What you thought about Jaden Seals' first spell? What you thought about that spell?
I thought he bowled well. He deserved the wicket that he got. He bowled a couple more that could have, with a little more luck, might have been able to remove Babar Azam as well. But it'll be interesting when he comes back, if these two are still there, how he goes against them. And that's another peach of a delivery. No foot movement there, or very little. And the bat well away from the pad. And luckily for Rizwan, he didn't get a touch.
Yeah, really good delivery there within that corridor of uncertainty around that 5th stump line. So really have Rizwan there questioning what he should do.
Yeah, but he didn't move his legs. That was his first problem. And as opposed to how Babar Azam is batting, he's actually getting close to the ball. Let's see Joseph with him once more. And for this delivery is again jumping into line. So there's a little bit of anxiety there for Rizwan. He hasn't settled just yet, but he kept that one out well enough. 16 going. It's 75 for 2.
5 runs off that over. And as we could see from our view, we are seeing Ravi Rampal, the bowling coach of the West Indies team, himself and Darren Sammy, the head coach. So this is the part of the game that Ravi Rampal, this is where he's very involved here now, and messages and so on would be being sent. So Ravi definitely having an impact on bowling unit, as we have seen from since the Australian series to now. It's really having an impact. He doesn't have the records to show for it, but we have really seen the impact he has.
And here's Shepherd bowling a first delivery that is a bit short, but easily manipulated down to third man for a comfortable single. So Babar Azam goes to 29. Rizwan, who's on 4, he's been on 4 for a while now. 10 balls. Is now back on strike. Weighing over number 17 here now. Romario Shepherd, how he would love a wicket now.
Oh,
And that's a
delivery.
peach of a delivery. That one touchdown, and it really went like a leg break past the outside edge. And Rizwan, who is having his problems with the ball coming into him from Shamar Joseph at one end, gets this away swinger at the other end, and is probably wondering, how do I play that? He's as square as they come.
It's like a Glenn McGrath type delivery. Curtly Ambrose, the ball angle in swing, hit, and then leave.
Just left him. Yes.
Perfect delivery.
Shepherd again, posed, but on the legs this time, and picked off a comfortable single down behind square. And one more to the score, takes it to 77 now for 2. So Rizwan finally moves off 4. And how he must be happy, because he could have been dismissed a couple times at 4. And especially that one big appeal for the catch at the wicket. That was no catch at all in terms of the bat. Came off the pad. But here is Babar Azam. Shepherd bows, good delivery again. They're going to get a quick single. And again, not much they could do about it. Blades can't prevent it at mid-on.
So the required run rate is 6.09, not by any means a run rate that they cannot keep up with. They would want to keep that around. The Pakistan team would want to keep it around that mark. They wouldn't want to creep into the 7 at this stage of the game.
Here's another one that he's this time running down to third man for another easy single. Rizwan, so he chucks on another one to go to 6. And that is why it's so important for the West Indies to remove these two, at least one of them, because, like you say, with an asking rate of just 6.09, that's very, very manageable for these
Runnable.
two. Yep, they don't have to take any risk at all. Driven nicely down to mid-on, but no run. Full pitch delivery from Shepherd to end the 17th over. It's 79 for 2 now after 17.
So great atmosphere at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and we see on the worm as we look at our monitors here, and the West Indies just Pakistan just under the worm, so maybe we would have lost one wicket less, or around the same amount of wickets at this stage.
Actually, the same amount of wickets.
Same amount of wickets,
but
yeah.
the West Indies, they're 79 for 2 after 17. The West Indies were 96 for 2 after 17 overs. So they have some catching up to do. But
Yeah.
like we said, these two are quite capable. Here is Joseph. And again, pushing it into the gap for another very, very well-judged single. So Rizwan goes to 7. He hasn't set the place alight since arriving at the crease, but he's still there. But this is the man, Babar Azam, who looks to be in very good nick at the moment. And you can tell that he hasn't been scoring the bag full of runs that he would normally score. But remember, he's 100 away from tying the top for Pakistan. And he's just finding ways to get runs here. Even good deliveries he's able to manipulate.
And he also has a couple hundreds against the West Indies, right?
5.
500. So it's not a stranger to West Indies bowling.
Well, that's why I keep saying that this is the partnership, and this is the pair that I would really like to see the back of. In fact, I think all West Indians would love to see the back of those two. I think we've seen enough quality from them to know that, yes, they're quality batsmen. And soaking wet. And Babar Azam doesn't even, he's not even perspiring. He's just cool out there. And taking everything in stride. That's really just a quality of the man. He's not flustered at all. And, he just seems so in control. And that's a good delivery again. Pushing it out, but can't get the single this time.
So another dot ball. So nice atmosphere at the Brian Lara Academy. See the steel band.
Yeah, look at the youngster in the middle there.
Yeah. Learning from young.
Yep. Here's the next delivery, pitched up, driven. Into the gap it goes.
Wow.
The man at mid-off has no chance. He thought he had a chance. He was getting close to it, but the ball just kept gathering speed along the turf. And away it goes, down to extra cover for 4 runs. 44 now for Babar Azam. He continues to push on here. It's 97 for 2.
Glorious shot there by Babar Azam. Effortless. He just weighted the shot properly. He didn't hit it too hard, but he hit it just enough for it to go to the boundary, and it raced away to that mid-off extra cover region. So, great shot.
The only thing was wrong with that, he ran. He tried to run. He spoiled the whole thing by running.
I think he tried to trick the fielder into thinking he have a chance. Remember you were asking about the conversations some of those batsmen have? Those are the little tricks those guys have.
They make you feel you have a chance of cutting it off.
Chandapol did that a lot. I remember playing with him. He said, you see, if you bludgeon a 4 and you time a 4, like just stroke it for a boundary, it's the same boundary. Yeah. The difference is the fielder have to run behind it. So he deliberately hit the ball like that.
Now Muti is taken over from the top end. He bowled just a 1 over from the bottom end. And he got hit away for a 6 and then a couple more, but a short ball that he was pulled through the onside, but he's back now. And so far so good. Rizwan can't get him away. 2 deliveries going in this over. 97 for 2. We're in the 20th over.
Yeah, I think Rizwan doesn't look too comfortable here.
And just gone right through the gate. Now that might have hit the edge. Might have hit the inside edge, but it missed everything. It missed the stumps. It's 4 runs. And it probably took the inside edge on the way through. But you just talk about Rizwan not feeling comfortable, and that's why. This one went right through the gate, hit the inside edge of the bat. He was trying to probably open the face, and it hit the inner portion of the bat, and it went past the leg stump. Not much Shea Hope could do about that.
Yeah, and we see here Moti is fully aware that there's not much spin. So he's really trying to use that arm ball to his advantage, because naturally Rizwan would be thinking the ball would be leaving him, but he's angling it into him.
The next ball he drives up, much more in control of this one. The 100 is on the board with that boundary. 102 now for 2. And Babar Azam comes in to strike now. Muti must be thinking, if I only get 1 wicket, let it be one of these 2. And those are the thoughts that you have as a bowler. To benefit your team, I just want to get one of these 2. And that's how he has to think. That's well bowled. Well played too.
Yeah, Babar Azam looks like he's playing on a whole different pitch.
Yeah, I tell you, the man doesn't look like like how a crab, like he have no perspiration at all. He's just coming in, this one coming off the inner portion of the bat. Again, the arm ball coming in on the angle, but no run resulting from it. 5 from the over. It's 102 for 2 after 20. And you do a quick comparison here. The West Indies were 113, but they had lost a 3rd wicket by that time after their 20 overs. They were 112 for 3 after 20. Pakistan are 102 for 2. So they are right on course at the moment. And the good thing, and I think we spoke about this, when you have wickets in hand, you could launch, for a period of time. You don't have to go hard for the full, 30 overs that remaining, but just for a spell, 5 overs or so, you could just change everything with a big burn. Jaden Seals is back, and this one driven down to mid-on. They're going to get one. They might get a second. Yes, he turns quickly. There's a little bubble in the field, and they were able to scamper, come back around. It looks like Blades was having difficulty cutting it off, and the batsmen were able to complete 2.
Yeah, I think this is where the experience in the West Indies bowling, I think everyone was mentioning about the experience, and this period of the game here now is really where it's going to come into play here. 104 for 2, 20 overs. This is 50 overs cricket here now.
Yep, 41 from 49 this pair. Driven nicely. That's a great shot. That's going to run down the hill for 4. A brilliant shot. He just came onto the front foot and stroked it past the bowler on the onside of the wicket. The man at mid-on Blades had no chance. And that's 4 good-looking runs. All of a sudden, Rizwan is up to 21.
Yeah, and that's the important thing about batting on this pitch. Once you get yourself in, there's a possibility that you could score runs. So most batsmen, I would say, except Baba Azam, would have had to get themselves in before they actually able to score runs and build a momentum. So these 2 batsmen here now, Rizwan and Seals, bowls and he drives to mid-on, no run, Rizwan. So 10 boundaries so far in the innings and 2 sixes, the Pakistan innings. Required run rate now drops under 6 runs, so it's 5.86 and over now. So sort of driver seat position here for the Pakistan team.
Yeah, they have the West Indian fielders chatting among themselves. Everybody trying to formulate a plan or sharing their observations. It's up to the bowlers now to see if they could force a fault shot. Here he goes again, right on target, Jaden Seals. Bending his back here for the West Indies as he needs to. They need a wicket. They need it in the worst way, because these 2 are threatening to take this game away from them.
Yeah, and as we know, batting in the night at the Brian Lara Academy it's always
With a 9 for 2.
seen my good friend Stefan Murray there going through the crowd. Yeah, so nice atmosphere here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
So 21 overs now, 109 for 2. Babar Azam looking close to his very best on 44. And Mohammad Rizwan, half those runs to his name, 22 from 27 deliveries. So both of these batsmen going at quite a nice pace.
So, Kudake Shimoti continuing from the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Rizwan.
Comes in now, Rizwan cuts that powerfully through the offside. Sweeper in the deep. Evan Lewis runs across to limit that to 2. A bit of a uncomfortable movement from Evan Lewis as he cleaned that up. Hopefully that's nothing too serious.
You see that they're starting to dry the ball here now, and you know that there's a lot of dew due to the humidity. And it's always a factor here when you're bowling second and for spinner.
This time a bit of turn on offer for Gudakesh Moti. Rizwan pushes that down to long off fielder quite delicately. One more run to his name. It is going to be difficult with that dew. And it's only going to get more difficult.
Yeah, sometimes the ball actually feel like a bar of soap in your hands. And the seam, everything is slippery. So it should take a lot of quality from Moti here. But as with any bowler around the world, you have to adapt to the conditions.
Third delivery of the over. Quicker one from Gudakesh Moti. Babar Azam tightly behind that and defending. Quiet rate just touching 5.9. No real concern for Pakistan. Moti in again. Babar Azam just strides forward this time, but meets it and defends it.
Yeah, so
These two bat so well together, Babar and Rizwan. Spent a lot of time at the top of the order in the T20 format. And again, a bit of drift this time from Gudakesh Moti. Babar Azam defense on full display again. He is certainly trying not to bowl too quickly, Gudakesh Moti. It's one criticism as of recent times. I think he just sort of rushes through his action a bit. But this time again, a bit of drifting. Good pace on 91 to finish out, and dot ball to end. 112 for 2 after 22.
yeah, that's important with Moti in terms of the speedy bowls, because in 50 overs cricket, you have 10 overs to bowl. It's 50 overs, and it's important to give the ball a little more time to spin. Whereas with the T20, everybody's coming at you. They're trying to hit you out of the park. So there's a little more time, and I guess with experience, and as we keep mentioning that with experience of the West Indies team, the more international cricket these guys play, because the franchise cricket is not based around 50 overs cricket. It's based around T20 cricket. So this version of the game, you wouldn't get it anywhere else.
Well, you completed my thought really, because I was going to wrap it up with it being a symptom of T20. Jaden Seals in again and just played down to deep third man. Shufin Rutherford there. Just one run for Mohammad Rizwan.
Yeah, there's not much, it's not much attraction to 50 overs franchise cricket anyway. So it's one of those versions that, generally speaking, even ICC, a lot of people love Test cricket, a lot of people love T20 cricket, but 50 overs cricket is one of the game that really seems to get sometimes the bad end of the stick.
Certainly it does. Season again, Fuller. Babar Azam just driving to mid-on fielder and a quick single. Moves on to 45. Jaden Seals into his second spell, 1 for 29 his figures currently. Yes, there was even talk around the last World Cup or Champions Trophy as well, with them even looking to just get rid of the ODI format, and I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, it would be sad to see that happen. Really, really sad. But even with the Olympics now, we're seeing that would be T20. So it's interesting to see what is the future of 50 overs cricket.
Seals in again on a nice length, but easily dabbed down to third man. Mohammad Rizwan. But that was Babar Azam. Just opening the face of his bat. No, it was Mohammad Rizwan.
Yeah, I told you they're very similar. It's just that Baba Azam could bat much better, but they are very similar.
That's a bit subjective. See, one defining characteristic, Rizwan a bit more busy at the crease. He seems to target leg side a bit more as well. Especially in that T20 format. Love playing that pull shot.
Yeah.
Seals again a bit of movement away from Babar Azam, but he uses that to his advantage as he plays it exactly where it was headed. Again, just 4 singles in the over so far, but that has actually pushed the run rate up from where it was at the beginning of the over. And that there's just evidence as well that singles are so valuable.
Yeah. I'm not sure if you know about this, Dylan, but on social media a lot, there's always this debate between Virat Kohli and Baba Azam. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but Pakistani fans, they very much believe in in terms of batsmanship that Baba Azam is the greatest.
Seals again, Mohammad Rizwan this time going a bit more towards cover rather than behind square, but not a single easily added to the total. I think that big debate is around which one of them should be crowned the king.
But I don't think the Indian fans would agree with the Pakistani, and we all know how that goes.
I think you really just need to narrow it down to the ODI format when you
That's
look
right.
at that comparison. Because across formats, I don't think it's an argument.
Yeah. The Asia Cup is next month. That's going to be a very big tournament because India and Pakistan will be playing in it. So a lot of viewership.
Of course, in the lead up to the upcoming T20 World Cup as well. And this is played nicely by Babar Azam again through the covers, back foot. It's a over of 6 singles from Jaden Seals. He's on 1 for 33. 3 overs remaining in his spell. Babar Azam just 3 away from his half century, and Mohammad Rizwan on 28. Score at 118 for 2.
So a big partnership here building between these two batsmen. As mentioned, these two batsmen, Rizwan and Baba, have spent a lot of time in the middle for Pakistan. And as mentioned before, they don't look flustered, they don't look bothered by anything. These guys are usually playing against the top teams around the world, and also they're playing in very hostile conditions in Pakistan and with the crowd and the pressure. So it's even a pleasure too for some fans to see them today, but I don't think they would want them to see them do too well.
Moti continues into the 24th over, and Babar just slashes that to Rasta and Chase at cover. And the partnership is actually up to 55 runs now between these two as well. So they've been together at the crease for quite a while. Moti in again and a very full delivery, almost a Yorker to Babar Azam. And he just digs it out. So there's no run for him. 2 dot deliveries to begin that run in.
Go on.
Oh, well. Babar Azam runs down to Gudakesh Moti. Slower this time, enticing him. And he's gotten this reward. A great piece of bowling from Gudakesh Moti. Just slowed it up, got it to turn and hold in the surface. And Babar Azam was caught in no man's land trying to chase after it.
Yeah. Great delivery by Moti. Just hangs it in the air, and he got some turn, and really, really good bowling there by him. And good work by Shea Hope. He was almost halfway down the wicket. Baba Azam, he didn't even stand a chance to even get back there. So he stumped, and Baba Azam, he goes for 47 of 64 deliveries. Pulled Moti, stumped Hope. So Pakistan 118 for 3 after 23.3 overs. A needed wicket for the West Indies team, and the breakthrough has finally come for them.
So that dismissal there from Gudakesh Moti, his first wicket. Babar Azam just evading that 50 by a few runs. But until that point, he looks so comfortable as he usually does. So it brings Salman Aga to the crease now. Average of 42, just over 1,000 runs, 1,054 runs now. Strike rate of 99.3, 650s and 1 century to his name. Very important feature in this middle order for Pakistan in both ODIs and the Test format. Tends to bat with the tail often in the Test, but does so quite well. And in the ODI format, just as that much needed stability to this middle order for Pakistan.
So Moti there doing the job for the West Indies team. Just when they needed him.
Babar Azam looked a bit shocked, a bit perplexed at that. So Moti now, that dry ball that he's going to have to keep on redrying. Just getting his field right. 2 fielders in deep on the offside, long off and sweep on the cover boundary. Leg side also has his 2 fielders deep and 2 closer in the circle. Slip in place as well. Aga defends quite competently and confidently. No run so far in this over from Gudakesh Moti. Salman Aga to face up again. Now a bit of turn and drop short. Or did it? The slip fielder. They're all sorts now. Have to take a closer look at whether it carried or not. But great bit of turn, drift and deception from Moti. Did drop short. Whether he should be a bit closer up. Again, that turn, dangerous turn and drift. Finding the right pace of the surface, Gudakesh Moti. And it's going to be just 1 run to Salman Aga off the mark, and he'll keep strike. 119 for 3.
Close one there of Moti to Aga. So waiting for the replay.
Full-on party atmosphere here with the Tassa as well as the steel band. Guess you could just choose which side of the ground you want to be on and get a different song.
Choose a genre.
And then, of course, there's music over the speaker as well.
Typical Trinidad atmosphere.
Now, there's a CPL warm-up.
It's like sometime when you go in a street in Trinidad, that is exactly what you would be hearing. So much different music.
That's my street. Just a few minutes from here. Jediah bleeds back into the attack. His second spell. Change of ends for him as well. Just dab down to third man from Salman Aga. So starting around the wicket as well. Coming in from that southern end where I think probably will be a bit more effective. Gudakesh Moti as well with a switched ends from where he initially started off. Getting much better success at this northern end. Score 120 for 3. Salman Aga just continuing to loosen himself up. Do a bit of warm-ups at the non-striker's end. Jediah Blades starts back in his run-up. Mohammad Rizwan, he stays over the wicket to Rizwan, and Rizwan just pushes this through the square region in the offside. Shifin Rutherford restricts that to 1.
So, Shehope here bringing back Blades into the attack here because sort of the period of the game where, Jediah is a bit inexperienced and would be a good opportunity for him to get some overs in. Get himself into the game a bit.
Is definitely a good stage to bring Blades back. And that one is wide full, but Aga goes full throttle at it. No one there behind square in the offside. 4 runs, streaky fashion, but 4 runs nonetheless to Salman Ali Aga.
Yeah, it's a tick outside edge there. There's no slip in place, and I think he's fully aware of that. So, if he gets anything onto it, it will go for 4.
Key thing here is for Sheop to continue to enforce that was a good delivery, caught the edge. Don't let Bleeds continue to doubt himself. Already didn't have the greatest first spell. So back around the wicket to Salman Aga. Continuing to bowl quite well, holding that same sort of length. Still no slip in place. Defended from Salman Aga.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that slip, I always believe in that a new batsman coming in to have at least one slip, whether it be a spinner or a fast bowler. Just because he's just coming in, he's now feeling, the ball onto the bat, so it's very easy to pick up an edge.
Chedia bleeds in again, and this time dabbed into the third man region for Salman Aga. He'll get 1. And it's interesting as well. Many times we saw the bowler coming from that southern end, even in the first innings, and didn't see the slip in place. Ball went exactly where our previous ball went.
Yeah. Even Jaden Seals, he bowled from that end too, earlier on.
Regardless of which end it is you're bowling from, you do want that slip for the new batsman. Leads again over the wicket to Rizwan and played that straight. Jaden Seals tidying up at mid-off. So there seems to be a certain plan from Blades to bowl over the wicket to Rizwan, but round the wicket to Salman Aga. Is there anything you would have seen during that over that would have influenced that?
Definitely, sometimes some players are very strong on the one side, and sometimes just changing up, coming from around the wicket, you actually change the angle. So you definitely take away, as a right-hand batsman, when the bowler is bowling from around the wicket, you take away a lot of the onside shots. So you sort of force the batsman now to play on the offside. So a lot of these Pakistani players, with the exception of Baba Azam, are very bottom-handed players because of how Pakistani cricketers grew up on their pitches.
Muti again, Rizwan just slices that through the offside for 1 more. Score 128 for 3, just past that halfway mark. 25.1 overs. Salman Aga back on strike now on 7 from 7, and Rizwan 31 from 35. Now the win predictor shows West Indies just slightly in the advantage after that Babar Azam wicket. Full drifting in from Gudakesh Moti this time. Salman Aga just defends that back to the bowler. Moti in again, but too wide down the leg side this time. Maybe trying to cramp him for room. Trying to spear it into that leg stump.
So 152 runs required from 148 deliveries. So not a difficult task here. 3 wickets down.
And again coming forward, just confidently playing that through the leg side. 1 more.
Yeah, quicker one there from Moti, 96.1 kilometers.
Does he want to hit his stump?
Gudakesh Moti continuing again, a bit uppish this time from Rizwan, but no one in that region there. Gudakesh Moti would have had a scare earlier. That one that would have gone through his legs. Could have dismissed him had they reviewed it. And they did have a review remaining at that stage. Moti in again. This time, that's beaten him. How much space between bat and ball? Well, we'll have to take a closer look.
Yeah, I think we have to give Moti a lot of credit here for spinning the ball in these conditions.
And again, finishes the over with a fuller one, a bit quicker as well, and played by Rizwan out to mid-off. 1 run to his total, 132 for 3, the total by Pakistan right now.
Seals 1 wicket, Shamar Joseph 1 wicket, and Muti 1 wicket. So wickets have been sharing up so far. And Blades continues from the southern end. He's bowled 4 overs for 26 runs, no wickets. So the economy of 6.5.
Didn't have the greatest of starts to his spell, but would have brought that back quite well in the second spell that he's continuing in right now. One for 26, his current figures. Salman Aga to face up. 9 from 11 is current score. Here's Blades. And this time just tucked into the leg side. Nicely played. Timed so well. And it's running straight to the boundary for 4 more runs. Salman Aga, 13 his score moves on to now. Blades does have to try to tighten things. It's been quite off and on. Blowing hot and cool throughout his spell.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Aga, allowing the ball to come onto the bat. Blades there just over pitching, just on about midland leg. And Aga there hitting that one there to the long on boundary. Long on boundary for 4.
Bleeds in again, continuing around the wicket, and this time better line and length. Aga just defends that into the offside for no run.
So Blades in his 4th over. No wickets for 30 runs. Really interesting conditions here for him. Not much swing on offer here at the moment. A lot of dew in the conditions here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A lot of humidity here at night time.
Bleeds in again on almost a Yorker length, but dug out nicely by Salman Aga. Cover sweeper would clean that up and restrict it to just 1. Yeah, and we all know about the challenge for Dew against the spinners, but doesn't mean that it's easy when the seamers have to deal with it as well. Regardless of it, the wet ball does create challenges.
And Gutekesh Muti has been doing really well. Credit must be given to him under these conditions here. A lot of dew, and he's able to extract spin. And
Bleeds in again over the wicket to Rizwan and played it straight towards Russ and Cheese at cover point. And what Muti has done really well today too is better variation of his pieces. Not bowling as quickly as he is in the T20 series, allowing the ball to just gain that drift through the air. So Ahmed Rizwan stands on 32, waits for Jediah Blades. 137 for 3 with 2 runs, 2 balls to go in the 27th over.
so the experience here now showing with the West Indies bowling attack, especially in this 50 over format here now.
Bleeds in again. Rizwan can't do anything with that. Was a wide Yorker length delivery. Just played it as best as he could towards cover.
Yeah, so it's 50 overs format. We see it sometimes gets a bit boring during these middle over periods, and it really sometimes the captain Shea hopes it's really important for him to rally the troops around during this period of the game.
Final delivery of the over, a bit wide, a bit shorter by Rizwan and cut through the offside, but just going to be one as Casey Carty comes around to pick that up on the cover boundary. 138 for 3 after 27. Aga on 14 at a runner ball, and Rizwan on 33 from 39. Blades on for 32 from his 5 overs. So 143 required from 138 is the current equation. The two worms between West Indies and Pakistan. Pakistan just catching up to West Indies a bit at this point. They do look in quite fine control. This is that period throughout the innings where there was that slowdown for West Indies. Gudakesh Moti will be very key in his remaining 5 overs. Gets into that now and full toss. Rizwan sweeps this beautifully. He loves to play that sweep shot, does Mohammad Rizwan. And that full toss was asking to be hit. Gudakesh Moti may have just been that effective the duo a bit. Full tosses aren't always easy, but was just coming to Rizwan exactly where he wanted it. A bit like side-ish, nice and slow. And he had enough time to deposit it. 37 he moves on to now. Waits again. Bit of a chat as well from the fielder. Muti in again. And this time it's Fuller. Rizwan just able to carve that through the onside for one more. So current rate 5.23, required rate 6.09. A bit behind, but you always do expect that throughout this stage is always going to be a period of 10 overs at the end of the innings. It's always going to be a difficult juncture. From a bowling perspective, that is. Salman Aga on strike now. Gudakesh Moti bowls this in a good spot there. A bit of turn, a bit of drift in, but straight to the fielder by Salman Aga. Here's Moti again, and again right onto that stump line. Not too much turn this time. So fifth delivery of the over. Gudakesh Moti now comes in. Pretty much a repeat of that previous delivery. Just enough turn, just enough drift, and just enough to keep Aga away from scoring. One more delivery to go in the 28. And a bit wider this time from Gudakesh Moti. Aga takes full advantage of that. Carves that through point for 4 runs. 18 from 18, his current score. 38 from 41 from Rizwan. And 147 for 3 after 28.
Yeah, Aga is going really well here. He's sort of picked up exactly where Azam would have been. His momentum, he's continued it, which is really important for the Pakistan team, because even though you lost a wicket, you don't want to lose that momentum of scoring. At this point in time, they're scoring at a run a ball. So it's really important for them to continue that rate. And that's the thing about when you score under 300 in this format. It's never a very difficult total to chase, because it's just like literally a runner ball. So a runner ball in limited overs cricket today, it's nothing. Maybe 20 years ago it would have been something, but now it's very, very easy for guys to score at runner ball, especially with the death batters in world cricket.
And we also see throughout the IPL, 300 could even be reached in a T20. It hasn't been as yet, but they've been willing it on. There's also that period in ODI cricket as well. Sometimes those middling scores at 240 sometimes prove to be difficult. But on this surface, you would think 280 is still well gettable. Chase now enters the attack from the southern end. Starts off with one on a good length, not too much turn. Probably isn't going to get too much turn from the surface. We'll see. Again, to Rizwan, a bit too straight, easily played through the onside. 1 to the total. Brings Salman Aga back on strike. 133 from 130. Salman Aga averages 54 against spin and 37.6 against pace. So he'd certainly be welcoming this change of bowler. See, awaits Austin Chase. Again, a bit straightish, but this time played towards the fielder at mid wicket. So Ruston Chase to Salman Aga. Fuller this time and nicely just pushed down to long on.
Yeah, as mentioned by Ruskin earlier, you would have think that Chase is someone they would go at, but you don't want to hit over. You don't want to take him on too much where you reach a situation where he comes off the attack. But Chase in this situation here would be sort of right up the alley with these two right-handers.
This time a bit wide outside off towards Mohamed Rizwan and plays it right to Shufian Rutherford. No run in that point region.
And the batsmen don't have to do anything out of the ordinary at this current run rate, and required run rate is 6.24.
Again, pretty much similar type delivery from Ruston Chase.
When they come back for a second, and they're looking for a third, so sloppy in the field there by the West Indies. Evan Lewis there, the fieldsman. A couple fumbles there, and what was supposed to just be one run turned into 3 runs.
And that's not what you want. A tight over it would have been at that point. Would have just been 3 runs from the over. And it's those fine margins in this lovely game because the run rate, the current run rate is just about 5. Now they've been able to maintain that run rate. And looks as if we're in for the second drinks break period as well. So 152 for 3. The score after 29 overs where the second drinks break is being taken. So we'll take a short break and be back for the final session of play as Pakistan continue to chase this total. 29 overs into this Pakistan chase. Those signs being shown of the heat out there, the humidity and moisture level. Slightly early drinks break being taken at 29 overs rather than sometime throughout that 30 over period. And the Worms pretty much on par. Pakistan exactly where West Indies would have been in their junction of this innings. West Indies would have had that acceleration at the end, but also at this stage here would have been going quite slowly.
Yeah, I think
With
they
just
lose.
3 wickets down, things would
Yeah.
seem in control for Pakistan, but never know when it comes to Pakistan.
Yeah, two similar teams, but they are doing quite well. They are number 4 ranked team in ODI in the top 10 in the world. So they have to have something to show for that. So it's always good to keep that in mind. But yes, they're normally known for unpredictability.
Rakesh Moti is going to continue. Mohammad Rizwan about to face up, getting himself ready. 152 for 3.
So West Indies here searching for their first win in this ODI series. This is the first game here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, first one-day international. There are 2 more games after this.
Moti in and Rizwan cuts that, but unable to pace that gap of 3 fielders in the offside. Those 3 fielders are on that cover point region, as well as 2 fielders on the leg side in the ring. This time played by Mohammad Rizwan, straight towards Gudakesh Moti. It's another dot.
Nice to see some Pakistan fans here in Trinidad.
Certainly always great to see fans from both teams. And drifted in this time from Gudakesh Moti. Mohammad Rizwan just pushes that down to long off. Well, I must say that Pakistan green is one of my favorite colors, so do like seeing the Pakistan fans.
Well, let's see what's my favorite color.
Moti just making a few changes, few adjustments really. Same sort of feel, just adjusting their position. Aga can't get any run there. This time was same sort of delivery on a good length. Keeping things disciplined, Gudakesh Moti. 2 more to go in the over. This time a bit too full, maybe just sliding out of the hand, but has cover in the deep on the leg side. That's Justin Greaves on the field as a sub.
So Moti in his 7th over. He's 1 wicket for 35 runs. So he's doing the job. If he gets 1 more wicket, I think he'll be very, very satisfied with that, because he will be getting one of the top order batsmen here into the middle order. So
Moti again, this time Aga drives through the extra cover region. And that's 156 for 3 after 30.
So 20 overs. So you could actually say a T20 match. 120 balls, 125 runs.
You know,
What you would say about that? If you're chasing 125 runs in 20 overs, do you think that's gettable?
Yeah, I think
When you look at it that way.
regardless whether you look at it that way or this way, it's gettable.
Yeah. And that's the strategy in breaking the game up in pieces. And that's the strategy sometimes.
The thing as well is you might just think about the previous 20 overs and how they were going as well. Ruston chasing and just trying to turn it into the onside, but not timed well enough. Shea Hope able to clean it up. And when you think about how they went out, the previous 20 overs as well, you could just sort of extrapolate that forward too.
Yeah. So Pakistan would be happy with the position they're in at the moment.
Really, after the power play, the sort of run rate that they were going with, it was never a real challenge. And Aga just playing that one down to long on for one more. But even at the beginning of the innings, the run rate would have been on the 6. And as we were talking earlier about the sort of score that they would have wanted, certainly over 300 would have allowed them to apply more pressure from the beginning. The quiet rate at this stage, 30 overs in, is only a 6.3. Chasing again and defended on the front foot by Rizwan, but takes a quick single. Chance in the arm. Brandon King not at all up to that. Drop and run, really.
Yeah, very important to get singles. So the partnership, 40 runs or 43 balls. So, or just around a run at a ball that the partnership is going. So,
That's come in almost no time, just like the previous partnership.
and nothing out of the ordinary.
It's really just guiding around the singles.
Oh, and he's
and that's
gone.
gone up, and Ruston Chase has taken that off of his own bowling. Salman Aga goes for 23 in the most innocuous fashion.
Yeah,
Just a bit of extra bounce there. And a bit of turn as well for Ruston Chase. He's certainly happy with his effort.
yeah,
And Mohammad Rizwan left to guide this innings home with the remaining batsmen.
yeah, he's actually surprised how slow it came to him, because he probably thought it would have been coming with a bit more force. So, in the context of that, it looked easy, but in the context of the pace that the ball came back to him, it surprised him. So, interesting scenes here. We see Shamar Joseph getting some stretching here. Not sure if he's harboring something or doesn't look too good. But other than that, the West Indies has gotten a wicket, 158 for 4 in 30.4 overs. And now Pakistan now bit on the back foot here now with Nawaz into the crease.
How does Hassan Nawaz go about this? His highest score in List A cricket is only 46. Very inexperienced compared to the batsmen that would have come before. Only 5 games in his List A career. He's very much a T20 specialist up until this point. So it's going to be interesting to see how he paces his innings, whether he goes hard from ball 1 or whether he tries to play a more traditional ODI innings.
Yes, certainly. The inexperience now starting to come in here, because one of the experienced batsmen there is still there, which is good, Rizwan. So so he will play an important role in shaping and guiding Nawaz in this situation.
Good defense from Nawaz right away, presenting the full face. And this is sort of a situation tailor-made for Rizwan, really. This is just continue batting as he does naturally.
Yeah, he's sort of a finisher.
Ruston Chase again to Hassan Nawaz and just plays that into the offside for one easy run. So proceedings looking to have continued in normal fashion here for Pakistan. 159 for 4 after 31. This one
That's his
44 and Nawaz just getting off the mark.
That's his first one-day international run, so he's off and going.
That's a very big backlift as Hassan Nawaz almost points the bat all the way up in the air. So it's a run through of the scores. Saeem Ayub 5, Abdullah Shafiq 29, Babar Azam 47, Mohammad Rizwan not out on 44, Salman Aga just perishing for 23 runs, and Hassan Nawaz just off the mark. 254th player to represent Pakistan in one-day internationals. He had that cap presented to him just before play today. Gudakesh Moti continuing from the northern end, so double spin. Not going to be easy for Hassan Nawaz to start against. Too full this time from Moti. And played towards mid-on for no run.
A lot of perspiration there on these players, on the West Indies jerseys. You can actually see it. So a lot of humidity, a lot of moisture in the air.
Yeah, it's always so difficult with that extra humidity. Gets so humid at night here. Second delivery of the over. Dot ball played towards the bowler. Hassan Nawaz. Moti continues to him. And a bit of turn this time allows him to just guide it past the middle fielder for one. And that was also evident in that early drinks break they would have taken. Even just looking at our window as well, we see the fog starting, not the fog, the frost starting to develop on the window.
Yeah, definitely a lot of humidity in our tropical climate here in Trinidad and Tobago. Really close to the South American continent, the Amazon rainforest.
Moti in again, and Rizwan just pushes it past him, but fielded well by Brandon King to show no run. You know, Sri Lanka usually gets the reputation as the most humid. Could you confirm that?
Yeah, it's really humid in Sri Lanka also. I actually scored a ODI 100 there in Sri Lanka, and it's very similar to what I'm seeing here in terms of the conditions.
Another
It's
dot
really
ball.
humid.
Rizwan face up the final delivery of the over from Moti. And pretty much a Yorker length, but not quite. Just able to tuck that down to mid-on. Shafi and Rutherford restricts to 1. So 161 for 4 after 32. Well, I know Chennai would be another one of those very hot areas.
Yeah. The IPL season, it's really warm because that's just before the monsoon season, and temperature sometimes goes up to like 45 degrees. So it's really, sometimes in Trinidad we could get that hot, especially around the months of like now and September. It really ramps up some areas in Trinidad, especially in the central regions.
Yeah, and I feel like it wasn't always the case though, but I remember especially 3, 2, and well, last year would have experienced that sort of heat wave throughout August and September. It's really difficult to be outside in those periods.
Yeah. That's why a lot of players don't mind the night games now.
Now, I certainly wouldn't mind the night games. Whether I'm out there or up here, Ruston Chase continues. 88.7 that delivery. Dot ball to Mohamed Rizwan. See, he's pretty much landing all of those deliveries. That good length, just a bit fuller too. Mohamed Rizwan again to face up. And he's cut that through the offside. Just 1 run to his total. Moves on to 46. Hassan Nawaz comes to strike now. Still very young. Very interesting career arc he's had so far. Touch on that. Ruston Cheese comes in again and he tucks that into the leg side, but fielder there is very short and able to get there. Well, not seen this combo before. Popcorn and bubbles. No, Ruskin likes his popcorn. That's defended towards Ruston Chase.
Nawaz a really big figure. He's a big man, so
Here's Ruston Chase again. Nawaz just trying again to play that into the leg side. Certainly wants to turn the strike over. His bubbles all over now.
hope it doesn't get onto the play.
Well, hopefully it doesn't go in front of the side screen. Chase finishes off this over with another dot ball. So 4 dot ball in succession to Hassan Nawaz. That's good bowling from Ruston Chase, just trying to restrict the new batsman, build some pressure.
So if there's a delay due to the bubbles, what would they call it?
I guess much delay due to bubbles.
Look at that. See that?
Those bubbles just in the... I wonder if that's what the ground staff was thinking was rain earlier.
Could be. Yeah, could be.
Maybe the bubbles got onto the camera lens as well because we saw that moisture, but at no point did any of the players look concerned about rain. Of course, Hassan Nawaz would have started off his career with, I believe it was 2 ducks, or a duck and a 1, something like that. It was a series where he got 4 very low scores, either 0 or 1. And right in between that, a match-winning century. 5 ODI series against New Zealand. Would have been at that ground, Eden Park. Got low that time, Mohamed Rizwan. Full again from Gudakesh Moti. You can tell every now and then that it's just slipping out of his hand and Ruston Chase with that excessive dew. I don't think the bubbles are going to help with the dew situation either.
Yeah.
Run rate just climbed over 7 now. So that wicket has brought that advantage. Rizwan this time gets low again. Digs it out quickly. Quick single. And home in the end.
Yeah, really tight. Quick single there. It will be interesting to see a direct hit. What would have been the result? And
looks he might have been home regardless.
It would have been tight. Yeah, it would have been, yeah. Always that factor when there's a direct hit. It's always very, very tight.
Muti in again is Hassan Nawaz. Well, not quite yet. Some drying needs to occur.
I think the drying of the balls has taken some time.
Muti comes in again to Hassan Nawaz, who's again just struggling to rotate the strike. Good field positioning by the West Indies to just restrict him as much as they can. Comes in again. Goes big! Wasn't timed too well. And just lands short of that fielder, Justin Graves. Sub-fielder at that middle-off position.
Yeah. That one there, Moti hanging it in the air. And a full toss. He got to the pitch, Nawaz, but he wasn't in control. And Graves was a bit late to come off the boundary there, and it died on him. So, opportunity there. Maybe, maybe not. But at the end of the day, the Pakistan camp would be happy about that.
Certainly, West Indies would have hoped that chance went to their name, but it would have certainly been difficult. This time, Rizwan just tuning it into the leg side, and well, Hassan Nawaz was completed with that single almost when Rizwan was halfway down the pitch. He's very eager to do his running.
So 116 deliveries. 116 runs from 97 balls. So that's the rate they'll have to score at.
So Moti just giving a final try before that final delivery. Of course, not too long ago we would have had that stop clock introduced. Of course, the stop clock can't account for what goes on during the over, only in between the over. Moti finishes off with a dot delivery to Hassan Nawaz. Defended quite intently. 165 for 4 now. It is after 34 overs. Rizwan on 48, Hassan Nawaz on 3.
Yeah, I think the umpires now are going to have a check with the ball because It's really getting slippery now.
No, what they are going to do now, they're going to have to select just one of the balls because we're at that 34 over mark. So now they're going to have a look and see which one they prefer. So that would have been the one
That's the
Moti was
mandatory.
bowling with.
Yeah.
Well, it was just a bit obscured from our view which ball they ended up choosing there. But they've certainly chosen one of them. So Ruston Chase is going to continue now. Be interesting, if you were still playing ODI cricket, which would you select? The one that's in the better or the worse condition?
Yeah, the funny thing is I believe they sometimes before the game they would choose, you will already choose all the balls before. So not too sure. But in this situation, newer. You want a nice hard ball in this situation.
Ruston Chase in again to Mohammad Rizwan and moves on to 49. Just plays that delicately down to long on. You wonder as well, a newer ball might just get slipperier quicker as well. Or would it?
Or in terms of bowling or batting?
In
Which
terms
one you
of
think? Bowling, right?
I don't think the
I'm
batsman
thinking
would get to choose.
My thinking is batting because obviously, right? So, but yeah, if you're bowling, yeah, you're
Well, I guess-
looking for something a bit older.
Yes, technically, I should
yeah.
have said from a captain's perspective.
Oh yeah.
Hassan Nawaz on strike again. 3 from 12. Waits and again not able to make much of what Ruston Chase is giving him. That rate just starting to climb a bit more. What they also understand is this is the spin phase, which they sort of have to make up their mind whether they want to be a bit more aggressive now or later on. Ruston Chase in, and that's, well, I don't know how to describe that. It's sort of a pull behind square.
Like a lap sweep.
Lap sort of sweep. They just won in the end though.
So
This one. Have to redo his shoe after that one. It looks as if Shamar Joseph, after those discomfort earlier, just getting his arm back in good rhythm now, so mightn't be too long from seeing his second spell.
He's played a lot of cricket, Shamar Joseph.
Chase comes in again. A bit of extra turn this time now too. Rizwan plays that to Rutherford in the offside, and that brings up his 50. 50 from 59 deliveries from Ahmed Rizwan, and 16th career 50 in ODIs for him.
Yeah, so typical Mohammad Rizwan in this situation, in this time of the game, he really puts up his hands. Literally, when he scored the 50, puts up his hand. And is that a no ball? Yep. So that's a no ball there. So Ruston Chase has bowled not a big no ball, but it's a no ball at the end of the day. And a free hit here in the 35th over.
It was almost one of those Jadeja type no balls where the back of the heel never lands. Chase, well, getting to re-bowl that delivery now. Hassan Nawaz would certainly be licking his lips.
Good delivery.
And a wonderful response from Ruston Chase. Cannot do anything with that sort of delivery, Hassan Nawaz.
Quicker delivery in the block hole. 113 kilometers. So it was almost like a medium pace delivery. So in the block hole. So a good delivery there by him.
Mohammad Rizwan certainly would just want to continue on with things, almost put that 50 out of his mind, just continue going on with the job at hand. Still over 100 runs required. Chase again and wide. Too wide down the leg side.
So that's a no ball and a wide in this over so far. So 2 extra deliveries.
Again, right back where Austin Chase would want to be. A bit quicker that time. Mohamed Rizwan just able to push that for no run.
So all eyes on Shamar Joseph. So will he be able to continue his bowling?
Tucked away from Mohamed Rizwan this time. Keeps the strike for the 36th over. 172 for 4 after 35. Rizwan on 51 and Nawaz on 5.
So Pakistan 172 for 4 after 35 overs. 109 runs from 90 deliveries. So in last 40 deliveries, the West Indies has done really well. 24 runs, 1 wicket. But better yet, the economy has been really good for the last 40 deliveries. And back on with us here is Ruskin Mack.
Thank you very much. Gudakesh Muti is going to continue as he runs away from us. Bowers driven back to the bowler, just coming across to his left to do the fielding. And cutting it off himself quite easily. Again, just putting it down in front of Rizwan. Not able to do it. He's 51 from 59 deliveries. Again, Gudakesh Muti getting some decent bunks as well. I'm surprised he doesn't have a slip, because I would hate for a ball to hit the edge and go past the keeper. Because I think he's still doing enough with the ball to warrant a slip. And there he is, cutting and missing.
And I think it's important. The West Indies definitely have to take wickets. There's no doubt about that. So definitely, after that delivery, beating the outside edge.
He is again pushing this one up and not able to cut it off, but taking a lot of the sting off of it. And Brandon King, and the batsman will still get the single all the same. 173 for 4 now. We're in over number 36. Gudakesh Muti finishing his spell with 1 for 42 with 1 ball left.
Yeah.
This has been a very, very good effort. With a little more luck, he might have had a couple more wickets. When you consider he had a drop catch early in his spell. And that ends his spell. So great effort on the part. 1 for 42 from his 10 overs. And at the end of the over, it's 173 for 4.
So 36 overs into this run chase. Things shaping up to be interesting as we would have thought it to be. Hassan Nawaz just not quite able to get his innings in full flow as yet. Rizwan just trying to keep the innings together, keep the partnership together as long as he can, and he continues chases in. And please that one down to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Casey Carty.
Yeah, the West Indies just have to be smart here about how they go. The Gudakesh Muti has bowled out. He's been their best bowler. And they need to now find somebody who will keep the pressure on at this top end. Chase has gotten into a nice little groove himself.
He comes again. Hassan Nawaz pulls that into the own side. Forgets the ball was ever here. Say goodbye. That's a huge six. Just playing it with the tune. Got it onto that full length where he likes it and just swung that into oblivion.
He got under it nicely and went up and over. Never tried to hit it on the ground. Got a maximum.
Only 69 meters, but I think it had a lot of height on it. 180 for 40 score now. Nawaz on 11. Now Nawaz tries to get on 12. Rostan Chase. Oh, there's a mix-up in the middle of the wicket.
Well, there was a collision and between Rostan Chase and Rizwan. And then he just stood there kind of remonstrating with Rostan Chase. And then he decided to go for the single. But neither one of them actually completed the run. They both kind of stood in the middle of the park watching each other. And then both of them were going at the same end.
I think what happened there was Rizwan wasn't really willing to take the run after the collision.
Yep.
Just in the spirit of the game. And Nawaz was sort of egging him on to run through. In the
Get every
end,
run.
a dot ball, the right result. Chasing to Nawaz again and just dotting him up.
But the thing with that collision is that the bowler has every right to go for the ball. Now, the batsman is entitled to run. And in a case like that, it's like every man for himself. You have to defend yourself in a case like that.
Was again getting a good delivery from Rostan Chase and only able to play it into the leg side for no run.
And what the non-striker should do is go a little wider and try to give yourself a chance to avoid that collision.
Almost final delivery of the over.
Somebody said something over the PA system that threw off Chase.
I thought a scrap iron man was passing. As Rostan Chase finishes out with a dot. And that's the end of the 37th, 180 for 4. It just seemed as if the announcer was finishing the over before it was done. So Hassan Nawaz on 11, Rizwan is on 53. And getting back to that collision, of course, even in that moment as well, things sort of happen so quick. It never really should be stopping to think about something like that. Just hardwire your mind to do what you need to.
One thing is, Rizwan stopped to talk to Chase. I don't know if Chase was annoyed that there was a collision, but Chase cannot be annoyed. The batsman has every right to run, just as he has every right to go after the ball. And collisions will occur from time to time in that situation. Like I said, if he goes wider, he might be in a position to avoid that. But here's the catch with that. Because we have reviews now, the non-striker has a role to play, especially for like LBW decisions and stuff like that. So that's why they stay so close to the wicket, because they want to be in a straighter line or as close to the straight line as possible. So hence the reason why batsmen are reluctant to go wider, and because they would not be in a good position to assist their partner with a review if he feels he might be not out and he was given out or something to that effect. So there's a reason for that. So you kind of live with what you get there, but you will get collisions once the batsman and the non-strikers end decides to stand that close to the wicket.
Well, that's the one area of the game where you would say it's not a batsman's game, but it's more of a bowler's game, because from the bowling perspective, you always have so many fielders who can give you different perspectives for the review, whereas the batsman is only yourself and your partner, really.
Yeah, and the partner, you want him in good position.
Shamar Joseph back into the attack and close to that off stump. He goes up. enthusiastic from the crowd, but
So he doesn't have a review, even if he wanted to. It might have been just a late under edge.
I don't think there was too much going for that one. Yeah, it definitely looked to be
underage,
bats on that.
Of course, he's so excited coming back in, and now he's the one they're going to be looking to now with Muti out of the attack, having bowled out. I think Shamar Joseph is probably going to think, hey, these next 4 overs he's going to give it his all.
Situated at the northern end again, and that time it goes straight to raise of the finger from umpire Palika. Mohammed Rizwan, 53, and that decision goes in favor of West Indies. Will he review? I know earlier he took some convincing to take a review. Can only convince himself now, and he does.
Well, the thing is, and this is what we were talking about, where the non-striker is. If he's in a good position to help his partner there, and we were just talking about that, where he positions himself in that situation. And if we could see where he is positioned here, and Rizwan was going across the stumps, struck. That's probably going to hit leg stump, or just inside of leg stump. And the good thing, the umpire gave a decision as out. So now it's up to the batsman who is hoping that his position was a little bit better than it appears, but I don't think so. I think this is probably going to be clipping leg stump.
Well, that definitely looks like an umpire's call to me. Don't see any way that would completely miss the stumps. That's targeted bowling, stump to stump from Shamar Joseph. At a high pace as well.
Oh, it hit in middle stump. Well, it does curl and it goes towards leg stump, so he's out. He has to go.
Brilliant from Shamar Joseph. Wasting no time in his second spell. Took a few deliveries in his first, but this time he is right on target. And that's a huge wicket for the West Indies. Hassan Nawaz now sort of has to shepherd that tail. Of course, we still have a few all-rounders to come before we get into the tail, but no longer specialist batsmen.
Yeah, that's a big wicket for the West Indies at 180 for 5. And the Pakistanis would have been looking to Mohammad Rizwan to kind of see them through. But Talat has come out, Hussein Talat.
Seen Talat to just one ODI to his name so far in his career, which would have come back in 2019. Which would have been in South Africa. Only mustered 2 runs in that encounter. In list A cricket, he is quite experienced. Average of 41.8, 8 centuries and 20 50s, and 3,308 runs in that format. So certainly has the potential to bat in the 50-over game, and he's played quite a few T20 internationals up until this point too. Never quite stamped his name on the team as yet. And this is quite an opportunity for him.
Yeah, it's also a great opportunity for the West Indies now to make further inroads.
A bit wide from Shamar Joseph, allows Talat to free his arms and drive that through the covers for 1.
That's like pressure relief there. You want to attack the stumps. Let him play off his stumps early in his innings, close to that off stump. And put pressure on him. Let him either make a decision to leave or play. And he just beat Rizwan for pace. And I would imagine another one like that would have been ideal first ball up for Talat.
Certainly that adjustment to the left-hander not quite being made. Comes in again and again wide to Hassan Nawaz. Again, just letting that pressure release a bit. Now that mental target for Pakistan as well. Only 99 required now. It's no longer 3 figures.
Well, you saw him rush him earlier and it hit the under edge. But then the next one rushed him again. And this time he couldn't get the bat down in time. And this is a good opportunity here now for Shamar Joseph to really zero in on Talat. Don't give him any freebies. He's coming around the wicket to him.
12th man, the crowd has certainly surged up now. Shamar Joseph almost losing his run-up with all the enthusiasm out there.
Yeah, the game is on a nice edge right now. It could go either way.
Comes in again, this time round the wicket to Talat and cramping him up much better, much nicer length and line. No run.
Yeah, you could really see him bending his back here now. As we say, pull the choke. And it's time to go to work. And, we saw that in the India-England fifth test, where Mohammad Siraj decided, look, it's now or never. And just started to zero in. And I think he needs the same thing here.
Final delivery of the 38 and Talat guides it out down to third. Jaden Seals restricts it to 1. 183 for 5 after 38. Hassan Nawaz on 12. We're seeing Talat on 2. And Shamar Joseph after that over picks up his second wicket for 27 runs.
Yeah, that's a vital breakthrough for the West Indies. What they need now is to try to continue taking wickets. And that will be exactly what the doctor ordered for them. They need 98 runs. They have 72 balls in which to get those runs. But more importantly, they only have 5 wickets intact. So the Windies need 5 wickets. Can Jaden Seals come back and help, or will Chase keep applying that pressure?
So just to touch back on that India-England final test, that final hour on day 5 was unlike anything I've seen before. It's just huge inspiration. Chasing again around the wicket to Talat and plays it straight towards Shepherd at mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think Chase just needs to keep things tight here. Don't give anything away. If we get a wicket, fine, but just...
Again, this time driven through the offside, lofted beautifully by Hussein Talat. And he plays that so comfortably. Roston Chase not going to like the sight of that. Neither does Shea Hope.
He gave it a little bit of air, and that's all the invitation he needed. He got his foot nicely into position and stroked it beautifully. But Roston Chase probably won't mind that too much. At least he's playing a shot.
Brings Talat's score up to 6. Total score up to 187. Jeez, how does he respond? And this time, on a good length again, a bit of turn, and Talat just plays that down to Chase. The quiet rate now is gone above 8. Now it would just be a bit more concerning for Pakistan, especially with a main batsman gone. Chase in again. Certainly he tried something a bit different with that delivery. Whether he tried to drop it short or not, he did drag it down, and Talat guided it on its way behind the wicket, and 4 more runs.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Roston Chase, but I suppose he was trying something. He got some turn, he got some bounce as well, but it was so short that and not bowling with a slip. I really think that's sacrilegious at this stage, because you know you're hunting wickets here, and you want to give yourself every chance to take a wicket.
Problem is how he would want to rotate his bowlers at this point. Not the greatest day for Blades. Chase continues and a bit full, but driven by Talat down to the sweeper on the boundary. Wanted a second, but decided not to in the end.
Well, Romario Shepherd is probably the key man here now. While Jaden Seals is expected to come back and do his bit, I think Romario Shepherd could be the difference maker, in the sense that they're going to attack him. And if he can line it up properly, he might be able to pick up a couple quick wickets.
Chase final delivery of his over and finishes well. 192 for 5 after 39. Nawaz 12, Talat 11, and Chase 1 for 32. Might have been his last over of the night. See Shepherd doing some work on trying the ball. Things neck and neck on the worm comparison.
It's 89 from 66. So it says that the Windies, they have a pretty good chance of picking up some more wickets here, because Pakistan at some point, they're going to have to try to bring that equation down quickly. They have 66 balls, they need 89 runs. So they're going to, at some point, they figure somebody's going to take a risk and do something unusual.
Joseph continues, and that came in quite sharply toward Talat, around the wicket. Also looked as if it kept a bit low too. Played it quite uncomfortably into the offside, but still got himself off strike and gained the 1 run.
It skidded on at him and really had him hustling to keep the ball out. And I think this is what I expect from Shamar Joseph. He has to attack the stumps. And even if he's going to go full to the bat, he has to go right up on the instep. But attack the stumps at all times.
Joseph in again, and this time played beautifully through the onside from Hassan Nawaz. Just a lofted clip over that mid-wicket region. Wasn't too powerful, was just relying on timing, really. A bit too straight from Shamar Joseph as well.
Yeah, and if you're going up, like I said, you can't go half volley. That's right in the slot there. If you're going up, you have to go right up in the block hole to him. Don't give him chance, because he's just, widening his batting stance and then just swinging from there. And if he connects, well, you're in trouble. So you have to be mindful of what he's trying to do to you. And I think he should go right up to him or go short to him.
And this time, lofted through the offside, just able to clear the inner ring and gain 2 more runs. Hassan Nawaz might have been looking to hit that for a boundary, but didn't get quite as much timing on it.
Yeah, shorter delivery just kind of fooled him a little bit. He was trying to get under it. And he got it in the air. He got it over the head of the inner ring. And just Romario Shepherd couldn't run back quickly enough.
So it moves on to 18 Nawaz. Certainly would have expected him to play in this flashing manner. After this over, Shepherd still has 6 overs in the tank. Then Shamar Joseph would have 2 remaining and Jaden Seals with 3 overs to go. So they can definitely get through this period without blades. That one too wide from Shamar Joseph down the leg side, and they'll sneak through for 1 wide.
Again, that's careless running. From the time that ball passes the wicketkeeper, you have to be sprinting to try to squeeze as many runs as possible. You're behind the 8 ball right now, not dangerously so, but at the same time, every run counts now.
It's that inexperience from Nawaz, and also a steady diet of T20 cricket for him.
200 on the board.
Joseph in again, and a beauty, leaving Talat so late.
That's the key. Attack the stumps. And I think if he does that, he'll be in good stead. He's been a little bit wide of the stumps at times. And then, of course, he goes down the leg side every so often. But if he stays on that off-stump line, I think he'll create all sorts of problems.
That was the wobble seam option as well. Always a difficult delivery to face. Never quite know where it's going to go. Shamar Joseph in again and wide down the leg side, but this time to the left-hander, and it's going to run all the way towards the boundary. But Jediah Blades is there in front of the boundary to stop it. So how many did they run that occasion?
2 runs, 2 204. So he still has the left-hander to contend with.
This is what West Indies can't afford at this stage. You don't want to be giving away those extras, regardless of whether you might be on top at this stage. You want to stay on top. And you don't want to give these two rhythm early in their innings, because once they get that, and they can run away with it. Ready that run rate back down to 7.4. And driving from Hussein Talat so powerfully was a square drive. And 4 runs to his name. He moves on to 16. Shamar Joseph, 2 for 45 now. His figures just starting to go up in value. However you want to rate value.
So actually, that's not what a bad delivery, but it's a very good shot because he was on top of it and placed it well away from the man close in at that short backward point position. And even the man on the boundary didn't have much of a chance of cutting it off.
Always a difficult shot because you tend to have to play it a bit later. And again, wide. Certainly hasn't quite found consistency from this round the wicket angle, but he's bowled some absolute snorters. It's a mix of everything, really. 18 extras in the innings. That could prove very costly in just about 10 overs.
Yeah, they has to be very careful here, the West Indies. Don't let it slip. And now the bowlers, the man who's bowling the next over will have to be very, very clinical, very stingy.
Final delivery of the over, and again, that beauty around the wicket to the left-handed Talat, and in the perfect line and length, and just enough movement late. So 9 for 5 after 40 overs. Nawaz 18 and Talat 16.
And a fairly expensive over. That from a West Indian standpoint, because they've been able to pick up 17 runs from that over. And so he certainly didn't line up the deliveries as well as he would have liked, Shamar Joseph. But he's striving for pace. He's really looking for a breakthrough, another breakthrough for the West Indies. Any partnership now could be crucial.
More of Ross and Chase. Interesting decision. Now has that extra fielder you can put outside the circle as we're now into that final phase.
Because I think Chase has bowled well enough. What he doesn't want is for this man to get under him and launch him over mid-wicket a couple times. Because this could be his last over, but it depends on how well he does if he will bowl on.
Just played to Brandon King at mid-wicket by Hassan Nawaz. No run to him. So here's Russell Cheese again. Hassan Nawaz waits. Again, quite short. And this time was he able to get that single?
No, they weren't. Yeah, he had to go back again, and once again, it is King in the way there at that short mid-wicket position.
And those two just having a bit of a conversation mid-wicket just to make sure that they're on the same page running-wise. Certainly don't want to lose a wicket via run-out at this stage. Oh, he went full throttle at that Hassan Nawaz.
Did he get a touch? That's the thing, that ball jumped.
I think might have just felt some air coming back towards him, Ruston Chase.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got an edge there. That ball certainly lifted on passing the bat.
This time, just played down to the long-on fielder easily for Mohammad Nawaz. Hassan Nawaz. So that win predictor again, straight down the middle.
It is tilted slightly against the West Indies. They were well ahead, but now this pair finding a way to keep their team alive.
This was 2 overs back to back from Chase and then Joseph, just bringing things back within equal sort of phase. Oh, what was that? Seemed as if that delivery took an eternity to arrive to Talat, and he seemed like unsure of what to do with it. Also seemed as if it turned the other direction.
It actually kept low. And did he hit bat and pad? Because that seemed to hit him right in front of middle stump. Did he get bat onto that as well?
No reviews to double check it. From the West Indies, that is. We'll probably see. That's cut. That's just played on the back foot towards cover fielder by Talat.
That's a pretty good over from Roston Chase. 1 run from it.
I think one of the important parts of that over as well would it be just how quickly he got through it. Just get through those deliveries quickly, change the equation up quickly, have Pakistan realizing too late that that over is going by. So 210 for 5 now after 41. Hassan Nawaz 19 from 29 deliveries. Top scorer in the innings, Mohammad Rizwan, 53 from 69. Babar Azam just missing out on that 50. Made it to 47 from 64. Shafiq started off so well for his 29. 83 deliveries it took him. And Salman Aga, the 4th highest score in this innings, just 23 for him. So it's going to be Jaden Seals to get things back underway from the northern end. So Shamar Joseph out of the attack. Change of ends for Jaden Seals as well. Started his first spell at the southern end.
Yeah, 1 for 33 so far from Seals, 7 overs. One of them was a maiden.
It's a brilliant maiden earlier. Hassan Nawaz to face up to Jaden Seals. Yeah, he comes. He's turned that into leg side. Wants a second run. They are coming for the second run and gets home well in time. Casey Carty was out there on the throw on mid-wicket. Moves on to 21, this Hassan Nawaz.
Yeah, the West Indies cannot allow them to get 2 runs inside that circle. You know, they have to attack that ball a little bit quicker. Carty was coming to his left. He had some work to do.
.69 from 53. Things looking easier now for Pakistan. What does West Indies have to say about that? A lovely delivery there, but so well played by Hassan Nawaz. I think it was a not too bad delivery from Jaden Seals, but Hassan Nawaz was on it in time and timed it quite well. It was an attempted slower ball, so he had extra time to play it. Just a bit short for that pace.
Yeah, just too short, giving him a little too much swinging room there. And he placed it beautifully at deep mid-wicket for 4 runs.
That really is the talent of this man, Hassan Nawaz. Still very inexperienced in this format. On debut, he's so good to watch. He's again Jaden Seals and just clipping it this time. Very square in the leg side this time. And another 4 for Hassan Nawaz. 2 4s in succession. And it's always this death stage for the West Indies bowling that proves to be challenging.
Badly line delivery here, outside of his legs. And all he had to do was just help it. Once he made good contact, that was it. No protection out there.
I'm really, really excited to see where this Hassan Nawaz career goes. Already saw what he's capable of in the T20s across in Florida, as well as that century he would have gotten against New Zealand earlier this year. He had a bumper season in the Pakistan Super League as well. Really excited to see where his career carries him. Only 22 years of age. Jaden Seals just seeming to struggle with the moisture on that ball as well, trying to blow it a bit. And there's fresh air between that ball and the bat. Nawaz tried to go straight that time, but completely missed the line.
Well, he has to pick himself up here now, Jaden, and really try to get something going here, get some rhythm quickly, and try to line up his deliveries as quickly. He has to stay off the legs. That's the first thing. And, try and see if he could maybe beat the bat with a quick one.
This time, back of a length, just playing it into the leg side. Only one though. Good bit of fielding there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's still persistent with that. Too much into the pads because the batsmen are just going to pick him off there. I think he's going to get too many positives coming out of bowling on the pads at this stage. I think he has to be mindful of the fact that there's too much acreage out there. All the players are on the boundary, on the onside. The long on, the deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, all of them are back on the fence. So there's plenty acreage out there to pinch off a run or two.
Can't be straying too much towards that leg side. Final delivery of the over. This time Hussein Talat. And quite leg side-ish again from Jaden Seals, but from the over the wicket angle to him, was able to just clip it away for one more. So 59 from 48, the equation. 222 for 5 for Pakistan.
Yeah, another fairly expensive over. 13 coming from that over. He has 1 for 45 now. 222 for 5. Room 222. So welcome back, Adrian. It certainly is a big ask here now for the Windies to keep things tight. And Pakistan are right in striking distance. 59 from 48.
Yeah, definitely gettable here from Pakistan's perspective. And a partnership here developing. The Nawaz, who is on debut, he's 30 from 34 balls. Talat is 17 from 15 deliveries. And Chase now, he continues.
He's bowled well.
Yeah.
59 from 48. Chase continues now from around the wicket. The bowls, nice delivery. No real pace there for the batsman to work with. But he lines it up properly. He's in his 8th over now. 1 for 33 so far. Can he get another wicket? That's the key here. Wickets for the Windies. Chase bowls and looking to drive it. Probably was looking to drive it forward a square. It peeled off the edge and went behind square. But they got the single all the same. So Nawaz is on 30. He's back on strike. Talat is on 18 from 17 balls.
Yes. So, but anything could change here now with a wicket. And I think that the West Indies will be searching for that wicket.
And that's a short ball, and that is put away beautifully. He just got into his wicket quickly and lofted it over mid-wicket and down over the boundary for 6 runs.
Yeah. Poor delivery there from Chase. Back pitching it. And even better shot too, because he was really wanted quickly. But the Pakistani very good on that leg side. And Nawaz being a T20, predominantly a T20 player. He's on an ODI debut at the moment. He sees no problem hitting that for a maximum over the mid-wicket boundary.
229 for 5. It is now 42 overs and 3 balls. So we're in the 43rd over. 52 from 45. And Chase again onto the pads it goes. And the batsmen are going to be able to scamper another quick single as he was pitching up on his pads and got turned away. So 230 on the board.
So 8 runs off the over thus far, the 43rd over. 2 deliveries left in it. So somewhat a big over, and that brings up the 50 run partnership between Nawaz and Talat. 35 balls, so it's quick partnership there between them to get to 50.
Yeah, they certainly, and they batted well, they batted responsibly. They've had one or two little half chances, but they've taken care of business. In fact, they're making their own luck here by this very positive approach that they're taking. From around the wicket now goes Chase Bowles, and driven back along the wicket by the batsman. No run, that ends the over. And it's 51 from 42 now. Chase has 1 for 41 from his 8. It's 230 for 5.
So Pakistan here seems, according to the worm on our monitor here, the worm that actually tracks the overs and the scoring rate, and Pakistan is actually now starting to go above the West Indies worm. So they're on track here at the moment. 51 runs from 42 deliveries. Chase 8 overs completed. So we yet to see what bowlers would Hope decide to use to finish off these last 7 overs.
Well, he tried Jaden Seals just now. He may have to persist with him at least for one more. And then it's, what do you do with Romario Shepherd? Chase more than likely to have to bowl out because you're trying to cover for bleeds. And so now the question is, when do you introduce Romario Shepherd?
And Moti is bowled out.
Moti is bowled out. Chase has bowled 8, I think.
Yeah.
Seals is in his 9th now. He's on his way. He goes past the umpire and bowls a good delivery. They're able to just scamper a quick single as the ball goes bouncing down into the slip cordon. And it's good sensible batting on the part of these two.
Yeah. 231 for 5. Chasing 281. So 50 runs now. Exact or 41 deliveries needed. And Jaden Seals, could he pick up a wicket here for the West Indies? If he picks up a wicket here, it would really make his captain, Hope, a happy soul here.
Yep, he needs to get something going. He goes racing in now, runs away from us and bowls. Again, it's on that leg stump, just outside leg stump. He's flirting with danger there because any kind of deflection is almost guaranteed a single, if not more.
So the current run rate now just about 7.5. So run rate not too much of a concern for Pakistan, but the wickets column would be a concern for West Indies if they don't keep picking up wickets, because they have the baton that could really hit a long ball at the end.
There's another short ball from Seals pulled away into the deep, and they're going to scamper back for a second run. So things not looking so good for the Windies. They've gone a little bit flat right now. Since Shamar Joseph came out of the attack, they've had a hard time keeping things tight. Although it must be said, Ruston Chase is bowling a beautiful spell here. And he may be asked to finish up.
Yeah. So all eyes on Hope here now, because this is where the captain now, this is the pressure moments when the captain has to really show their quality of deciding who holds these last overs.
Another one pulled away in through the mid-wicket region. They're going to get a comfortable single. So Nawaz goes to 38-21 to Talat. 234 for 5. So again, you're seeing the bowlers using tremendous variety in the armory now. Here's Seals, he's on his way. Bowls, that one is chopped away and it goes down to the third man boundary for 4 runs. And I've always said, if you're going to put in a slip, put in a slip. He's what, a third slip or put in a slip if you're going to put in a slip.
Basically, no man's
Yeah.
land. That person there, those call you something.
Yep, I say it all the time that
Yeah.
we see captains experimenting with fly slip and second and third slip, protect first slip.
Yeah, and the third man is so wide.
Yep.
So it don't really make sense. Because anything goes between the keeper is for keeper and that. What do you all call that person? Is that a fly slip?
Yeah, he's because he's probably right at the edge of the boundary.
Yeah,
on
the 30
the 30-yard boundary.
Yeah, so it's like a interesting field placement.
So he's really like a short third man. And they go scampering again, looking for two, and they're going to get it also. And once more, they really put the West Indies under pressure because that fielder is coming from way out on the boundary. And, there are a couple of players at the edge of the circle, and they can't get to the ball. And the ball is no more than just at the edge of the circle at that wideish mid-on position. And yet still they're able to scamper two. Good running. And now as the race is on to 44 from 39, and Talat is up to 21 from 22.
Yeah, so let's see which one of the bowlers here for the West Indies could become a hero here tonight. We remember the days of Dwayne Bravo and these guys. Really, even recently, Jason Holder winning the game for West Indies. So sometime in these situations here, you need somebody here, one of your bowlers to actually finish off the job. We know Moti can't do it again. He's bowled out. Shamar Joseph still have 2 overs. I'm not sure he has a bit of a niggle. But now we're actually seeing Shamar here now. We know he's a match winner. And I think it would really come down to him here now.
Yeah, they don't have a choice really because they're a bit hamstrung, because of the bowling so far of Blades and of Shepherd. So those are the 2 question marks right now that they have hanging over their heads. Then it's almost like he's afraid to bowl them, and he doesn't have like a 6th option or a 7th option that he could probably throw the ball to and say, keep things tight or give me a quick wicket or something. Here comes Joseph, wide outside the off stump and cracked away square on the offside for a comfortable single.
Yeah, we see Ravi Rampal there. The bowling coach, he definitely would be given a lot of instructions. His pace 126 kilometers. So in his previous overs, we saw he's normally like a 138 guy.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how he goes here.
Well, remember he's carrying some kind of a shoulder strain.
Exactly.
And but he's really gutsing it out here now. And he's looking to nibble at one outside the off stump. No touch there, but he was really in no man's land, just standing and pushing the bat at the ball. And that's what we call a get-out shot. But he survives. 241 for 5. They need 40 runs. They have 34 balls in which to get those runs. And that should be pretty straightforward. But a wicket or 2 here could turn all of that upside down.
And he certainly has the ability to do that, Shamar Joseph.
He's on his way once more. Goes past the umpire now. Bowls. And that's well played by Nawaz. He didn't try to throw the bat at it. He just angled it and allowed it to come onto the bat and just open the face and ran it square the wicket in the offside for a comfortable single. 39 now from 33. And that is heavily in favor of the batting side, unless the fielding team can come up with some quick wickets.
Yeah, someone needs to really put up their hand here and take a wicket or 2 to put the West Indies in control.
Yep. So let's see if he could do something here. Joseph comes racing in from around the wicket. Bowes again, he's chopping it down into the slip cordon. Can't get a run.
So all eyes are glued now at this stadium here. Everyone is focused on this game because it's crunch time here now.
Yep. And the crowd knows that the game is hanging in the balance. If anything, it's tilted slightly in Pakistan's favor.
You could see some nervousness, you could see some smiles, but people handle pressure in different ways, Ruskin.
Here comes Joseph again, bowls, and he's looking to spunk this one down to wide third man for a comfortable single. And that will inch them on even further. 38 from 31 now. And everybody is in discussion what they should do, what they shouldn't do. That's a great thing about spectators, you know. They have the. It's kind of like someday I was doing a game and a man asked me, "What about West Indies cricket, boy? What do I think about Rust and Chase?" I never even got a chance to answer the man. He told me what he felt about Rust and Chase. So I asked him, I said, "Well, why you ask me?" Because you were telling me what Rust and Chase is, and I never even got a chance to tell you what I think about Rust and Chase.
I think Trinidad has the most amount of cricket coaches in the whole world.
I think the West Indies in general. Here is a good delivery. That one of those Syrian Yorkers of his. Right up it goes. And another single.
Especially if you're on Arapiti Avenue right now. I can
Anywhere.
just imagine how many opinions.
Yep, anywhere you are right now. And anywhere they're watching this, they will be giving you a pick. 37 from 30 balls is 244 for 5.
So the match summary, West Indies made 280 from 49. They got bowled out in 49 overs. Pakistan 244 for 5 from 45 overs. So 37 from 30 deliveries. So we'll keep those updates pretty consistent now, ball by ball.
Remember when the West Indies innings folded, I was making the point that I just felt they were like 30 runs short at the time. And, think of how they would be feeling now if they had those 30 runs. I don't know where they were going to get it from, but I just felt that they were 30 runs short given the state of the wicket, the strength of their bowling attack and the strength of the Pakistani batting attack. So right now they have 30 balls and they need 37 runs. And Jediah Blades is being brought back, 5 overs. Not for 32 so far. The first delivery is wide outside the off stump and signaled a wide by the umpire.
Yeah, this is a really pressure situation for him. The inexperience here now will be showing in Blades, but you know what? Sometimes this is how players develop. At the end of the day,
you have to learn from it.
You have to learn. Many persons may say he shouldn't, be bowling now. But at the end of the day, at some day along the road, he will be in the situation.
Let's see what he does. Again, he bowls another wide one, trying to push it across the right-hander. Not able to really control it as well as he would like. 246 for 5 now.
Yeah, so this is where the inexperience now would be showing in the West Indies bowling attack. It's nice to see Shamar there giving him a wood. Coach Sammy there really feeling the pressure of especially 2 deliveries being wides in this over. So 2 runs off the over and 6 deliveries still remaining. Not a delivery on the board yet.
Yep. And he'll try again. He's on his way once more. Left arm over the wicket. Down the wicket he goes and playing and missing. Trying to get to him. And jumping down the wicket there was Nawaz. He's 46 from 43. And Talat is on 23. It's a good delivery.
Much better delivery by him. Inside the wide line. So you could see he's trying to bowl across Nawaz.
He's trying to bowl full.
So you know that Nawaz favors that leg side.
He's on his way once more, bowls wide again. That's guided beautifully down to third man, but there is a man in place there. Chase, it's just the 1 run. And the West Indies coach, Sammy, is probably saying, that's what I want to see. Just give them the single.
Yeah. And this is where the actual bowling simulations in practice, sometimes they try to simulate this situation, but it's very difficult to simulate a game, like an actual game situation. You could try it in practice, but you could only learn it in the game situation.
Yeah, well, he has to, as I say, he has to grow up quickly and try and see if he could do something here to help his team. I think he just needs a confidence booster right now, and that a wicket would help. Short ball, punched away nicely into the gap, and they go for one, but they'll be happy with that. No need to risk anything. They're on course here. They have 27 balls to get 33 runs. It's 248 now for 5. And Nawaz, who's on 47 from 44 balls, is on strike. And he'll be looking to get his half-century out of the way and then worry about the business of seeing his team home. Blades, short ball, punched away nicely, down to deep backward point, and a comfortable single. One more to his total. He goes to 48 now.
So 5 runs off the over so far, 2 deliveries remaining. That 2 wide deliveries at the beginning of the over. So is what we will call an 8-ball over now. So not the sort of over you want, because now if anything happens, say if a 6 or a 4, you know exactly where it came from.
Yes, Gravy, those first 2 wides earlier kind of push him behind the 8-ball. And the Blades under real pressure here to keep it tight. He probably needs to dig deep in his armory and see if he can produce a slower one. Right up in the block hole again. And they go for a single. Well, they thought there was a single there. It just seemed that Talat went jogging. And Nawaz was not interested. And they're still having their issues in terms of their communication. And now they're going to have a little word.
So let's see if Pakistan could even hold the pressure too, because they don't have anything to really worry about here. But let's see.
It's Pakistan. Anything can happen at any time. They're not averse to doing something unusual. Short ball again. Nice change of pace here. Just only a single as it was slapped down to long on. So 46 overs completed. The 250s on the board. It's 250 for 5 now. 48 to now. 25 to Talat.
6 runs off that over, and including 2 wides. So good recovery there from Blades, because at this stage of the game, you don't want to be bowling extra deliveries, because more times or not, the batsman will make you pay. So a bit of a discussion here about who to bowl and who not to bowl in this situation. So 4 overs remaining.
I'm a little surprised he didn't bowl out Chase, because you can't bring him back later on. So he was going well. Let him, use his confidence and try to get through the 10 overs. But I think he might have a 1 over left in the tank. I don't know if he'll ever get to use it from here on in. So you probably made a decision. You're going with only a seamers now. It's 250 for 5.
So Shepherd still has overs.
Chase has 2. And then at some point he's going to have to bowl Romario Shepherd, you would think. And Shepherd, just like Blades, has to be spot on. Almost every delivery. He's under pressure from the time the ball is thrown to him. He'll be under pressure to try to keep things tight. So here we are once again. Delivery cracked away into the gap, but no real power. They want a second, it's not there. And of course, Jaden Seals coming back into the attack to finish up his 10th over. 1 for 56 so far. Little expensive. Started beautifully with the first 3 overs or so. Kept things very tight.
So the options Shehoop have here after this over, he'll have You have Joseph, who has one more over remaining. Shepherd has 6 overs remaining, and Chase has 2 remaining. So those are his options. He has Blades also.
So here is Seals again on his way, running in towards that board. Outside the off stump, a big hee-ho at that, misses everything. And Nawaz rehearses a much better shot, nothing like the one he played, but had a big swing at that one. And really was looking to hit that probably in, what is it, C3?
Yeah.
In the general direction of C3 he was aiming for, or the UTT campus. Yeah, so South Park. You know, he's really going after that one. Seals will try again. He's on his way once more, and for this delivery, he's dabbing it down past the man at that short third man position, but they'd only get one. Good effort from Muti again.
I think the reason to have that short third man there is to try to save a single. That's the only thing I could really think about.
Yep, it is a.
If it goes straight to him without the dive or anything,
because he has cover behind him.
That's right. Yeah,
there's a third man on the boundary as well. So 29 more needed from 21 balls. Nawaz is on 49, but he's not on strike. It's the left-handed Talat who is on 26 from 29. Getting ready to receive from Jaden Seals. This second spell hasn't gone according to plan for him. He's on his way once more balls, and he's driving at this one. Outside the off stump, miss
close
it.
to that white line. Very, very close. But inside that white line, so good delivery there.
Yeah, I think the bowlers understand you bowl full and wide, you have a chance. And either that or you bowl full on the stumps, right up in the block hole. I remember Alicia Healy, the Australian women's captain, saying chins and shins.
Slower ball.
There's one punched away now. And again, another single. So they're chipping away here, Pakistan, without taking too many risks. More importantly, they denying the West Indies the opportunity of those wickets, those quick wickets that they're looking for. Nawaz is on 49 now. A chance for him to bring up a half century on debut.
It's a very good over so far here by Jaden Seals in the 47th over. But one delivery remaining. Let's see if he could continue that.
Well, he's on his way once more. And for this delivery, outside the off stump, into his gun, he dropped it. Well. He's put it straight into his hand, and it came right back out. So that is now as his 50 from 48 balls.
And he's on debut now but a drop chance there, but he would be happy about that because it takes him to his maiden 50 on debut. And Jaden Seals would be really upset. All the West Indies fans would be, because that would be considered a sitter. I don't think he could get anything easier than that.
And he's on his knees. He's like Boyz II Men. He's on bended knees right now. And pleading, what just happened there, Gudakesh? 27 runs now from 18 balls, 47 overs completed, 3 to go. They need 27 runs and they have 18 balls. But they still have 5 wickets. Here is Blades, and wide outside the off stump, but it passed him on the full. So it's not a wide.
Yeah.
And look at this again.
Very good delivery.
Straight into his hand, and then it came right back out. Actually, I don't think it hit him in the hand at all. It probably hit him in the midsection someplace and jumped out. And
Coach Sammy, they're turning his cap around for that one.
Probably trying to figure out how do you miss that? Well, Muti will tell you, it just went right through my hands, coach. Here is Blades once more. He needs a wicket badly He's not going to get it there, but it's going to limit them to just the 1 run. And I think these Pakistani batsmen are having to dig deep here to hold their nerve, because I think both of them, they just want to explode here and get this over with as quickly as possible. And Talat, probably the more reserved of the two, but Nawaz seems a little itchy at the moment. He just wants to blaze away here, but now is not the time to do anything foolish. And flick this one just over the head of the short fine leg, and that's going to go down to the boundary for 4. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just lapped it and turned the wrist on it and got it away from the fielder for 4.
Yeah.
So
Good innovation there from Talat. Aware of the field, there's a short fine leg and full toss, because he knows he's going to bowl full in this situation. So 22 runs now needed from 15 deliveries. Required rate 8.80.
Things are getting tight here now. 259 for 5. We're in the 48 over. 31 to Talat right now, 31 from 32. So that boundary helped him significantly there now. And Pakistan. What did Blaze do? Can he change it up? Short ball, hammered away in the air, and it's gone. And the umpires just waiting for a signal. Did it go all the way? Or did it just drop?
Yeah, look, Casey Carty, they're signaling 6.
Yeah, I just felt it went all the way, but I think the umpire is going to check to make sure. But certainly Blades.
Definitely 6 runs.
Yeah, he tried to change it up, but that ball was sitting there waiting, and Talat said, "Thank you very much."
Yeah, lovely uppercut there for 6 by Talat.
So 16 runs now from 14 balls. So the equation comes much heavier now in Pakistan's favor. That was a big blow. That really, they could breathe now a little bit more. Here is next delivery, full toss, banged away, down behind point it goes, just a single. And he will take that. He goes to 38, 266 now for 5. 15 from 13. And the West Indies need a wicket in the worst way. They thought they had it until it dropped in and out of Muti's hands.
Yeah, those are the moments that the West Indies really needed to capitalize on there. That drop catch there by Muti. Definitely paying the price now for it.
So let's see if Nawaz, he's 51. How does Blades deal with him? And the bowls are full toss. That's luckily goes straight to the man down at widest third man. And only a single. Oh, it's a no ball. Well, no ball for height. So it's all going wrong here for Blades. It was a calculated risk here that Shea Hope took to bring back the young man and over the waist. So
good call there by the umpire.
Yep. So they get the free hit here now. Not for 52 for Blades from his 6 overs on 5 balls rather. 268 now for 5. Talat, who's on 38, I'm sure he's going to try to tee off here. As I say, he's playing with house money for this one. Full toss, and he's banging it into the cover region down at the point boundary. Just a single from it. So that completes the over finally. And 269 for 5 now. They need 12 from 12.
It's a big over there for Pakistan. 14 runs, 13 runs actually coming off. Actually 14 runs coming off that over with the no ball. So a really, really big over there for Pakistan, and it brings his scoring down now to a runner ball. So it's pretty much in the hands of Pakistan. They literally have to surrender to lose this game, but
unless West Indies really do something special and really claw it out of the hands of Pakistan. Someone here, so Shamar Joseph. Let's hope he's the man. The West Indies fans will be hoping that he's the one that could do the job here.
So Pakistan need 12 runs, and they have 12 balls in which to get those runs. And more drama. The umpires are checking the ball and to see if it could go through the rings. Right now it cannot. So they may call for the bag of balls so they could get one that could go through the ring. And I think the bowlers might be thinking, just give us a dry ball. And let's see. And Shamar Joseph is going to bowl his final over. He's 2 for 50. Who does he bowl at the other end? Does he go to Romario Shepherd at the other end? Jaden Steels, I think, has bowled. He may still have a wicket as well.
I think Seals bowled out.
Or Steels just bowled out.
Seals bowled out,
His 10 overs.
Yeah, he bowled out.
His 10 overs,
So-
1 for
So
59.
you have Shepherd have remaining, Chase have remaining, and well, Joseph here now. So you're looking at either Chase or Shepherd.
Or
to bowl the last over.
Yep. So 2 for 50 to Shamar Joseph. Can he pull off a miracle here for the Windies? He's done it once before. Can he do it again? He did it in Australia. They need him to do it in Taruba. And he has the ball in hand. And can he conjure up memories of Australia? He's on his way now. Quickly goes in, bowls a wide delivery. Now, we saw the batsman move, and he adjusted, but the umpire said it's a wide.
Yeah, the batsman, he just sort of, he shimmied a bit. And then, yeah.
Shamar tried to follow him outside the
Yeah.
off-stump, but he pushed it
Still
wide.
too wide.
Now, some umpires, now there is kind of debate on that,
Yeah.
because some umpires think if the batsman moves that early
Yeah.
and the bowler had to adjust,
Mhm.
then it shouldn't be a wide. But let's see what he does. Pitches up, driven nicely down the ground for a single. And they'll just take the one. So they have 10 runs and they have 11 balls in which to get those 10 runs. 271 now for 5. 10 away. And 11 balls. And again, some of those soft dismissals that the West Indies got. Casey Carty, for example. Even Evan Lewis when he was going so well. And when you think back also, Shea Hope just seemed to get almost run out of steam, just lost their concentration at critical times. There is now as he's on 52 and he hits a beauty straight over the bowler's head, out of the ground for 6 runs.
Yeah.
Stand and deliver. And that is a big, big blow. So they now need 4 runs from 10 balls.
Yeah, great shot here from him. Sort of like a MS Dhoni kind of helicopter shot, but straight over the head of the bowler.
Yep, he didn't move
Flick up the
anywhere.
wrist.
Yep, he just stayed there, stayed behind it, and then just got the bat under it.
So it's almost over here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Pakistan need 4 runs from 10 balls, unless a miracle happen. It's a Siraj type finish. Yeah?
Now as waits, and again he's going after him outside the off stump, and another wide. So that brings it down even better now for Pakistan. They need 3 runs from 10 balls. And that one just started on the blue line and might have just drifted away. And the Pakistani flags are out here waving, vuvuzelas making noise. And the Pakistanis are enjoying this. They won the T20 series, and now they're taking a 1-0 lead. They're looking to take a 1-0 lead in the one-day series. As Joseph is on his way once more. And this one is driven away nicely, and that is going to go deep. They think about a second, and then decide against it. So it's just the 1 run. 2 now from 9.
practice. So how it looks at the moment, may not need a last over here now.
Yep, they're taking it out of the hands of Shea Hope. He doesn't have to worry about who's going to bowl the final over. They have 3 balls to get 2 runs in this over to win it. But they have 9 balls overall from around the wicket now, pitching up and pushing this into the Kawai region. And again,
And they look to come back for 2.
they decided
But
against it.
no.
Yeah, cooler heads prevailed them. So the scores are tied. It's 280 for 5. And they still have 8 balls to get the 1 run. 100 partnership between these two, 48 and 41 respectively for Nawaz and Talat. A 6-wicket partnership of 100 runs. And they've gone about it in a very quiet and professional manner. And here they go. They need just a 1 run now. The scores are level. Pakistan looking to take a 1-0 lead in the series. And they'll get it there. That one is clipped away nicely down to long on. It goes for 4. And Nawaz will finish on 63 not out, 41 to Talat.
So Pakistan here winning by 5 wickets, somewhat comfortably with 7 deliveries to spare. And Nawaz on debut, scoring 63, taking, you could literally say he took his team to victory. And Talat 41 from 37 deliveries. But a really good victory here for Pakistan. It's the first one-day international of the CG 50-over series between the West Indies and Pakistan. And they take victory here from the West Indies in the first ODI at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yes, a splendid effort on their part. Good run chase. They were never out of it, even though they lagged behind at critical times. But this young man has shown why he's so highly regarded in Pakistan. Gurkesh Muti would be bitterly disappointed he didn't hold on to that catch. That would have probably changed the game for the West Indies. Who knows, Pakistan might have still gone on to win it, but Nawaz would have been out at that stage. And so handshakes all around. And who would you give your man of the match to?
That's a really interesting decision there. So,
well, you have 63
have-
for Nawaz, which is really the
Yes,
top
a
score of the
good-
entire
yeah.
match.
and you have to look at the bowling.
Yep,
See
yeah,
the
yeah.
bowling
Shaheen had
here.
4 for 51.
Yeah, so it's really between. Yeah, Shaheen has 4 for 51, but yeah, now I think now as they're thinking about the context of the game, yeah, he definitely would be in front row. So between Shaheen and Nawaz,
And Nawaz.
yeah,
Well,
man of the match.
Ashraf didn't get the bat. Shaheen didn't get the bat. Nasim didn't get the bat. Mukum also didn't have to put on the pads. And that's because the men on top did the job for them. 29 to Shafiq, 47 to Baba, 53 to Rizwan, 23 to Aga, and of course Nawaz with that unbeaten 63 from 54, and Talat 41 from 37.
And the bowling, Seals 10 overs, 59 runs, 1 wicket. Blade 7 overs, 53 runs, no wickets. Joseph 9 overs, 65 runs, 2 wickets. Moti 10 overs, 42 runs, 1 wicket. Shepherd 4 overs, 20 runs, no wickets. Chase 8 overs, 41 runs, 1 wicket. So
Yeah, it's a mixed bag when you consider how it went. The West Indies did well to get to 280, but like I said, I just felt they were short 20, 30 runs. And so it turned out in the end that they really didn't have the firepower in their bowling to restrict Pakistan to under that 280 score. They needed somewhere in excess of 300, 310, might have been a better score. And just to put pressure on Pakistan, and let the scoreboard pressure help them in the end. So when it was all said and done, the Pakistanis are the ones who prevailed in this one by 5 wickets with 7 balls to spare, or with 6 balls to, well, it was 7 balls to spare, 48 overs and 5 balls. It took for them to get to 284 for 5. More importantly, they take a 1-0 lead in this series, this 3-match series. Remember, we're going to be back here on Sunday for the second T20. Now, this is a daylight game, not a day-night as this one was, but this will be a full-day match. So it starts at 9:30 in the morning, both on Sunday and on Tuesday, when the third match in the series will be played. So I was just trying to see who they've come up with the Man of the Match award. And I think we've narrowed it down to 2. And is it going to be Shaheen, or is it going to be Nawaz, who took them home? Shaheen set it up for them by limiting the Windies, and this young man took them home on debut to get them over the line. So it's just a question of who they will choose, and at the end of the day, it looks like it's going to be Nawaz who gets the nod. Yes, so this young man, certainly Hassan Nawaz, on debut, unbeaten 63, his 50, came off 48 deliveries, and a splendid effort on his part. And Adrian, I don't think too many of the fans will be disappointed that he gets the man of the match, because I think his role was huge, especially when you lost both Babar Azam and Rizwan, and he still had work to do, because when Rizwan departed, it was 180 for 5. And these two saw them home with that unbroken century partnership for the 6th wicket.
Yeah, I think the Pakistan team and even the Pakistan fans will be really happy with his performance. Really one for the future there. He's known as a T20 player, but now getting into this 50-over format, and also with the World Cup to come, they would also be looking at him as one for the future. So he batted really well. He showed maturity for an experienced player now coming into the team, and it definitely will be a boosted and a confidence booster for him in his future for Pakistan. Well,
Pakistan have unearthed yet another talented batsman. They just seem to, it's like they have a conveyor belt that they just roll them off with talent everywhere. And, this is a great opportunity for Nawaz at this stage. So this is where we're going to have to leave you for this evening. Look forward to your company again come Sunday morning. Remember, join us at 9:30 for Game 2 in the series. But as we leave you from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the latest here, Pakistan have beaten the West Indies by 5 wickets as they chased down 281, and they got to 284 in the end for the loss of 5 wickets.